House will come to order. This morning, the pledge will be led by Olivia Hart, University of Colorado, Denver, Colorado. Oh, our very own.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Representative Byrd, is excused. Basenecker,
Here.
Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Representative Brown,
Excused.
Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
he's back there. DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick. Representative Hamrick is Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota,
Excused.
Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Excused. With 60 present, 5 excused, and 0 absent, we have a quorum. Representative Richardson, you are a tough act to follow.
Allow myself to introduce myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move, let's go a little more in depth today. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you stand above us like the captain of a great ship of state, ably served by 4 strong lieutenants. And today, before I move the journal, I want you to know that this isn't just a bureaucratic formality. This is the Citizen Kane of journals, the breakfast club of legislative documentation. It's forged in sugary glory and bound together by childhood dreams, questionable ambitions, and a syndicated TV lineup that truly shaped the greatness of the 4 people that sit directly behind me. Let's begin with Vanessa, whose destiny may have been to paint on canvas a future Monet, one might say, but instead she now paints with keystrokes. Her medium, the journal. Her muse, the breakfast cereal Crispix. Her spirit guide, I Love Lucy. The woman contains multitudes. Then we have Connor, who didn't just idolize Michael Jordan. No, he wanted to pass the ball to him. He wanted to serve on the court with Michael Jordan. He was fueled by honeycomb and baptized in the Twilight Zone, where nothing makes sense and everything gets referred to appropriations. Then we have George immediately behind me. He thought he was a Rockies future center fielder. In an alternate timeline, he may have been one, but he is currently the master of procedural chaos. This explains both his rapid commentary and his uncanny ability to stir up trouble without technically violating house rules. And finally, one person who I've neglected all week to mention, our actual journal clerk, Stephanie, our North Star in this legislative fog, a former firefighter in training turned sentence-saving superhero. She starts her day with Honey Smacks and ends it with the Munsters, because every day in this chamber, you need to kick back and realize that Frankenstein's family feels downright just reasonable. So yes, colleagues, in honor of these cereal-powered patriots, I move that we adopt the Journal of May 1st, 2025 as corrected by the Chief Clerk, because it's one thing to just applaud these people, but they've taught us so much, and it is this. You can dream of art, basketball, baseball, or heroism, but fate may hand you a red pen and a pile of last-minute amendments. And you know what? That too is greatness. So thank you, and may the record forever reflect their snacks, their sitcoms, and their service. So with that, I do move the Journal of May 1st, 2025 as corrected by the Chief Clerk, and ask for a yes vote.
Members, I don't know how you say no to a motion like that,
You don't, Mr.
but you
Speaker
have
Pro Tem.
heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor, and I mean all those, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Well, the ayes
Shame,
clearly have it. The
shame,
motion
shame.
is adopted. Thank you, Representative Richardson. Members, if I could have you take your seats. We are on into announcements and introductions, but I want to give some space to Assistant Minority Leader Winter, please.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and good morning, colleagues. I would ask that you'd please stand. I'll speak after, but I would ask that Mr. Shibo please read the tribute.
The House of Representatives, convened in the 75th General Assembly, hereby mourns the loss of Steve Mckendry. Colorado lost a loyal citizen and a pillar of his community when Steve Mckendry lost his life doing what he loved on the family ranch. A fourth-generation rancher, Steve was a dedicated husband, father, grandfather, brother, uncle, and friend. He loved his family, community, and hard work, often telling his family to stop wasting daylight and that they could sleep when they're dead. Steve always believed in serving his community. He served as a 30-year 4-H leader for the Big Rock 4-H Club, as Baca County 4-H Council Advisor for many years, and was Colorado 4-H State Senate Advisor. He served on the Baca County Conservation District Board for nearly 20 years, as well as a term on the Colorado Association of Conservation Districts Board, and spent around 20 years on the Baca County Fair and Rodeo Board, donating hundreds of hours each year to the fair. Steve was a Pritchett School Board member and a longtime member of the Bent Prowers Cattle and Horse Growers Association and Colorado Cattlemen's Association, including serving as president of Bent Prowers and advisor to the Junior Colorado Cattlemen's Association. Steve was also a class sponsor, working in concession stands and taking kids on senior trips as he loved working with youth. Throughout his life, Steve developed a passion for innovative practices in rangeland conservation. He was not scared to implement new practices in his quest to harvest the best grasses and plants the prairie could produce. He loved to learn and grow as an agriculturalist and share that knowledge. In 2011, Pipe Springs Ranch, the ranch shared by Steve and his sisters and managed by Steve, won the prestigious Leopold Award for Conservation, thanks to countless hours of research and lifelong learning. Steve's love for his family was unmatched, and the dedication to his community has a far-reaching and lingering impact. The Colorado House of Representatives pays tribute to Steve Mckendry, honoring his life and the legacy he has left behind. On request of Assistant Minority Leader Ty Winter, given the second day of May 2025, State Capitol, Denver.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Mr. Mckendry passed away this last weekend doing what he loved on his family ranch in southeastern Colorado. He was married to his wife for 45 years, his wife Jamie, and a little fun fact is they used to go to breakfast every weekend in town together, and I think that that's important when we talk about rural Colorado and who we are. A big family, 3 sisters, a daughter, a son, 5 grandchildren, and he was always doing things with his family. He took them camping, exploring the ranch. He never missed his children's activities. He was a proud grandfather and would do anything to be together with his family and his grandchildren. Now, you all know every year I read God Made a Farmer. And in that, it talks about what people in rural Colorado do. First and foremost, he was a hard worker, salt of the earth human being that showed up every day. Secondly, those breakfasts that they used to go to town, that's community building. When you go see your friends, your family, and your neighbors, and you talk about the high school football game, or maybe the baseball game or the track meet, or if it's just about the 4-H club, that's what rural Colorado is. We're community. 30 years as a 4-H leader for the Big Rock 4-H club. That's massive. 30 years of service to kids. And what's important to me is a man like that, especially with kids that'll devote that much time to 4-H and to be with kids, that's rural Colorado. That's God Made a Farmer. That's community. Pritchett school board member talks about it in God Made a Farmer. Gets up, works all day, helps his family, and then when he's exhausted at night, he goes to a school board meeting, once again, to do what is best for his community. He's a member of the Colorado Cattlemen's Association. It's a huge association. You all hear them in testimony. And what an honor is that, to be able to represent the life that he loved and what he does. And working with agricultural youth, building the next generation of solid, hardworking, God-loving, salt-of-the-earth people that will continue to feed and power this good state and this nation. And talk about salt-of-the-earth, 4th-generation farmer and rancher. Married to the land, blood, sweat, and tears, fighting spirit, would never give up. He served on the conservation board, which is huge. We talk about beautiful skies and green grass and water. That man was a true steward of the land. A lot of us can sit in here and try to do those things, but these are the people that do them. His family won the Leopold Award for conservation on their place, which is a testament to him and his sisters and what they did for their community by having a beautiful ranch and showing people how it can be done. It doesn't matter whether you live in the city or the country. I think we all have common goals, and that man shared those, and that's what binds us in this great state. If you don't mind, with all the youth that he helped, I just want to say this. You can look it up online, but they've started a memorial scholarship fund. I'll get you the information if you'd like to know, but I would like this chamber to help him continue that legacy of helping kids, and I know that we're all doing our best to try to make it, but if anybody could help a little bit, I think to memorialize this man, knowing that even in his death, he's going to carry on by helping these students. It's my honor to do this for this family. This is who I come up here and fight for. I love these people, and I'll always stand with these people. And it's heartbreaking to have to see them go through this. But when you've got a track record like this, there's no questions. That man's got his seat with the Father. He's done what he can for his community. His work's done here. He's taken the yoke off, and it's time for him to rest in peace. So I'd ask for a moment of silence for the family. Thank you.
The House will observe a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Members, we will take a brief recess so we may greet our guests. The House will come back to order. Any other announcements and introductions, members? Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just request Representative Barron's presence as well. He is coming up to the well. Members, good morning and happy Friday, right? Friday. Today, I am very pleased and honored to welcome a few people who are leaders in their community. They are the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals. Please help me welcome them. If you would please stand to be recognized by them, please help me welcome them into the chamber, please.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, this is the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals. They have over 100,000 members nationwide. The members here today are members for the Northern Colorado chapter, so each state has their own chapters, and we're more than happy to welcome them here because it's good to have representation to people that are buying homes and can buy a home from somebody that speaks their language, that can explain to them what's going on, and it's very, very good to have them here, and I appreciate them being here today.
And just real fast, sorry, Madam Speaker, I know you're doing a conversation. You have gotten a QR code, members, on your desk for Hispanic homeownership statistics. So please take a look at that. As you know, Colorado has a very heavy Hispanic demographic. So again, please take some time to look at that when you have a chance. And again, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros y provecho.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always good to have Adams 12 in the House. And so once again, we have a high school student from Vantage Point. And I love how they just reach out and go, hey, I want to come to the Capitol and see what that's all about. So we have Melissa here today from Vantage Point.
Representative Bradley.
I'm so sorry, Madam Speaker. I pulled a Cal Brown. I'm sorry. Hello, all. I'm excited to invite you to the Transportation and Construction Girl Day September 25th at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. TCG is an organization whose mission is to embrace, encourage, and inspire young women to pursue careers in fields that historically haven't been options for them. As you know, I'm a physical therapist, and that is in a male-dominated field, so go girls. As you can see on your desk, there are pink goodie bags from the Transportation and Construction Girls. We would love to see you there to celebrate and support young women in the transportation and construction fields. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to remind those who bought and took an item from the Colorado Auctioneer Day that close of bank is today, and we would very much love for Vanessa to be able to get those funds so she can settle the debt that was promised. So on behalf of Vanessa, I will be checking in with her daily, but you know who you are if you can come and settle those funds. Thank you.
All right, members, we are moving on to business. I will invite you to take your seats. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills, final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills, final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 will be laid over until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. Thank you.
Until tomorrow, May 3rd. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Cutter and Snyder, also Representatives Mabry and Velasco, concerning measures to increase railroad safety.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to get up and explain my vote on this bill. I appreciate your attention and your time. So this is one of the biggest things that I have outreach with in my district. I have railroaders come and chat with me all of the time. Actually quite a bit. La Junta, Trinidad, they stay in constant contact with me. They asked me to vote for this bill. First and foremost, I always try to do the best to represent my constituents. Secondly, as you all know, I'm a huge proponent for nuclear energy. Huge. I think that that's the only way we're going to keep the lights on in this state, to be honest with you. Appreciate the climate goals and wind and solar. They sound great, but there's no base load power. We need something that if the wind don't blow and the sun don't shine as much, that the lights stay on. Like, you know, Tom Bodette, Motel 6. I know, half the chamber just don't even get it. So, with that being said, first and foremost, I'm going to be a yes vote on this bill because I want to be able to stand here and say I want to keep pushing for this type of energy, but I understand that there's been safety concerns with that. And I want to be on the side of making sure that somebody as myself that pushed to have this type of energy in this state, and once we start to develop it, you all know me, I want to make sure I can follow that up with, we're going to transport these materials in the safest way. I don't want to be a proponent of this, and then someday when I'm an old man on my porch, see an accident, maybe with a nuclear car, and not be able to say at the end of it that I voted for rail safety as well. So I will be a yes vote today. I'm a yes vote first and foremost to make sure that our railroads are safe, but I'm also a yes vote because I want to make sure that we're able to move these materials throughout our state in a safe manner. So thank you for allowing me to explain my vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that in mind, and I definitely appreciate that, I'm definitely for rail safety. My no vote is not against rail safety. My no vote is against what I see as, at this point, still a duplicative effort between federal and state. And if we have an issue of rules being in place that are not being enforced, what we don't need is more rules, we need better enforcement. And so I'm not opposed to the safety measures in this bill. I just want to make sure that, that we are not, we're not adding to the burden on these very crucial industries, and we're not providing the means of what I see as too often is weaponization of legislation against these industries in this room. So I'm opposed to it for that. I wish we had some more time to delve into the details of these so I could validate it, but for now, I think it's duplicative. I'm in favor of the rail safety, but I'll have to be a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 162 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the determination of the extent of the availability of income tax credits that are contingent upon the compound annual growth rate.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1335 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1335 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 7 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1335 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 289.
Senate Bill 289 by Senator Cutter, also Representatives Brown and Sirota, concerning the creation of a drug donation program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 289 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 289 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 289 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah, also Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith, creating study planning and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government, and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 161 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 161 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 23 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 161 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 50.
Senate Bill 50 by Senator Judah, also Representative Zokai, concerning a requirement that a government form that requests disclosure of the race or ethnicity of the individual completing the form include a space to indicate that the individual's race or ethnicity is Middle Eastern, North African, or South Asian.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 50 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the interesting thing about this bill is these are not races, these are demographic areas. So, and the reason for presenting a bill like this, I know nominally it's about increasing the opportunity, availability of opportunity. I'm not really sure how that works, because what it's actually doing is the reason I would anticipate this would be the creation of a metric, because a metric is something that you measure, and now you have a measurement of certain demographic locations, that people. So this violates the e pluribus unum concept in its entirety. And when you have that, and say, we talked about this yesterday, and the interesting thing was that not when the sponsor said not being able to check Caucasian, which is really kind of funny because these three areas are very Caucasus proximate. These are much more proximate to the Caucasus Mountains than, I don't know, say any place like Europe. So not being represented by descendants from the Caucasus Mountains is a little bit odd, because that's the location. And the other part of it that I notice is that these are not about races. When you look at the demographics, my slightly less brown colleague over here mentioned the other day that he is represented as white, and I'm represented as white. So, and we come, our family, our origins, Mexico, Europe. Now, the Netherlands at one point, I just recently learned, was a Spanish colony at one point, so the colonizers there, but that's not important, Madam Speaker. So what we're doing is we're adding a metric, and when you add a metric, it's for the purpose of measurement, and the purpose of measurement in this case is the purpose of priority, which according to the Constitution, for an ethnic group or a race would be unconstitutional. So I'm not really sure why these three Caucasus proximate locations need to be delineated from being seen. These three need to be seen. And when I looked up, and AI is a wonderful tool, when I looked up some sort of equivalent globally, because if these are races, what are the other races? Because normally races are, white, black, Asian, all kinds of nonsense that's made up for phenotype. So if you don't know by now, I don't believe that there are races other than the human race and maybe the Daytona 500. But, so because if we're looking at making sure that races or demographic locations are seen, I think we actually need to make sure that they are seen. So, Madam Speaker, I request permission to move a third reading amendment.
That is a proper motion. Please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the purpose of this bill is to make sure that that everybody is seen, that everybody is represented. And so I tried to, on behalf of the sponsor, to include a broader representation of who would be seen. And using the template that was provided by the sponsor, expanded that to make sure that the individuals would be seen. And so what this does, Madam Speaker.
We'll wait to explain the amendment. I appreciate your explanation of permission.
So the permission is to add one of the major ethnic groups to include Aboriginal Australians, Atavis, African Americans, Afro-Brazilians, African Canadians, Afro-Colombians, Afro-Mexicans, Akan, Alawites, Amra, Arabs, Armenians.
Thank you, Rep. DeGraff.
Ashka.
I'll wrap up. You can go further through the amendment should we get through permission.
Madam Speaker, these are people that are not being seen.
I understand that, Representative. The motion before us is permission to offer the third reading amendment. There will be opportunity to speak to the amendment should this motion pass. But I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, there was plenty opportunity to bring amendments during second reading, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Barone, this is to the request for permission, not to the specifics of the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do urge and I vote on this permission to run a third reading amendment for this reason. We believe it's important to have everybody else seen, so I urge and I vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a friendly reminder, colleagues, this bill was heard in committee. Let's see, today is Friday, so Wednesday. And we had it on the floor yesterday. And so time to prepare amendments was truncated for obvious reasons. I think this was the second to last bill up in judiciary, or in state affairs, my apologies. Moreover, if the standard is that we not run amendments on third reading, just as a standard rule, because there's more than enough time during seconds to handle that, I'd ask that people keep to that standard no matter who is asking for such permission.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am curious if that changes based on my being the sponsor of the amendment. I think it's important that we represent all of these groups, because otherwise what we're saying, because the Constitution forbids special attention given or special privilege given to one group, and this would be special attention, special privilege offered to a very specific location.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Again, this is going to either the amendment or the bill. We are on permission.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just saying this is why we should give permission, because what would be given permission, what we're doing for giving permission to run this amendment is to be more inclusive. This bill, as written, is exclusive. It's excluding. It's excluding probably about 100 different ethnicities for the purpose of including.
Representative DeGraff, again, I want to give you latitude. The question before us is about permission. We're not speaking to the bill or the amendment, so let us move now to our motion.
So you're saying I'm not allowed to defend why we should be giving permission to this. I'm making the case for why the body should give permission for the presentation of the amendment. That's what I'm trying to make the case for, why the body should give permission for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I know it's a fine line. It is about the need for an additional consideration in the bill versus the content of your amendment or the content of the bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
So summary, the reason that we need to pass this, have approval for this bill is inclusive versus a bill that is racist. So I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before us is the request to run a third reading amendment to grant permission for a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 50. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 40 no, and 2 excused, the request for permission fails. To the bill, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I'm up here in opposition of this bill. I don't understand why it's being said that people are not being seen. Everybody is seen. Everything is seen. I'm going to reiterate what I said yesterday. If you really want to stop racism, just stop bringing it up. Stop bringing it up and see each other as we are, human beings. That's the race that we are. There's a difference between ethnicity and race. We are the human race. The ethnicity is where our ancestors are, where we come from. But now, in this moment, I see all of you as Americans, every single one of you. This is not necessary to add more boxes to a government form to further divide us. We shouldn't be divided. We should all be united. We all have the American flag on our desk. We're all Americans. Some of us have other flags that we represent as well, which is not wrong. It's nothing wrong with that at all. But we all have the same flag. And we all are humans. We should be treated that way. So I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is something, from my perspective, it's something that's been interesting to me for a while because I make jokes to my wife when I'm filling out forms and it starts asking for all these questions and checking all these boxes. Part of the reason is a handful of years ago, I decided to, the purpose behind it was my great-grandmother is Native American. And so I'm thinking, where did I come from? What is the combination of what I am? And then you take a name like Bottoms and you wonder where that name came from. Don't investigate those things, it'll scare you. And so I'm trying to figure this out, and so I looked around for a Chinese company that could take all my DNA, and so I did that and gave them my DNA, just for future purposes of being controlled. And then I found out that when I sit and look at those forms and all the things, the categories that I have been checking over the years, Caucasian and white, I cannot check those, honestly, because of my DNA. I'm neither one of those things. And so what do? And so I make jokes with my wife when I'm filling those out. What am I going to be today? Because depending on how many of those blocks, I can check multiple ones with great percentages in those categories. So what am I going to be today? What am I going to be today? These kind of things bother me because they're not helping people to be seen. They're trying to divide people. They're specifically dividing people so that you become a statistic, born from division. Instead of saying, okay, in fact, I don't even like, unless it is specifically pertinent to like a medical claim or something else, I don't even like the idea of saying male or female on a thing. It's like a college entrance exam. I don't think you should have anything on there except the score of the person, the score. Not male, female, not some kind of check this box, race, ethnicity, all these other I don't think you should have any of that kind of stuff. Because if you're really saying let's bring equality to the table, if you start checking those boxes, Why are they looking at those boxes? Why are they looking at those? Is it to include or to exclude? And by the way, we have many examples of both. Harvard was excluding Asians, excluding intentionally. So if there was none of those boxes, they wouldn't have had that ability to be divisive. It would have been off the paper. So then they could actually make a decision just based upon the merits of the individual. If we want to go back to Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech, the character of the individual, not all the other stuff. Let's keep all the other stuff off the table. So when I fill these blocks out, Representative DeGraff just had a great list that we could include on all those, because I could check about 7 of those. But why? Why can't we just say, well, this is who I am? And I think we need to celebrate the diversity of who we are. I actually love that. Cinco de Mayo is coming up. I love the culture of that. But is that a determinant of whether you should get something or do something or be included or be excluded? That's when we have a problem. And I think that's what's dividing our country. And it is more divisive right now than it was even 20 years ago. Way more divisive, because we keep including these things. We have receded into more racism, not less, over the last 20 years. And that's hurting us as a country. And so if there were a potential third amendment that might be suggested, I think we should take all the boxes off, all of them, done. So then we can actually look at the individual instead of clarifying and classifying them into divisions. So I'm definitely a no on this bill.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak, and final time. You have 6 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask to run a third reading amendment.
Please restate that, asking for permission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
That is a proper motion. Again, speak briefly to the amendment so we can get to the request for permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, in the goal that we have of reducing racism, which is to reduce the tracking of race, to reduce the tracking of people by these notions of race, the way to do that is not to give preferential treatment, to give preferential metrics to one specific demographic area in the world. The better way to do it would be to, if we're not going to list everything, would be to allow the form to just have a space to add whatever demographic you want to be, whatever you happen to be. It could be all kinds of hyphenated, and then we can figure out what to do with it. But then everybody would have themselves seen, because that's important, seen and represented for the purposes of opportunity. Now, I'm not sure what opportunity these government forms give, but
Representative DeGraff, I think that explanation, thank you. A brief explanation of what you want to propose. Let's move to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we...
Your motion is on the record. It is correct. Permission for a third reading amendment.
I request permission for a third reading amendment.
Thank you.
To reduce the racism.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to run a third reading, request for permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 50. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Taggart. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 41 no, and 2 excused, the motion is lost. To the bill, Senate Bill 50. Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 6 minutes, 44 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to move a third reading amendment.
Please proceed, and please briefly explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, if we want to reduce racism, we need to stop tracking race and stop giving preferential treatment to race. And what this bill does, since we're not going to allow everybody to be seen in a special light, what it does is it eliminates the boxes. It eliminates the boxes, and it would actually allow the sponsor then to just go and be the American that she is, with no categorization, no limitation, nobody tracking this data to see what a caucus proximate nationality is doing, or race, or phenotype, or whatever you want to call it. So this is just to finally, so I appreciate the sponsor bringing this up and giving us the opportunity to, instead of highlighting people demographically by the color of their skin instead of the content of their character, I think we ought to emphasize the content of their character as opposed to the color of their skin. So this bill is to just, this amendment that I would like, for which I am asking, want to be grammatically correct for individuals in the well, so this amendment for which I'm asking permission is simply to get rid of the boxes. Because if we can't add the fraction, of demographically indicated races, phenotypes, cultural preferences, whatever you want to call it, if we can't add all of those, and instead you either have white or Southeast Asian or North African or something else. So this is to get rid of the boxes. If you want to end racism, as my colleague has said, if you want to end the focus on race, if you want to end the focus on the
Representative
differences.
DeGraff, I'll ask you to wrap up there. Again, this is about permission, and I allowed you to briefly explain what your amendment will address.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask permission for the third reading amendment in order to get our focus off of race and end the racism.
Seeing Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree with this amendment. It's something that I've been speaking up here. End racism, stop talking about it. We're all seen as the same person, same human race, same American. And as my colleague here, a slightly, very slightly browner person, I agree with him 100% on this amendment. This is going to be good. This is going to be great. We need to stop the division, so I urge and I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to request permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 41 no, and 2 excused, the motion fails. To the bill. Representative DeGraff. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it unfortunate that we could not, in this instance, give permission to open the dialogue around any of these amendments. This is what we are in business to do. And so I feel compelled to move that we refer this bill back to seconds. Maybe there we can have this conversation in a more robust way where there are people who are actually present to hear the discussion.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to refer the Senate Bill 50 back to second reading. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too find it unfortunate. We heard this bill 3 days ago at 7 p.m. the next day. Most of us were in committee, some of us till 2 a.m. It's a part of the legislative process that is very difficult, and this is why we have to offer third reading amendments. It's just part of the process. And so to sit here and have a legislator come up and ask for a third reading amendment, we do it all the time. We do it all the time. We allow third reading amendments. He came, he pled his case, others came and pled their case. What's the big deal? Why wouldn't we offer a third reading amendment? And then let us have a discussion about it. Open the dialogue for discussion. Slow down the process. Let's listen to each other. 65 members that represent a ton of different districts, a ton of different ethnicities. Some are going to be carved out. Some are going to be put in. Why can't we just have the discussion? I don't understand it. I don't understand why we can't take the time. We're so quick to push the no button when it comes to this side of the aisle. I don't understand it. Refer it back to seconds. Let's let people come in from different communities and talk about why they should be on the form as well. Let's send it back to seconds.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do believe this should take a little bit more time. Like my colleague said, it came in 2 days ago, late committee, and then brought in the next day. We didn't really have very much time, so much bills coming through to discuss this and to figure out what we can do to make it better. Yesterday, we did have a robust conversation, but in the process of that robust conversation, ideas came up, didn't have time to run them through. We had the rest of the day after the floor work yesterday to think of this, to work up ideas. But I believe that we should have more robust conversation with everybody here present. Everybody on both sides of the aisle should come up here and plead their case on why this is a good or bad idea, and probably work out some amendments that make it to where all of us can be included, or all of us can be included as one, as I'm been speaking up here about. So I do urge and I vote on this motion to move it back to second so we can have that discussion.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support moving this back because we have these third reading amendments in recognition that the bill mill in these last final days is just moving way too fast. So third reading amendments, the rules are changed to allow third reading amendments to recognize that the government being done to the people instead of for the people needs some consideration, and that consideration needs to be done in this House. It needs to be done in this House. This bill offered in the waning hours of a very long day, and we know that the priorities come out of the woodwork, out of the weeds, out of the forest in the waning hours for the purpose of lack of scrutiny. And the lack of scrutiny here is, do we give preferential treatment to an ethnicity, not even a race, because it's race or ethnicity, and this is clearly not a race, so an ethnicity of Middle Eastern, North African, or South African? Do we, in contradiction to our Constitution, give preferential treatment for the monitoring of metrics to the ethnicities or religion of Middle Eastern, North African, or South Asian? And I want to know, and because this is for the purpose of being seen. I see you. Well, to the Ethiopians, I see you. I think you should be represented. Or maybe we should all not be represented. Maybe you should not be represented by a color. Maybe you should not be represented by the melanin in your skin. Maybe you should just live by the content of your character. I have a dream. That could happen someday. How about the Copts? How about the Cree? How about the Croats? How about the Cubans? I see you. This bill does not. How about the Jamaicans, the Japanese, the Javanese, the Jewish Americans, the Karens? We have plenty. The Kashmirs, the Kazakhs, the Khmer, the Kiku, the Koreans, the Malay. I see you. This bill does not.
Representative DeGraff, if you could pull this back to the motion before us, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Speaker, the motion before us is to return this to seconds. And to return it to seconds is because I would encourage that the Mandinka, the Mandians, the Maori, the Mapuche, Maya, the Mennonites, the Mestos, I would think that they all might like to have an opportunity to have their ethnicity, to have their shade of melanin. And melanin is a very expensive molecule. It should be honored. Now, if you just get into color and you limit it to something like white, well, that doesn't, if you look at some of these cultures here, very light-skinned cultures because of the importation of 40 million European slaves. So we're honoring, in some sense, and also another 40 million African slaves. So we're taking this bill and we're saying we are going to honor, we're going to preference cultures that were the originators and the promulgators of the slave trade. I don't know why we want to do that. But we could have just taken that out. And we could have said, everybody in America, you have a clean slate. We're not going to track you by whether you're Indo-Aryan, Punjabi, Hindu, Nehu, Navajo, Nepalese, Oromo, Otomi. And this is just the short list. This is the short list, that we're not going to track you by all these things. Because if you think eugenics is dead, you got another thing coming. The reasons for tracking people by ethnicity or race, ethnicity in this case, geographic location, none of the reasons are good. The reasons for giving preferential treatment here, none of the reasons are good. So if we want to have, in this waning hours of the bill mill, as we're chugging out legislation to the people of Colorado, some of the people in Colorado might want to know why they're being marginalized. Maybe the Sindhis, the Sinhalese, the Sioux, the Somalis, the Sanghe, or even the Spaniards would want to know why they're being marginalized. Now, Spaniards, that's just another European colony. That's another European location. Colonizers across the globe. Lots of last names to recognize that. But we don't. We don't. But this bill, because what are we going to do when we say next year that we say we...
Again, Representative DeGraff, to the motion before us to refer it back to seconds.
Ma'am, the reason this needs to be referred back to seconds is because if this bill passes, do we tell somebody who's Greek or Guarani that they don't have the right to be represented? Do we say, well, get yourself a representative on the General Assembly, and then maybe make sure you get a Bengali or a Berber on the General Assembly, and then Colorado might recognize you, but not until then. We're only going to recognize individuals, because certainly not from every ethnicity, but we're only going to recognize Middle Eastern, North African, or South Asian. Everybody else gets something like white or black or brown. Does anybody else want to be represented besides something like white? Or we've got one? Okay, just one. White, black, brown, or maybe Middle Eastern, North African, or South Asian. I mean, are we only going to honor those locations that are proximate to the Caucasus, to the Caucasian race? That's what we're going to represent? I think it should go back to seconds. I think moving it back to seconds so we can have this discussion. I think asking Guatemalans, Garutus, Haiti, Haitians, Hazi, Hmong, Hungarians, I think we should bring them all in. And we should ask them all, should they be represented on the forms? Or should we only allow Middle Eastern, North African, South Asian to be represented on the form? They might be able to come up here, and I could say from here, I see you. I see you, and I recognize the need for the Druze, the Dutch, the English, and the Ethiopians to all be seen by the law. This bill only authorizes three ethnicities, races, ethnicities, to be recognized by the law. That is the definition of racism. If you want a racist bill, if you want racism, this is your bill. If you want to eradicate racism, well, we already passed on 3 opportunities to do that. If you want to focus on race, the focus on race, the focus on ethnicity, the dream of Martin Luther, I have a dream, content of the character over the color of the skin. This focuses on the color of the skin. Kind of ignores all of the European influence and how that got there, but focusing on the color of the skin. So I don't think seconds is going to get me to a yes on this bill, but I definitely think we should have the conversation with the Russians, the Salvadorans, the Samoans, the San, who are the Bushmen, the Scots, the Serbs, the Shona, the Shuar, the Sindhis, the Sinhalese, the Sioux, the Somalis, the Songhai, the Spaniards, the
Representative
Sudanese.
DeGraff, that is not to the motion. Thank you. Please speak to the motion.
Ma'am, I think we need to go back to seconds so we can talk to all of these people and ask them if they would like to be seen by the law or if they're okay being invisible as the sponsor recommends. So I recommend and I vote on this motion to refer it back to seconds so we can at least have the conversation, so we can invite these people to the conversation instead of just saying, hey, get in line. Start fighting for recognition because this body, this General Assembly doesn't see you. This General Assembly, the sponsors of this bill, don't see you. That is racism. It doesn't matter how you slice it, that's racism.
Representative DeGraff, do not accuse others of motive or intention. And no, you are not invited back to the well. Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my first year, my mentor, very early on, told me, the majority gets its way, the minority gets its say. And that particular provision over the last number of years has been eroded in some key ways. There is a respect that is given by the minority that the majority may not understand when day after day buttons are pushed and things that are near and dear to our heart are decimated.
Representative DeGraff, I want to give you some latitude, but this is a critique of floor operations versus speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that you reprimand Representative DeGraff quite frequently, so I can understand why you would refer to me as such. But I am Representative Luck, and this is to the motion of going back to seconds because it is a procedural motion about how the floor is operated. And so,
I'm sorry, Representative Luck. I was directing Representative DeGraff, who had his hand up. I apologize if that sounded like I was calling you Representative DeGraff. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We talk about respect in this building quite a bit. There's a lot of respect shown and a lot of tolerance given, again, by the minority when day after day the things that we hold dear are attacked. My colleague got up today to ask for simple permission to put forth an amendment, which if he was standing up here with a member of the majority, would likely have been granted. But because he is a member of the minority—
Representative Luck, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a substitute amendment to request permission to run a third meeting. I move a substitute motion to request to run a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, the request is for permission. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask that we grant permission to run this amendment, but I do also ask for a no vote on the amendment.
The request before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 50. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Smith. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L010 to Senate Bill 50 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment is the real purpose of the other amendments. The purpose of the other amendments is to highlight the difference, is to highlight where we're going with this. When you look at these forms, the demographic data that's collected is just a balkanization, and I don't know anybody that's not really offended by them in some way, shape, or form, because they don't represent who they are. When you look at who somebody is, if you know, we have these games like 6 degrees of separation, or, you know, like everybody's connected through, you know, to everybody else in the world through probably a maximum of 6 steps. And when we look at what makes up, when we look at the hundreds, thousands of people that over just a few generations that effectively make us who we are, there's no place, there's no options here. There are no options that says, that doesn't isolate or alienate you from some part of your history. That some part that does not see some part of your history, that ignores some part of your history. And then we say, it's not important. That's not important. What's important is who you are. But then when we get to a government form, the government says what's important is who you are, is where you came from. So the whole purpose of listing out, according to the characteristics that were used in the bill, these different locations, because there are hundreds, if not thousands. This was a truncated list. So the purpose for the discussion is to get rid of the boxes. Now, some of the reason, like talking to my colleagues, the adding on to these, the changes, because the bill went from $1.8 million, then magically down to $900,000, and the unfunded mandate that this pushes onto all the counties in Colorado. Now, there's the part of the bill here that talks about how in the that some of this is supposed to be done by 2029. We don't actually know what's supposed to be done by 2029. Or maybe the sponsor does. I don't. And whether that's going to continue now that we have a new administration that is less fixated on dividing people by the content, the color of their skin. So this amendment is just to ask you, the General Assembly, to say, hey, how about we focus on the content of everybody's character instead of the color of their skin, where our current forms emphasize the color of the skin. They emphasize the color of the skin and where your ancestry is from instead of recognizing the e pluribus unum aspect of our country. That's all. Then we don't have to continue to track, see if everybody's, we just go to a meritocracy of, and we get rid of the tracking. Now, I don't know how else, I'm sure the sponsors will say that there's other means of tracking. They were talking about yesterday, names, initials, et cetera. I don't know. But what we have is a government-sanctioned tracking of people by the color of their skin as opposed to the content of their character. And then so we have that system, and then we complain, then this body complains about systemic racism. And so what I'm saying here is we have an opportunity to take a chunk out of what you call systemic racism, and brought to you by the sponsors of this bill, which I think is awesome. I think they were dealing with it in a different way, but I think the opportunity to remove the focus on skin color, because then we have to get into the history of the skin color as to who's oppressed, who's the oppressor, and it's a lose-lose scenario. If you want to start talking about the oppressor relationship of these three demographic locations, it's massive. But I don't think that defines the people that are their descendants. And I don't think they should be limited. I don't think they should be tied to the millions of slaves. I don't think they should be. Because that's their ancestors. That's not who they are today. So if you want to end systemic racism, part of the way you end systemic racism is you don't put it in the systems. This is one of the areas where it's actually in a system. This tracking, this consideration by race, ethnic group, whatever you want to call it, is done as a system. So here's your opportunity to stand with the idea of rooting out systemic racism, or you vote no on this amendment to preserve and expand systemic racism. Those are your options. Get rid of systemic racism, let's get rid of these boxes, or preserve and expand systemic racism. Personally, I'm going to go with get rid of systemic racism. I think my colleagues are going to go with getting rid of systemic racism. I think we're going to go with honoring the communities and not requiring them to do a whole bunch of computer changes, form changes, just to promulgate systemic racism when we can end it right now. We can end it right now. We have the opportunity. Here's the opportunity. Get rid of the boxes. E pluribus unum is the call. Judge that dream where we would judge by the content of the character instead of the color of the skin. The systemic racism in these forms, in these boxes, is judging by the color of their skin. You want to get rid of that? Vote yes on this amendment. Get rid of the boxes. And let the country breathe instead of continuing. So I am a yes vote on this amendment. I would like to get rid of the boxes. I would like to get rid of the systemic racism. I'm looking forward to hearing why we should keep it.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, members. I'm struggling a little bit to start because I think the last thing I heard was let the country breathe, and I could not breathe throughout that entire explanation. I think we deeply misunderstand the words of Dr. King that have been quoted here. And the notion of ending systemic racism when someone has asked to be seen, it was very hard for me to actually process. And so what I'd like to do is just remind us of a few things. I'm really struggling with the telling of impacted people to change their feelings, or the telling of impacted people that their feelings are wrong for the convenience of others is not recognized as a type of dominance as well. I am struggling. In fact, I'm up here shaking for this notion that color should not be seen or recognized. I believe too, e pluribus, and many we are one. But I believe there are cues in our founding document that recognize there is such a thing called diversity, and that people should be seen in good and bad ways. We have the freedom of religion because we knew there were different religions. We have other freedoms. When the colonies came together, the personality that was Georgia compared to Maryland and Pennsylvania, they were different. And I think they recognized that through their differences, they could be one. But they never asked to not be seen. And those are two different concepts. Do I believe race is a social construct and that phenotype is something that was used to create that construct? Yes. I would have appreciated this conversation in 1725, in 1825, and in 1925. But in all that time, the construct has done multiple things. It has harmed people. But also cultures came from it. At the end of the day, I know why my community eats the food it eats. We did not have access to good cuts of beef, so we ate every portion of the pig. We did not have granulated sugar. We had molasses, so we made tea cakes. And we only came over here with okra and rice, and we figured out how to find sausage and all those things to make gumbo. And that came from being put in a category. But what also came from being put in a category was centuries of discrimination. And even though I don't have to sit in the back of the bus, the lasting effects of that can be seen, and that's what we mean by systemic racism. The definition of racism is with intent to harm, to use power structures, to use tools to harm people. To say you want to be seen is not harm. And if you believe that, then I question, why does it harm you to recognize other people's values or structures? And to be clear, even if the box wasn't on the form, every time you speak Spanish and they ask you what that is, that's a box. Every time you bring in a certain type of food and they ask you what that is, that's a box. So this is an allegory for something else. But at the end of the day, the reason why we are advocating for this and to write it down is simply this. Racism comes at the cost of having targeted people. For every one white person who was able to go to college simply because of their skin color, there were 10 black people who were not allowed to go. And do not tell me there isn't something about passing on property that certain people weren't allowed to own, passing on educational access that certain people weren't allowed to have. And 400 years cannot be undone in one generation from 1965. And in order to remedy the problem, you have to know where it is, which is why we ask people how they identify. This is not to promote preferences or pushing aside for the purpose of harm. This is a remedy. I want to be clear about it. Because these conversations have gotten misconstrued in the last 10 years. We are asking to remedy the problem. If you put someone in a hole, you got to directly pull them out. You can't put them in a hole and be like, it's over now, and figure out how to get out of it. And so if you want to understand difference, you have to see it. If you want to remedy the problem that was caused on a certain basis, you have to target that basis. And lastly, colorblindness is not what we were striving for when we talked about the content of our character. I don't think Dr. King would lament celebrating black culture. I don't think Dr. King would lament noting that 60% of the people incarcerated, when they're only 16% of the state, are of a certain skin color. That is what he's trying to solve for, and that is what he's trying to celebrate. So to be clear, colorblindness is not just an erasure of culture, it also means they don't want to see it when problems are happening. % of the state are black people. 16 to 30% are those incarcerated, depending the crime. I want you to see that so we can solve for that. And so at the end of the day, if we believe out of many we are one, then that means the miracle that this is this country is that we know how to balance and manage differences, and we come together by creed. But it does not require, and I do deeply believe since our founding, that it does not require that people are not seen. And lastly, if you're going to talk about how to end a problem, you believe the people who have been impacted. This whole thing is an exercise in power. And so we're asking a no on this amendment and a yes on what we're asking for these purposes. Believe her. Believe her. Impacted people get to say what they need. And to be so challenged, this is an opportunity for us to think about that. This is our generational time. And so again, members, thank you for listening to me, because I wanted to be clear what we are fighting for and what definitions are real and true. Thank you to my colleague for being brave enough in your first year to stand up for yourself. And we are here to support you. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L010 to Senate Bill 50. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 42 no, and 1 excused, the amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm standing before you today not just as your colleague, but as the first Iranian elected to the legislature, the only representative for the Middle Eastern community in the House, and as a daughter of 2 immigrants who fled a violent regime, violent revolution, and started over here with nothing to give me a better life. It is a lot of pressure. It's a tremendous pressure to bear those titles in this space. And every day when I entered this space, I feel that. and that desire to represent my community well. This bill is in response to something my community has been asking for a very long time. It is to add a checkbox on forms for folks of Middle Eastern, North African, and South Asian descent. Because when that space isn't there, it does send a message that your experience isn't real, that you don't matter. And being forced to check a box for white my entire life has not reflected my experience in this country. I am going to guess that not many of you are told they're from Al-Qaeda, that they're a terrorist, that they're serving the Ayatollah, that they should be taken back to Iran and raped. That was in the last week for me. I'm going to guess that not everybody had to get up in front of their class post 9/11 and plead their case on which side they were on. That not everyone was strip searched in the back of an airport by TSA, or had to defend their grandparents from violence because they chose to pray. If you want stories, my community has plenty of stories, but we are tired of justifying our experiences through these stories. We are asking to be recognized. When we're invisible on forms, we're invisible in policy as well. We can get rid of checkboxes when those checkboxes don't reflect different experiences. We can get rid of checkboxes when each of those boxes has similar outcomes in terms of economic justice, housing justice, health care. For hundreds of years, people of color in this country have been marginalized. Until very recently, in most of your lifetimes, it was perfectly legal to deny somebody housing based on their race. And we would hope that you join us in efforts to remedy that. But there are impacts from that. And of course, those impacts are felt on my community today. I don't have the time or energy to explain systemic racism right now. And adding a checkbox on a form does not end racism. It simply sends a very simple message. You exist. We see you. I don't see how asking, begging to be seen is divisive. So my ask of all of you is to respond to what this community is asking for. And please join me in voting yes on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 50 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 50 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 26.
Senate Bill 26 by Senator Mullica, also Representatives Marshall and Joseph, concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 26 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 26 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 26 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 167.
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Mobley and Frizzell, also Representatives Byrd and Lukens, concerning the investment of state fund money to benefit Colorado communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 167 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 167 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 167 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Winter F. and Ball, also Representatives Hamrick and Leader, concerning the continuation of the Workers' Compensation Accreditation of Healthcare Providers Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 186 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 186 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 118.
Senate Bill 118 by Senators Bridges and Judah, also Representatives Stewart K. and Jackson, concerning health insurance coverage for prenatal visits without cost sharing.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 118 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 118 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 118 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 296.
Senate Bill 296 by Senator Michael Sinjane, also Representatives Byrd and Stewart K, concerning insurance coverage for preventive breast care examinations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 296 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 296 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 296 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 301.
Senate Bill 301 by Senators Wallace and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Leader and Johnson, concerning authorization for a healthcare provider to adjust a chronic maintenance drug prescription without prior authorization from an insurance carrier.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 301 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Johnson. Representative Leader first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's definitely a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
So, colleagues, we ask permission to run a third reading amendment. I don't like third reading amendments. I don't even like second reading amendments.
I'm with you. Yeah.
But this bill was stakeholder. However, we understand it takes some people longer to understand the previous amendment language that was given to a person who testified in committee. So we are so happy to accommodate to help them understand with even simpler language for them. So for that, I will ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Representative Johnson, to permission. Is that your?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, asking colleagues for a third reading amendment. We have been in communications with the governor, and we're very excited that the governor has taken interest in this bill. So for his ask, and to clarify the intent, that the language is there, but we want to ensure because intent and impact. So we very much are grateful for that opportunity to work together to ensure that we are getting this right, to get this right for the patients, and we are asking for a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Members, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 301. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. So, like I said, the language needs to be simpler. So with that, I will have my co-prime, thank you. I will have my co-prime explain the simpler language for the amendment, and I move L005 to Senate Bill 25301 with a favorable recommendation.
And we will ask for it to be properly displayed. One moment, please.
Can you properly display the amendment? Thank you. I will hand it off to my co-prime.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just to ensure that the language that we did add in the Senate is black and white, that this is related to the dose or frequency of the adjustment on these chronic pain meds. It is not the quantity, it is the dosing, and we want to ensure that this is black and white and urge a strong yes vote for our chronic care patients.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L005 to Senate Bill 301. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, Amendment L005 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 301 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 301 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 301 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 40.
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Robertson, Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Martinez, concerning the creation of the future of severance taxes and water funding task force and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 40 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 40 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 40 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 283.
Senate Bill 283 by Senators Robertson, Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning the Colorado Water Conservation Board operations and in connection therewith, funding projects and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 283 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 283 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 283 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 312.
Senate Bill 312 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the use of money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and in connection therewith transferring the unspent state money that refinanced the money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, repealing the requirement for recruitment of healthcare professionals funded with refinanced money and making and reducing appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 312 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 312 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 312 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 313.
Senate Bill 313 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the permissible uses of state income tax revenue raised in connection with Proposition 123.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 313 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 313 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 313 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 314.
Senate Bill 314 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning changes to the Recovery Audit Contractor Program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 314 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 314 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 314 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 315.
Senate Bill 315 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Taggart, Burton Sirota, concerning measures to reinvent post-secondary and workforce readiness programs and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 315 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 315 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 315 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 298.
Senate Bill 298 by Senators Doherty and Lundin, also Representatives Lindsay and Lukens, concerning removing the term homosexuality from the definition of sexual conduct in the Colorado Criminal Code.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 298 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 298 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 298 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 317.
House Bill 317 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the transfer of interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in certain cash funds into the general fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 317 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 317 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 317 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 300.
Senate Bill 300 by Senators Carson and Weissman, also Representatives Luck and Camacho, concerning the non-substantive revision of the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 300 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 300 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 300 is adopted. Co-sponsors. The House will stand in a brief recess. Oh, sorry. Please close the machine. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, a quick update. At this time of session, things are moving fast. We are waiting for some bills to come over from the Senate. They are not here yet. So we are going to have a 15-minute recess and then move into seconds. We're going to do a little bit of House business, but you are free to go. I will put us in recess for 15 minutes. Please be back so that we can begin seconds. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 7 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 299 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate Bills.
Signing of bills,
2041.
resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed.
Message from the
on-
Senate will be printed in the journal. The House will stand in a 15-minute recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading.
Message
and
from the
transmitted-
Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be lost in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 304 by Senator Weissman, also Representatives Wilford and Froelich, concerning measures to address the sexual assault kit testing backlog and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 304 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 316 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Taggart and Sirota, concerning requirements for money appropriated in the Department of Higher Education and in connection therewith making adjustments to appropriations made in the Annual General Appropriation Act for the 2025-26 state fiscal year and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 316 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 319 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the administration of the income tax incentive for certain higher education costs incurred by eligible students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 319 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 320 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning commercial motor vehicle transportation and in connection therewith, reinstating and extending the sales and use tax exemption for certain heavy-duty motor vehicles, components, and parts, adjusting the bridge and tunnel impact fee schedule for state fiscal year 2025-26 through 2027-28, and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 320 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Thank you, Mr. Shebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Friday, May 2nd, 2025 at 12:20 p.m. Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 295, Senate Bill 311, Senate Bill 292, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 308, Senate Bill 286, Senate Bill 285, Senate Bill 273, and Senate Bill 276.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on Friday, May 2nd at 12:20 p.m. AML Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon will take the chair.
Come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 310 as amended until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 310 as amended will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 142.
Senate Bill 142 by Senators Baisley and Cutter, also Representative Velasco, concerning changes to the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board's code implementation requirements.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 142.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is just making a small change to the timeline of implementation so that our municipalities and counties have more time to comply with this wildfire code. And also, we're allowing them to enter into cooperative agreements with other governing bodies to make sure that they're able to support their communities. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 142. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 142 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 295.
Senate Bill 295 by Senators Mobley and Burgess, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning transferring money received through the firearms and ammunition excise tax into the mental and behavioral health excise tax cash fund and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 295.
To the bill.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. The bill creates the Behavioral and Mental Health Excise Tax Cash Fund and requires that Proposition KK revenue currently being distributed to an alternative cash fund instead be distributed to this newly created cash fund. On June 30th, 2025, any Prop KK revenue already in the Behavioral and Mental Health Cash Fund must be transferred to the new cash fund. We ask for a yes vote.
Apologies. Representative Byrd, I can't actually hear you. Do you think it's okay, first of all, it's too loud, family. But I could not hear what you just said. If there's anything that you want to repeat, please do. Okay. Sorry. Did she move it? Oh, okay. I really can't hear. Okay, members, we are in Senate Bill 295. Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 295? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 295 is passed. Okay. It's really loud. Is it the mic? Nobody can hear. Is it the microphone or is it just loud?
We okay?
Oh, yeah. We'll speak in closer. We're leaning in.
You can?
I'll take care of it. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 311.
Senate Bill 311 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the balances of inactive cash funds.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
I move Senate Bill 25-311.
We cannot hear up here.
Really?
Thank you. Representative Taggart. Go ahead. I could barely hear your motion. I know you moved the bill. That was for the room, not you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, please speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very straightforward bill that requires the state controller transfer the balance of any repealed cash fund to the general fund. And then the office must submit a report to the Joint Budget Committee that identifies any of these funds and also identify any funds that have not had activity in 2 years, and those dollars as well are to be transferred to the general fund, such that we don't have cash funds that are out there with balances, as we've seen, with absolutely no activity against them. and I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two sort of issues with this that I wanted to put on the record for future conversations. The first is that if these cash funds were designated for, obviously they were designated for particular purposes. And so to sweep them and just put them into the general fund such that there is no understanding that that's where they came from, then this is weird to stand on this side, so I'm just going to move over here. This is where I'm used to, and so it's like you have your chair. This is my chair. All right, I know. It just is odd. So let me start again. When you're a 501c3 and you bring in all sorts of money, when you dissolve, you can't just take that money as the board and use it for whatever purpose. Law requires that you give it to another 501c3. And so similarly, if we're sweeping from a cash fund, especially if that cash fund was an enterprise, wherein people, we don't know. Especially if people gave into that particular fund or there was an expectation that those dollars would go to a particular purpose, it makes sense to me that when you sweep those cash funds, that then it goes and there is some sort of notation on those dollars in the general fund such that there's a recognition that if this was brought in or was designated for this purpose, that it is then held for a similar purpose. Now, I was just talking to the bill drafter about this, and I guess these particular funds, these cash funds were repealed, and we don't actually know where they came from, and they could come from enterprises, or they could not. We don't actually know where they come from. So some of this conversation may be moot. That being said, I do think that it's worth putting on the record for conversations within the JBC that if there is funds or are funds that were designated for a particular purpose, that they be itemized such that that is apparent. Now, it raises a new question, though, if any of these did, in fact, come from enterprises, which I guess we don't know for sure if they did because of the way, but let's just say for our sake of argument and for future consideration within the JBC, if they did, then there was other questions I have related to the transitioning of fees into a bucket that actually was taxes, and whether that is even permissible to transfer what was understood to be a fee for a particular purpose and service or good into the general fund, which is more of a general taxing fund. So some of these things may be particularly relevant to this bill, some may not, but in any case, the JBC is here, and so I'm making those particular statements for any future conversation.
Representative Byrd. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just be responsive to some of the suggestions made. To not pass this bill, members, would be to actually have less transparency in how we are accounting for the funds that the state has. Prior or current law, absent a change created by this law, would just have funds lingering for a purpose that doesn't exist anymore, and bringing those dollars back into the general fund shines a spotlight back on them and makes them all subject to appropriation by the General Assembly and makes us all pay attention to what happens to them, and we take an up or down vote on what we're going to do with that money going forward. And the bill, by its plain text, indicates that there is to be reporting when there is sweeping of any of these funds back into the general fund to the Joint Budget Committee, to the General Assembly, so people will always know where the funds have come from. There will be documentation, and then again, more increased transparency, making sure that funds aren't just lingering in inactive accounts without legislative oversight. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several components, and I truly acknowledge what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. On the enterprise side of things, if funds were to come from an enterprise, our LLS staff would advise us immediately because of the fact that that triggers a TABOR impact immediately, because we're now taking revenue that was not included in the TABOR calculation, and we are in fact bringing it in where it's part of the TABOR calculations, so you can be assured that's going to be its own separate set of bills if it happens, because it has Tabor impact. Taxpayer Bill of Rights, I should say.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 311. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 311 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 292.
Senate Bill 292 by Senators Amabile and Bridges, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the creation of the Workforce Capacity Center.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 292.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill to establish a workforce capacity center that can build up the necessary workforce to develop this system of care for children and youth in Colorado that we have legislated for over the last session or two. And this is modeled after a similar program set up in the state of Ohio to develop such a workforce. And so we believe this is an important pathway to ensure that children and youth in Colorado are getting the necessary high-fidelity wraparound services that they require, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 292? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. 292 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 130.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman, also Representatives Froelich and Zokai, concerning providing emergency medical services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
The committee will go into a brief recess.
All right.
The committee will come back to order. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 130.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a real honor to present Senate Bill 130 today, members. This strengthens emergency medical care protections for all Coloradans and reaffirms a fundamental principle that if somebody is experiencing an emergency and they need care, that they should be able to access that care without discrimination or delay, and that nobody should be turned away from our emergency rooms based on who they are or what they can pay. So what this bill does is it requires hospitals, freestanding emergency departments, and community clinics to provide emergency medical services. Specifically, it requires a log documenting patient outcomes, it prohibits discrimination, it ensures that patients are not questioned about their ability to pay before receiving treatment, and it establishes clear standards around when and how a patient can be transferred or discharged. This bill was written to prioritize patient safety and stabilization above all else. And I do want to note that this is codifying federal EMTALA within our state laws and was modeled after federal EMTALA. With this bill, we can ensure that no person in Colorado is bleeding out in a parking lot because they were denied the life-saving care that they needed. At its core, this bill is about protecting every person to receive the emergency medical care that they need when they need it. And we urge an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We do have some terminology that needs to be synced up throughout the bill, and as a result, I move L11 to Senate Bill 130, and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Froelich. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This confirms the definition of facility. It removes language about CDPHE's rulemaking in two places, and it makes it clear that Facilities who are not federally required to have a list of on-call physicians this does not change their obligations, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this amendment, I just have a few questions. When we're changing the definition of a facility, are we looking then at facilities that move with wheels or helicopters? Curious on when we're redefining facilities, going back into committee discussions, when we do stabilization care, I'm more speaking on rural health right now because I will say it's very disingenuous when we say we're going to let patients die in a parking lot. I speak for EMS, I'll speak for the rural areas.
Representative Johnson, please do not call your colleagues disingenuous. No one is calling anyone disingenuous. We're going to use respectful language of our colleagues in the well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that I just want to make sure we're not being disingenuous to any of our first responders either, or anyone who provides health care, that they are not going to follow their Hippocratic oath. And I want to make sure we're being respectful of them as well across the state. Going though with this bill, I'm curious on what the definitions of what they're saying is one of these locations, because we call them hospitals on wheels, hospitals with wings. And I'm just curious if we're going to touch those as well. Having been EMS in a rural area, I know we do not always stabilize on site. We stabilize while we move, and I just want to make sure we're not touching any of that with this language.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are making it clear that a facility is any place that is licensed and presents itself as able to provide emergency medical services, whether it's a traditional ER in a hospital, a freestanding ER, or any other licensed location that says it offers emergency care. This amendment has been heavily negotiated with the Hospital Association and the Governor's Office. I don't know if we're allowed to say names of things.
Not names of
It's been heavily negotiated, and we ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just am still confused because you say anyone who provides emergency medical services as a location. I just want to know, does this apply to our ambulances or our helicopters who are also treating this, because they are emergency managed units? And I just want to know if this scope with this amendment is going to also go on them, or if we're talking only on locations set in soil and we're not talking about those who are en route.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the passage of L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L011 is passed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very much then confused when we say emergency medical providing site versus location and facility. I would love to know if that's cleaned up, because I don't want to put any undue burden on any of our emergency management services, be it on the wheels or with helicopter. With that said, and looking at it, I also want to make sure that when we are looking at federal state statute, because this is touching into it, and we talk about stabilization factors, I did bring it up in committee, and I'm very concerned on that stabilization factor. Does that mean, and I still don't have an answer, somebody who is en route with a patient in the back of a cab, paramedic, ambulance, and they're heading to a facility, but due to the patient's circumstance and the facility they're going to, who may not be equipped to do what they're asking, especially in this building when we're talking about pregnancy, and we are losing OB units huge in rural Colorado. We're losing them. So I just want to know if this places an undue burden that they have to touch base, unload, get stabilized at a facility, and then reload, or if we can trust our EMS personnel to make that call to route them to the appropriate hospital. I also know in committee we mentioned that we are sending people to different hospitals because they don't want to touch them. In rural Colorado, I find this very complexing because we are not equipped like Denver hospitals. We are barely functioning sometimes with the health care we can provide to rural communities, and I want to make sure when we say stabilization or we can't reroute, that we're not then hurting the patient, saying we're not putting them to a better facility, because in these instances, time matters. And I want to make sure that we are pointing that out. Did not get the clearest answer in committee, and I just want to make sure that we are looking at that aspect as well for rural Colorado. And I would like to know if the speakers can give any light to that, because I'm very, very worried on the government burdensome regulations we're going to be adding with this bill to our rural facilities.
Any further discussion? Representative Johnson.
Okay, so I'm not going to get a response, so I do want to offer, I move L018 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second. Please proceed. It is displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another aspect that this bill does is add extra language on what can be considered emergency medical service provided in crisis. This amendment says that a healthcare provider shall obtain written consent from the patient's parent or legal guardian if the patient is under 18 years old, or the patient's emergency contact. I think we need to make sure we're doing everything that we can to ensure the respect and the patient's wishes when emergencies happen, and that's why we also have the parents involved, the emergency contacts, because I get patients can be unconscious or not be in the right set of mind to make these decisions, but I want to make sure we are honoring their wishes as well when we're looking at service, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the first part that is wrong in this is that EMTALA has nothing to do with sterilization. So if we're mirroring federal EMTALA, sterilization should be taken out. It has nothing to do with it. Federal government just came down and said, we are not going to be performing any of these things on children anymore. We're going to strip your federal funding. So if we want to keep pushing, let's keep pushing, because he's going to come and he's going to strip your federal funding as of yesterday. I urge a yes vote on this. You better protect yourselves.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are asking for a no vote on Amendment L18. This is current law and unnecessary. Minors' parents are already currently notified.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L018 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I heard in committee was this mirrors federal law, mirrors federal law, mirrors federal law. It doesn't mirror federal law. This is an abortion bill to the nth degree. It has sterility in this bill, which has nothing in federal EMTALA whatsoever. There's nothing in federal EMTALA talking about sterility whatsoever. And the part I have the biggest problem with is that we are a pro-death state. We don't want to save babies, and it's clear on page 9 when we talk about abortion. Emergency medical condition means a medical condition manifesting itself by acute signs and symptoms of sufficient severity, including severe pain, such that the absence of immediate medical attention could be reasonably be expected to result in placing the health of the person, woman, in serious jeopardy, serious impairment of bodily functions, or serious dysfunction of any bodily organ or part, or with respect to a pregnant person, woman, who is having contractions, there is adequate time to effectuate a safe transfer to another facility before delivery, or that transferring the patient may pose a threat to the health or safety of the patient. Where's the baby in all this? Where are we stabilizing the baby? Because this is listed under abortion. So the biggest problem I have with this bill is that where are we stabilizing the safety of the baby? All we're talking about is aborting the baby. And the safety should be for both patients. In fact, there was a testimony from a doctor, an OBGYN from Texas, who performs abortions, that said there are 2 patients involved. That's what her testimony was. She said there are 2 patients when there is a pregnant woman. There is the patient and there is a baby. Dr. Lauren Thaxton said that on the record. She said there are 2 patients that we're caring for. We're trying to stabilize both the pregnant woman and the baby. So I wanted to know why emergency medical condition is listed under abortion when there is a pregnant woman going into labor, why we are not talking about stabilizing both the woman and the baby. Because EMTALA is very clear that the fetus should be considered as well. So why is this all about abortion? Why is the woman who is going into labor not being stabilized along with her baby? Why are we talking about sterility? Why are we talking about aborting babies in the middle of an emergency situation? This is not a woman who has gone in and said, I want my baby to die, I'm done, I don't want to have a baby anymore. This is a woman in the middle of labor that needs medical treatment, and now we have included a woman in the middle of medical treatment, in the middle of labor, and we have included her under abortion. So if she loses consciousness or is hemorrhaging, abortion is what she is listed under. That is abhorrent to me. I cannot believe we're doing this under the guise of EMTALA, under the guise of federally legislated laws. And I hope we get our funding stripped. This is ridiculous to let women not have a choice in this state. A woman in labor is listed under abortion. With respect to a pregnant woman who is having contractions, there is inadequate time to effectuate a safe transfer to another facility before delivery, or that transferring the patient may pose a threat to the health or safety of the patient. This is listed under abortion. Dr. Lauren Thaxton said 2 patients are involved, and she performs abortion. 2 patients are involved. Big problems with this part of the bill. And EMTALA clearly states, so if we're mirroring federal law, which I heard over and over, EMTALA mandates that hospitals with emergency departments provide care to all patients, including pregnant women. So on that note, I'm going to move L014 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Scott.
Please proceed.
Back up. I move that we strike person and substitute woman. If we're going to, well, for many reasons, because women have babies, but if we're going to mirror federal law, and we don't want our funding stripped, because we are on the target, baby, then let's put pregnant women in, because pregnant women are the people having babies. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also support this amendment. It's interesting that, that persons cannot get pregnant, but women can. Not all persons can, but women can. They're the ones who actually get pregnant. And this is bizarre, some of the language in this bill. One of the things that gets me is how you're literally taking rights away from women, the ones that get pregnant, over pregnant issues. This is again, it's the bizarro world that this building is. But yeah, I strongly urge a aye vote on this amendment, and hopefully we get a big, strong no on the bill too.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L0. Oh, Representative Froelich.
Thank you. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L014 is lost. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
I figured I knew where that was going, but don't blame me when the federal funding gets dried up. All right, back to the bill. So EMTALA requires some provisions, except this one took out stabilizing the fetus. They're going to say that EMTALA took it out. I completely disagree. It's medical negligence to not treat the fetus. Everyone knows that. The fetus is a patient as well. The fetus should be treated. The fetus should be stabilized. If we're all about treating the patient and, oh, people are bleeding out and dying, you know, outside of hospitals, and we need to be treating patients, and people are aborting with coat hangers, then let's treat all the patients. Let's treat all the patients. I don't believe that people are dying in parking lots because we just asked for another $25 million for safety net providers, because people are providing health care in the state of Colorado. If we weren't, then people would be bleeding out in parking lots, and we'd hear about it on 9 News because they love to report on stuff like that. If we're going to be intentional with who we are treating, then it shouldn't just be about abortion in the state of Colorado. We're a pro-choice state, free state for all. Then we should be including the babies. The babies are the patient too, especially when women go into labor. The babies and the fetuses should be stabilized as well. I move amendment L015 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My daughter had a heartbeat, Sometimes we treat endangered turtles in the state better than babies. The babies deserve to be stabilized. They have a heartbeat. They can breathe on their own they can breathe on their own once they're out. They deserve to be stabilized. The mom is in labor. They deserve to have the treatment and not die like a flailing fish. If we're talking about equality for all patients and not have them dying in parking lots, then let's make sure the babies are stabilized too. Equality for all in the free state of Colorado. I urge an aye vote on this amendment for the babies. We heard it up here a couple days ago, for the babies. Let's see if they're going to vote for the babies.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do urge an aye vote on this amendment, but I don't like the word fetus. I prefer the word baby. That's what it is. But I would urge an aye vote on this amendment for the same reasons. I just keep coming back to this. I don't understand a people that discard babies so easily. I don't understand that. It goes beyond my scope. And then somehow, and I don't get this, somehow when I say that, I'm a bad guy. I love the babies, and that makes me a bad guy. I defend the babies, and that makes me a bad guy. And the people that are making sure that we murder them, that's the good guys. I don't understand this. It strongly goes against the Bible, goes against the morality of humanity. It undercuts humanity in a general sense because we're killing our own children. We're murdering our own children. I really don't understand that. And it makes me question a lot of things about people in a general sense that think this is not just okay. I used to see that in society, that people used to think, that this is the way I looked at it. People think, well, I guess this is okay. That's not what I've seen coming in this building. In this building, we go after it. We are hungry for this, the blood of our children, and I don't understand that. It's truly bizarre to me. And so I'm an aye vote on this amendment, but I wish it said babies and not fetus.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I disappointed the representative from El Paso. I'll confer with you next time. Sorry. I can't imagine being in an emergency situation, being in an ambulance or going to the hospital and them aborting my little baby girl or any four of my boys. I cannot imagine that. I cannot believe this is actually listed under abortion. I cannot believe we've become a state where we don't give a choice. And I know the good representative is about to come up here and talk a little bit more about this, but my daughter is a patient. She would have been a patient. She's a baby, 10 fingers and 10 toes. It's unbelievable to me that fetus or baby would have been exempted from this bill. And I know the people of Colorado are watching, and I am grateful for that. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo what our good colleague just stated. When looking at healthcare, I know I took the Hippocratic oath that we do no harm. And when we're looking at prenatal care, a bill we looked at earlier today, it is looking at the health care of not just the expecting mother, but the baby, the fetus as well. So we're looking at emergency medical services because healthcare should align when we do one thing and not another. It should be one thing and then another. So we need to be looking at this and saying we're going to try to do best for both patients. Could be 3 patients if there's twins, but the point is it should be best for both patients. There are 2 heartbeats. They both have vitals, both the mother and the expected baby. And we need to make sure that we are offering that care as well, even in times of emergency medical services, because it also baffles me that we can't cross that it's up to some when a life matters or does not matter. And when we say, you know, when an expected mother is murdered, that's 2 homicides. So why are we not saying then for the Hippocratic Oath, that is 2 lives? Why are we not trying to preserve both? I strongly urge a yes vote on this.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In Colorado, fertilized eggs, embryos do not have derivative rights. That's the law of Colorado. The last time the Medical Society did rulemaking on EMTALA was in July of 2019 under our current president, Donald Trump, and both abortion and sterilization are mentioned in that federal rulemaking. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L015 fails. To the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the bill, when we're looking at any medical procedure, being emergency or not, the patient's wishes and rights should always be considered. I move L020 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is stating that if a pregnant woman presents to a facility with an abortion directive, then they have to honor that. We already have these directives, advanced directives, when we say don't resuscitate, don't do a blood transfusion. We need to honor the right of the patients that we are treating, even in times of crisis. This says if a woman wants to protect their baby, puts their baby, if you have to get into that decision, which I hope no woman ever has to, but it does happen, in a situation that says we can save one or the other, but not both. I can speak from experience from friends that I've talked to, many women across the state that I've talked to saying they will always put their child first. And so this is very discerning that we don't have that protection already, especially in a state that seeks to kill so often and does not want to preserve the right to life. This would allow then a woman to very simply state through an abortion directive that they do not want an abortion no matter the situation. And because we already do this, with if someone has a heart attack, in case somebody decides goes unconscious from choking, do not resuscitate. We honor that as any medical professional. Do not do a blood transfusion because of religious reasons. We honor that. We need to do the same thing when we're talking about anything dealing with medical procedures, that we first put the right to the patient. And if we're going to say we're a state for women's rights, give them all of their rights, allow for their decisions to be set, and let's not trample over them, anybody, because someone thinks that they know better. If a woman wants to put her baby first, everybody should honor that, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank the representative from Morgan County for allowing us to have this discussion and for sharing her ideas prior. Folks, emergency care can't be delayed. That's one of the central reasons we're running this bill. Another central reason we're running this bill is to let medical providers do their job. We don't want to legislate these medical decisions. And as a side note, which is actually very significant, in Texas, sepsis rates have risen by 50%. That is because care is being denied. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a yes vote. Let's not set the precedent that we don't put patients first. If we're saying that pregnant women cannot put the life of their child above their own, we're also saying those who go into cardiac arrest, those who need resuscitation, that we don't honor that will as well, and we can bypass those rights, and that gets into a whole other civil suit. We're saying that those who don't want blood transfusions because of religious reasons don't get that right because we want someone else to make that decision for them. This aligns with what we already do, allowing people to have full autonomy over their body. I strongly urge a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because I like truth and facts, I just talked to somebody last night about the sepsis issue in Texas, and it is mostly because of botched abortions. It's because of tearing of uterine walls. It's because of leaving body parts inside women. That's why sepsis happens. So I agree with the sponsor. Yep, sepsis is an issue. So let's pass this amendment so we can stop that. So we can stop what she said. Not how she described it, because that's not true. But we need to pass this because we need to stop the sepsis.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L020 fails. To the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a shame that we are not letting women have their full rights of choice, but they need to have that right, especially when it comes to functions of their body. I move L020 to Senate Bill, I move L021 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Okay, that is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is another advance directive that should a sterilization need to take place, the woman should have full choice on this. The man should have full choice because sterilization can happen to both sides of it. And when we're talking about making sure that patients are put first and have full choice and directive over what is done to their body, then we should allow them to make this decision. I want to make it clear to people when making these advanced decisions, they're usually not done in times of crisis. They can be, but often they are done well ahead of any case in the hopes that nothing ever happens. But because they're so steadfast in their principle, so steadfast in taking care of their own health, so steadfast in what they know they want with their conviction, that they know ahead of time of what they want. This allows them to have that full say, and I want to say that I do urge a yes vote strongly on this one, because if we can't allow them to have the full right, and we're going to put it all into providers, then think about the children who do want this. Think when they have over-enchanter. I do say children because I've seen children who are denied when they need certain things, and I don't want to take the right of them ever having a child in the future because of something that was done in the moment, and maybe other considerations could have been done. Is there science behind why this would have to happen in a time of crisis? I have not seen any. I've looked across different states. Why would sterilization be considered an emergency medicine procedure that needs to be done in a conflicting situation with limited time to fully look at it? Usually this would be in a stabilization aspect. They would be stabilized, have time to do this. Oftentimes, comparing it to amputation as well. They usually have time to do this. There are very few cases, and I want to make sure we're not making rushed decisions without looking at the full science as well. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I looked in EMTALA. There's nothing about sterility in there. I agree with my good representative from the caucus. This should be an acceptable and very reasonable amendment. We should have some safeguards. There should be some guardrails around this. There has got to be, in an emergency situation, there's got to be a guardrail around this. We talked about this in committee. If we're going to mirror federal law, and we're very uncertain where federal funding is going to go, and everyone is up in arms about federal funding. Oh, hello, President. The President is here, everyone. If we're going to be worried about federal funding, then we've got to take into account when we're trying to mirror federal law that we're mirroring federal law. I urge an aye vote on this very reasonable amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L021 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 11, there's a severability clause of any provision of the application of this act to any person or circumstance is held invalid. The invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of the act that can be given. For that, I would like to run Amendment L013 and ask for it to be displayed. Move.
Why don't you just go ahead and restate that
I'm just
motion,
going to go ahead and just restate that
Thank
for
you.
everyone that's listening as they eat.
I wouldn't want the millions of people watching at home to be confused. So.
Mr. Chair, there are millions of people watching, I assure you. I am going to move L013 and ask for it to be displayed on the Jumbotron.
It is on the Jumbotron. Please proceed.
Thank you. I am going to add a non-severability clause so that we can just dot those I's and cross those T's, baby. And urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comes back to me to what we've been saying so many times here, and I do try to get this out publicly as much as possible. We are already having funding taken away from this state. if we don't figure some of this stuff out, we're going to continue to have funding taken away from the state. Let me say this clearly for video purposes. The Republicans are trying to keep federal funding. We are trying to keep federal funding. We're doing everything we can in this room to keep federal funding. Later, when it's blamed on us that federal funding is taken away, let me explain right now. We're trying to keep federal funding, but we keep running bills that are hurting our federal funding. They're taking away our federal funding. And since the Republicans in this House cannot get amendments like this passed without the approval of the Democrats in this House, then we just need to make sure that you know, public, that the Republicans are fighting to keep our federal funding. Under all circumstances, through all bills, we're trying to keep federal funding. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment as part of the ingredients necessary to keep federal funding. We think our state needs it. We think our state will go bankrupt without it. And so we would like to keep federal funding. And so there has to come a point when you vote on amendments like this. Why? Because enough is enough, and we must reclaim Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L013 is lost. To the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, since if something in this bill is found unconstitutional or against federal measures, we're still going to move forward. I need to make sure that we are still protecting our hospitals, our safety net providers, and all of our emergency services across the state. I move L017 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment, because we are actually expanding the scope that state and federal already are saying we have to do when it comes to services, and we are, because we're expanding it, this is saying that if this bill does anything that will put one of our hospitals out in direct because of the overburdensome regulations, that then this bill is null and void. That we need to make sure that we are looking at the consequences, that what we're doing and adding extra red tape to our facilities who are trying to do their best to provide services, especially to those in time of crisis. We need to make sure that if this happens, we would need to come back to the drawing board. If because of this bill, one of our facilities close, this is that protection mechanism to ensure we come back and talk about it and not just let more hospitals close in a time that we are already losing healthcare services across our state, across our nation. This is good governance. This is forward thinking, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have 22 hospitals, especially in rural Colorado, barely operating above the red. We are painting ourselves into a corner. The least we can do is put provisions like this on bills like this. I mean, I hear it all the time. We're so worried about federal funding being stripped. It's coming. We better tighten up the belt loops because it is a coming. That train is a coming to Colorado. The least we can do is put an amendment on this and clarify, because rural Colorado, you talk about bridging it, we're about to bomb the bridge. Rural Colorado is about to be hit. 22 hospitals barely functioning above the red line. Let's make this amendment, except one of them, in the spirit of bipartisanship. In the spirit of reclaiming Colorado, in the spirit of bipartisanship, in the spirit of this being the last Friday we have got to be together, let's have a kumbaya moment. Kumbaya, he's shaking his head no.
We're all going to miss each other, I'm sure.
Last Friday, guys, last Friday. In the spirit of the last, if you don't want me to sing at the well, in the spirit of last Friday, let's do this together. Let's do it for our country. Let's do it for Colorado. Vote yes on this amendment. For the babies, vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for those who are not blessed enough to be on our great Health and Human Services Committee, I do want to just give a quick summary of what we were talking about. And many people were scared that different hospitals will redirect patients based on different criteria. And that was very much an urban issue because that same criteria does not apply to my rural hospitals. The criteria they use is, are they equipped to handle the services needed in a certain emergency management situation? Are they able to do all of these things? Mind you, when we're talking about abortion, sterilization, it kind of, a little bit slap in the face for rural Colorado when we can't even deliver our own babies because we have our hospitals closing that offer OB units. That means we would have to reroute. We would have to send them to an urban hospital that can do any of these kind of procedures, even in times of fires. And you're looking at, I say basic, they should be basic, looking at how to handle a fire recovery and high crash situations. We have to redirect. The way that this bill is set up is it's treating us all as a one-size-fits-all on why a hospital might redirect. It is going to add extra burdensome to our administration at hospitals when they have to go back and review why was that patient redirected. And especially in rural Colorado, we don't have the staff to do extra paperwork when we're trying to just get patients seen and treat them. This will add extra burden, and I want to make sure we have that safety in here that should this bill close, especially any of our rural hospitals, but this applies to any hospital across the state, that we need to come back as a body and relook at this because we cannot afford for the people of Colorado to be taking away more of their health services. So this is good governance because, as we mentioned in committee, and no one could actually answer on the rural side, when we have to redirect because we're not equipped, and now we have to do extra paperwork, which means we have less boots on the ground, less scrubs in the floor, especially for emergency situations, because they're stuck behind a computer doing what this body is trying to tell them they have to do more of, paperwork, that we cannot keep this up. And so this is just saying, if this bill directly is the reason that one or more of our hospitals close, we need to come back and relook at it. I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just being
Sorry,
polite.
Assistant Minority Leader, I apologize.
No worries, sir. Just being polite. Yes, here's the deal. Is we see things closing down all the time in rural Colorado. I came up here during Long Bill, asked for money to keep an OB ward open. Actually, there was a big TV expose about the Ark Valley Health Center and losing their OB ward. And they actually had a mother on there that was talking about how, she had an emergent birth. And now that this facility is shut down, she's driving, can't remember how many hundreds of miles a month to get treatment and see an OB doctor in Pueblo. So, we've been saying it all along. If these bills have an ill effect outside of, the Metroplex or the Front Range, that we need to retake a look at some of this legislation. And all this is just doing is giving us a safety net. If we want to talk about a safety net, this is just telling us, okay, here's the deal is, this is the policy. You all believe in the policy, but we've seen policy in here have ill effects. So if you all believe in the policy and you don't think that there will be any ill effects, I just don't see why we shouldn't be able to put something in a bill like this that would allow us to revisit these issues if there's any problems that arise from, just unthought out processes or all the traps weren't run. This is just a safety net for us because we're always getting caught up on the backside of things.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L017 fails. To the bill. Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Dr.
Mr. Chair. You can call me Mr. Chair. I'll take that today.
All right.
Whatever you want, I'll take it.
I know you're pretty flexible with names, so cool. So I do have some concerns. I was looking at the bill as introduced and the re-engrossed bill, and I noticed in the bill that was introduced, there was an exception for sincerely held religious belief. And an emergency department shall implement a protocol to ensure a healthcare provider is available at all times who is willing and able to provide emergency medical services in accordance with this section. This section does not require a healthcare provider to provide emergency medical services if the emergency medical service conflicts with the healthcare provider's sincerely held religious beliefs. And that was stripped from the re-engrossed bill, and I'd really be curious to know why. I don't know if bill sponsor wants to have that conversation about why it was stripped.
Would you like to continue, Representative Garcia-Sander? Rep. Froelich?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. It's our understanding that those provisions are in Colorado law.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Just did a quick search and did not find it in EMTALA, which this is supposed to align with. And so wanted to offer an amendment just to ensure that it is clear and in alignment with this particular legislation. And with that, I respectfully move L016 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. The Jumbotron has it displayed. Please proceed.
I love that you called it the Jumbotron. Shout out to the good rep from the Four Corners area.
Please proceed.
So, thank you. So this simply just inserts that, that section again, that it does not require a healthcare provider to provide emergency medical services if the emergency medical services conflict with the healthcare provider's sincerely held religious beliefs. This is really important to some of our religious hospitals. We've got St. Anthony, St. Mary's, a lot of hospitals that are in our state, and they would find themselves in conflict, and we can't afford to continue putting our rural care healthcare centers in the places where they're going to have to either comply or close, and that is a huge concern for me. I know it's a huge concern for others. Just want to also say I'd love for this to be considered. I don't know who all is listening. Hello? Hello? Thank you. This is something I really hope that we can find some bipartisan concurrence on. Last night I was driving home and was listening to a radio station that's the national public type, and there's this radio show, it's like something about in the middle, and people are dying for us to come to the middle and have not left, not right, but common sense legislation. So I'm really hoping that we can find some common ground on this. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the representative from Jefferson's discussion on this. The Catholic hospitals have, I just did Garcia. I meant Weld. I'm so sorry. There's a couple things happening here. One, we are talking about facilities, not individual providers. And all of the Catholic hospitals have signed off on this bill. And it's worth having a conversation with them because they would not like this language, I think. But, and the language in the bill is what we have agreed upon, and it's also, there is a section that says to the facility's ability, and our Catholic hospitals do not provide certain circumstances, and that is allowed for in the bill. So this is not something what we want to do. We don't want to stray from our already negotiated language, and so we ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I stand in support of this amendment, and I would ask you to at least consider it until we get a chance to talk with our Catholic hospitals. I sit on the board of one of the biggest ones, and I want the opportunity to talk to the CEO and see how he feels about this situation. So if you reject it right now, and I find out that this is in conflict with our Catholic hospitals, mine being one of the largest, we're going to bring it back as thirds, because I will not put our hospitals, our faith-based hospitals, in a difficult situation. So please understand, if you don't accept it and we find out something different, we're going to come back again.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative. I'm confident in our sign-off and our negotiations, so I will hold to my no vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if we are going to keep aligning with federal state statute that's already in place, while also redoing the definition of what an emergency medical service entails, I think we need to make sure that while we're protecting also those who say don't resuscitate, those who say don't have blood transfusions, we need to protect those who also have a religious belief or just want to be a parent and protect them in that ability as well. And these hospitals are based on that. Our religious hospitals are at those principles in front, and I don't think it's right to force them to do something that goes against any of their beliefs. So to align with state and federal, and so we don't have to come back again, because we don't have money to contest this. We don't have money for the courts. To be ahead of the game, prudent legislators, I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to believe the bill sponsored. I have a hard time believing that the CEO of a Catholic hospital is okay with carving out religious beliefs. I mean, this is in our Anti-Discrimination Act. We have religious exemptions. We saw it during COVID. I'm a healthcare worker. I mean, we are protected. Healthcare workers and hospitals are protected from providing care that violates their religious beliefs. One doesn't trump the other. So I have a hard time, and I think that we're going to be back here on third readings after the good representative from Grand Junction, I see him on his phone right now, figures out that we're going to have to come back and beg for an amendment on third. So I think in the spirit of due diligence for our big Catholic hospitals, and in the spirit of not having more lawsuits on the grounds of religious beliefs, we need to accept this amendment. We saw it during COVID. They said, we're going to mandate you, and the good people of Colorado said, the heck you are. You are violating my religious beliefs that are still surprisingly afforded to us in this state somehow. The Catholic hospitals are not going to sit back and let this happen. They are going to sue, and they have the money to do so. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Let's do what's right for the hospitals that are struggling, but I promise we'll find the money to sue the state.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L016. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L016 fails. Representative, to the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we are moving fast in these last 5 days of session, I want to make sure that any intents in this bill are recognized and that we don't have to come back again for any potential courts, or we see it all the time. We saw in the beginning of session coming back to clean up bills because we rush them through. I move L024 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed on the big board.
I believe the correct term is jumbotron, Representative Johnson? No, I'm saying.
Jumbotron.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please proceed. It is displayed.
Thank you. So this is saying in the ledge deck, not in the statute, that anything this is doing is not going to affect our emergency medical service providers that are en route. So this is only going to be applied to facilities set in soil, not for our ambulances, not for our helicopters, not for our first responders who show up on a site, but for those set facilities. We need to make sure that the intent is clear, that there is no discussion on this, and very much I would appreciate and want a yes vote for our first responders to ensure that we're not putting undue burden on them, and that it's clear in black and white what this bill is going to affect.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this amendment needs to be accepted and urge a yes vote on it. The sponsor had asked several times if helicopters, other mobile assets were carved out. The answer we got was just a repetition, not an acknowledgement of whether that was true or not. So please vote yes. Make this clear.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are asking for a no vote on this amendment. The definition of facility currently in the bill clearly is not referencing hospitals and ambulances, and so we do not believe that this is necessary, and CDPHE separately licenses ambulances. This bill is not touching anything here. It is touching facilities, which is clearly defined.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. So if there is no reason, which I've read this many times, I've actually gone back to my Northeast area, House District 63, read it for them. I get the intent, what's set, but when there's vagueness, once it hits the department to decide, it is out of our hands as a body. I am asking, even if the sponsors are saying this is just going to be a belt buckle, and strap kind of bill, let's make it clear, because I've read through this. I've had other first responders read through this. There is some ambiguity. I get the intent, but let's just be set in what this is. This is why we're asking for the alleged deck, not for statute. It doesn't affect anything in the bill itself. It's just saying if this comes to a point of contention or question, we have already gave that answer, so we don't have to take it to the courts or have possible issues in the future.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L024. All those in favor say aye. A division has been requested. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. In the opinion of the chair, I had already called the question. The division came too late. We have heard the ayes. All those in favor, or all those opposed to L024 say no. The noes have it. L024 is lost. To the bill. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to run Amendment L023 to Senate Bill 130 and ask that it be properly displayed. I would like to move L023 to 130 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm talking to the people of Colorado as I run this amendment. My caucus has said numerous times throughout this session that we do not want to see federal funding stripped from this state. We fought hard against a piece of legislation that literally said we're going to put money aside. That way, when we poke the eye of the current administration enough, that we have the money to fight them for them stripping what we provoked. So this is essentially the severability clause. If we lose any federal funding caused by anything in this bill, any provision of this bill, it will be repealed by the reviser of statutes. If the sponsors believe that there's no conflict with this piece of legislation and that the federal delegation isn't going to step in and take funds away, to me, this is a common sense amendment. This is an amendment that says, I mean, in my opinion, taking this amendment doubles down on that you're right. Doubles down. Taking this amendment actually flies it in the face of my caucus because you're saying challenge accepted. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. It'd sure be nice to see that, and I think that, to the sponsors, it would cement your position that there won't be any funding taken, and to the people of Colorado, we just want you to know that my caucus wants to make sure that federal funding stays in this state, and we've done everything we can on every bill that we could to run the severability clause. So I urge an aye vote.
A division has been requested. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the passage of L023. A division has been requested. And as soon as the chair finds the right words to say, we will do it. Just kidding. What? 6? Okay. The question before us is the adoption of L023. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of L023, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. There are extra points for dancing. Please be seated. L023 is lost. To the bill, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing for the Jumbotron. I just want to speak to the bill. So, colleagues, I do oppose this bill. We've heard a lot about what it is or may not be, but it's a layer of bureaucracy we do not need. Well, I believe emergency medical services should be delivered to those who need, and I don't think that's in debate. I can't support a bill that needlessly duplicates federal law and places yet another unsustainable burden on our already strained rural health care system. So let's start with the basics. The fundamental protections outlined in this bill already exist in federal law. That's been said repeatedly, that this just mirrors federal law. Since '86, the Federal Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, EMTALA, has required hospitals to provide emergency care to anybody that walks through the door, regardless of their ability to pay, their citizenship status, or anything else. It's the law of the land currently, and any hospital receiving Medicare funds, and that's just about every one of them, already follows it under penalty of federal enforcement. We can't afford to duplicate things in this state. We don't have the money to do it, and it puts a burden on our hospitals. SB 130 isn't going to improve the system. It layers a second state-level enforcement regime that's going to add complexity, compliance costs, and legal risk to healthcare providers that are simply trying to keep their doors open. And that is a true problem in rural Colorado, where margins are tight and resources are scarce. So let's talk about these rural providers that seem to be ignored quite often. And these are rural providers are by definition around the edges of our state and are going to draw folks from outside the state into Colorado for treatment that may not be compensated. So in my district and in many of yours, hospitals are closing. Labor and delivery units are shutting down. We've seen that in the assistant minority leaders area already. Nurses are driving for hours and hours to cover shifts. Clinics are rationing care already. Emergency rooms are being asked to do more with less every single day. Yet here we are debating a bill that mandates additional protocols, additional compliance, record keeping, legal liability, and gives the state attorney general sweeping new enforcement authority on top of what the federal government already has in place. Now, the fiscal note looks pretty low. 74,000 here, 55,000 there, but that's just the state administration. The real cost is going to be borne by our hospitals and our clinics that don't have compliance departments. They're struggling just to man their frontline staff. They don't have lawyers on retainer. They don't have surplus cash, that's for sure. To update policy manuals and to train their providers on duplicative mandates. You know what they do have, though? They have waiting rooms that are full of patients, leaky roofs, and nurses running on 4 hours of sleep. That's the reality of rural health care today. The bill doesn't help them. It just piles more on top of them. No one in this chamber is advocating to deny emergency care to anyone, and there's not a provider in this state that's going to see someone in distress and not render assistance. That's not who we are as Coloradans. But we should also be honest about what the bill actually does. It adds bureaucracy. It opens the door to more litigation from our own state on our own people, and it diverting resources from care to compliance. We're not improving access to emergency care with this bill. We're making it harder for rural providers to keep their doors open in the first place. If it's truly the goal to access emergency care and to make sure that that's always there, then why are we pushing a bill that ensures that it's going to be more expensive and more legally risky to provide? I would say this is well-intentioned, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say what the intent is. So it is what it is, and that's unnecessary and potentially harmful to the very communities that it claims to serve. So for the sake of our rural hospitals and for the sake of patients who need real access, not more paperwork, I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 130. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 130 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 308.
Senate Bill 308 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Taggart and Sirota, concerning measures related to certain state medical assistance program federal authorizations and in connection therewith funding services from savings realized from state medical assistance program federal authorizations and making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 308.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So between 2022 and 2024, the General Assembly passed 3 bills directing HCPF to apply for a Section 1115 waiver to our Medicaid program to expand Medicaid coverage for health-related social needs and reentry services. These services are already implemented and supported with state funds in DOC, DOLA, and CDHS. Now that the waivers have been approved, the state can receive partial Medicaid funding. In order to draw down the federal match, current state funds that are utilized to provide the services must be reinvested to support additional HRSN and reentry services. In the end, total state spending remains the same, but now federal funds are leveraged and services will be expanded, and the bill provides for a series of transfers to reinvest the savings in these expanded services. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on 308, Senate Bill 308? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 308. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 308 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 286.
Senate Bill 286 by Senators Henriksen and Snyder, also Representative Byrd, concerning money collected by the state in relation to petroleum products.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 286.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this actually is a very simple bill to help keep our air quality clean. During the summer months, we have challenges keeping air clean, and as a result, the state is mandated to sell and distribute reformulated natural gas. We do have some people in this space who ignore that rule and import gas that is non-compliant with regulations to which the state is subject, bring that in and sell that and use it and contribute to our state's air quality program, or problem rather. So what this bill does is seek to allow the state to levy a $5,000 per day fine for a first offense. And I have an amendment that I would like to make that addresses this part of the bill. So with that, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L08 has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is delays implementation of the imposition of the fine, or delays when the fine could be levied, and also provides that the division will be giving those who could be subject to the fine advance notice, so that there's a period of education and awareness and some time to change practices and come into compliance, really trying to work with people so that this isn't a punitive system. People have time to become aware of the change in law and then become compliant. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L8 passes. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is all I have to say about the bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Brooks, it's customary in this chamber for the sponsor to speak last, but I will recognize you nonetheless. Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, that was just a bill introduction. That is it. So I have not trampled upon said tradition, I don't think. If I did, I do apologize. Look, I wanted to explain to my caucus why I'm a no vote on this. It's not the most egregious, but I did vote no. Overall, the regulatory burden that this bill seeks to add on fuel retailers in non-attainment areas, given the division, that $5,000 a day, it's framed up in environmental compliance. It could severely impact small businesses for issues potentially that are outside of their control. Just not a fan. I'll be a no. Not going to ramble on about it, but I did want to at least explain to my caucus why I show up as a no vote on our paperwork. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 286? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 286 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 285.
Senate Bill 285 by Senator Roberts, also Representatives Lukens and Soper, concerning updating the fee schedule for the fees paid by retail food establishments.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 285.
To the bill. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is in relation to the state's retail food program, which is currently funded at only 40% of its operational needs. This puts Coloradans at increased risk of foodborne illnesses, which cost the U.S. $50 billion annually. This legislation reflects a stakeholder-driven proposal that increases license fees incrementally over 3 years to provide sustainable funding for health inspections, training, and technical assistance, ensuring that the growing number of establishments across the state serve safe food. We ask for your yes vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in Colorado Revised Statutes 25-4-1607.5, it requires, as you just heard, CDPHE to convene every 3 years a stakeholder meeting with restaurants to talk about the food safety inspection program. Nothing happened 3 years ago because of COVID and the pandemic. So going back to 2015 was the last time there was ever a look back at fees and changing fees, which is why it's now 40%. The gap of the 60% is typically lumped onto counties that administer this program, so counties have to make this up from their budgets. From CDPHE, they directly do the food inspection program for several really small counties, including Clear Creek, Dolores, Moffett, Ouray, Park, Pitkin, except Aspen, because Aspen's special, Rio Blanco, and San Juan. This is a bill that helps protect the restaurant industry by ensuring that they have timely food inspections. It also means that when it comes to insurance, that they're able to have insurance in case there is a foodborne illness. But also, we want to make sure that it's timely so that they're not violating other statutes of law. So right now, it's 173 days beyond when restaurants are needing to be inspected. The Restaurant Association is in full support, and I'd ask the chamber's support.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly to last bill, just wanted to explain to my caucus why I am a no vote on this. I get it. You know, food safety, it's important. However, there have been a number of pieces of legislation, some of which I have been involved in, and many of which I have backed, that specifically seek to try to protect the restaurant industry, seek to protect small businesses, the mom and pops in our communities. The larger chains, I believe, have an ability to absorb things like this. I think also CDPHE could probably do a little bit better with the organization of their own funds without necessarily having to seek an additional increase in funds to be able to implement these inspections. Now, I will admit that, yes, the Restaurant Association did say that they are in a support position. However, I'll tell you that seemed to be quite reluctantly that they were in a support position. It was not believable to me whatsoever that they were in a support position. Be that as it may, you know, the little guys are the ones that stand to be impacted. Big chains can handle this. The little mom and pops, which I have had time and time again conversations with in my district seeking to try to defend their small businesses, this is something that could severely impact them. You're talking about an industry that has a very, very thin profit margin. I mean, in the best years, you're talking 2 to 3%. And so I don't know that I think we need to be very careful. I'm not saying this is reckless, but I think we need to be very careful when we start assigning increased fees that we believe through our own eyes and through our own vision, which are not responsible for the P&L of the small guys, is insignificant. Unless you're responsible for P&L, I don't think that we can say that increased costs are insignificant. I think that small restaurants are facing a lot of uphill battles right now. I will continue to try to work to defend them. And for this reason, I would ask for a no vote on this.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in the Finance Committee, and I just want to go on record by saying that I do support this bill. However, it does increase fees, so I just kind of want to throw it out there that this was very tough for me to support. But what gave me comfort and the reason why I voted yes was because the restaurant associations were, again, supportive of this bill. And while it may seem that they were a bit hesitant, I know that was also a compromise that was struck between the parties associated that put together this bill. That also being said, weighing the cost benefits to these fees, I think the fees haven't been raised since 2015 or so it's been years in the making. However, also the concerns when it comes to inspections, I would have to say that I think these restaurants also weighed the cost benefit to the fee versus the price of a foodborne illness or any other failed inspection cost that may ensue. And so that is why I support the bill. I did reach out to the Restaurant Association and just to confirm that they are okay with this. And since they're the ones dealing with these fees and they're okay with it, I feel more inclined to vote yes, if that is what they wish, because they're the ones dealing with it. So I just want to put that on the record. I will be a yes if the Restaurant Association was okay with it. So therefore, I feel like it's my job to give the Restaurant Association, some in my district, many in our districts, right, what they choose to compromise with. So I will be a yes on that bill. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, being a previous county commissioner, we are the ones that dictate who the health inspectors is through the counties, and that is through the health department. So I would just pose this question. If somebody says to you that they are okay increasing their fee, there's another reason. It is just that simple. I have never met a person in my life that said, we want to increase the fee on you, and they are going to go for it. So what is the other reason? I think that it's kind of like this. If somebody holds a gun on you and they're going to rob you, and they tell you, you can either give me your wallet or I'm going to shoot you, which one are they going to do? They are going to give them their wallet. That is how simple this is. The restaurant industry is being hijacked. There is no problem with the inspections on the fees. I talked to my health department that I used to be over. We are doing just fine, and this is just another money grab from the government, and I would urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 285? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 285. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 285 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 273.
Senate Bill 273 by Senator Roberts, also Representative Smith and Soper, concerning the retention of blood draws for 14 days for use in investigations.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 273.
To the bill.
Thank you very much. This bill is a simple bill. Gilpin County is one of my counties that I represent, and the coroner asked for this. He asked that hospitals retain blood samples for 14 days. I learned a lot about coroners. I went to the title book, and I read what they do and so forth. And the job of a coroner is to determine the cause and manner of death of any person in his or her jurisdiction. And the coroner came yesterday? No, 2 days ago for the hearing. And my co-prime is going to let you know why it's so important. But I just want to say he really dug into the data, and we both love data. And he looked at all deaths for the last 5 years and determined from the time of an accident or an overdose or whatever to the person's death, he determined 14 days, people die within that period 90% of the time. So this is a very important bill, and I'm going to pass it over to my esteemed colleague from Delta County.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Members, this is a great bill, and we certainly heard a couple of stories for why this bill is needed. One that was told to us by the Gilpin County coroner was there had been a workman's comp case, one of how a person had died. And the question really did come down to what were, the analytes within the person's blood, and what did that actually mean? Because that would determine whether or not the family would get their life insurance paid out to them. Because this person was the breadwinner of their family. And so by not being able to make that determination, the family was denied their life insurance. And that's certainly horrible in a case like that, having just lost their breadwinner and now not knowing what actually this person died of for sure. The other story that we heard of was in a case of a drunk driving death, and not knowing whether one or both parties were actually intoxicated at the time to be able to distinguish liability. So what the bill says is if the coroner is holding an inquest, he may request a healthcare facility to keep and retain a blood sample or blood draw for 14 days to allow the coroner to be able to take the blood sample or draw to be able to complete the coroner's inquest to determine the time of death, the cause of death, as you just heard, the coroner is required to do under statute, and would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 273? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 273. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Good job.
The ayes have it. Senate Bill 273 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 276.
Senate Bill 276 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman, also Representatives Velasco and Garcia, concerning measures to prevent the violation of the civil rights of persons in Colorado based on immigration status and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Members, before we start debate on Senate Bill 276, just a word for the chamber. I want to encourage us to abide by House rules as we debate this bill, specifically House Rule 23D, which means we are directing our discussion to the question at hand, avoiding personalities, which means we avoid the motives of the other individual and simply speak to how we feel about the bill. So think of it like good therapy. Make I statements, not you statements. And really appreciate everybody's discussion on this issue, which I know divides our caucuses and has deeply held beliefs on both sides. So I will be enforcing that rule equally across the chamber for the benefit of all of us. Sponsors, who would like to go first? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 267 and the Judiciary and Appropriations reports.
Representative, I'm going to have you
270
restate the motion and we'll be good to go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 276 and the Judiciary and Appropriations reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we basically demonstrated that this bill has a direct cost savings of just over $70,000 and asked for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Judiciary, we adopted a series of amendments to tighten things up in the bill. We asked for an aye vote. Oh, wait, no. And I also move, I move L56 to the Judiciary report and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. One moment.
And then you go. You explain it. I don't have my shit together.
Representative Velasco, the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In this amendment, we're just striking some words and making sure that we are following and not intervening in any federal criminal investigations, and then we're fixing that across all the provisions that we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L56? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L56 to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We are back to the bill.
No, I'm on the next one.
Do you have 57? Yeah, I have. Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L57 to Senate Bill 276 to the Judiciary report. Yes.
We'll get that displayed. Representative, 1 second.
Yes. And ask that be properly displayed.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These amendments further clarify some issues that we found in the bill in the Judiciary report, really designating and distinguishing this part of the report from the other parts of the bill. That is clarifying that these are not provisions that are specifically constitutionally protected, but they are provisions that require information for the public to have in order to understand the requirements for notice and access. We'd ask for an aye.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L57? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L57 to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We are back to the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Garcia.
We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move L060 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion.
The amendment is withdrawn. We are back to the Judiciary Committee report. To the bill, excuse me.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Garcia.
I move L62 to 276 and ask that it be displayed.
That is also a proper motion. 1 second. L62 is before us. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment is doing is we are changing, it's connected to the amendment we also just passed, and we are just making conforming amendments to changing the name in certain sections that refer to the title of a section from Federal Immigration Enforcement to Information and Access, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L62? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L62 to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We are back to the bill. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Members, I am happy to present this bill, Senate Bill 276, Protect Civil Rights, Immigration Status, with my wonderful co-prime, Representative Garcia. And fellow members, I stand before you as an immigrant from Mexico. It took me over 20 years to go through the process of becoming a U.S. citizen, and I gained this incredible privilege that so many of our people are denied. My story and the story of my family is one shared by the overwhelming majority of immigrants. Hardworking, years of waiting, years of separation from our families, hard-fought basic necessities like a stable home and job, where we are treated with dignity, learning a new language, trying to hold on to our identities and cultures, but also assimilate and fit in our new home. I am grateful to have persevered and proud to be a new American, because in this country, everyone is constitutionally guaranteed rights, no matter who the president is. But as a nation and as a state, we are facing an unsettling and uncertain future. Due process is being violated at the highest levels of government. Right now, our neighbors are afraid when going about the basic necessities of life, like taking their children to school, going to the doctor, or cooperating with authorities. That is why we have been working on this bill immediately after the 2024 election, knowing that immigrants in this country would face even more terrifying attacks, something that we have sadly seen unfold since January 20th. This bill begins to reaffirm our constitutional protections by uplifting the Constitution and amendments like the Fourth Amendment, which guarantees individuals the right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures and requires that warrants are supported by probable cause. Our Fifth Amendment guarantees due process of law, ensuring that individuals must not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without fair and proper legal proceedings. And our Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a fair and speedy trial. ICE's actions have a damaging impact on all Coloradians in the Roaring Fork Valley, not just immigrant communities, as the operation of our judicial system and public safety are undermined. Domestic violence victims, whether documented individuals or not, need access to our civil justice system for orders of protection and similar relief. An entire family may be gravely impacted if a tenant is afraid to enter the courthouse and respond to a landlord's court petition. Justice to other persons is denied when an immigrant, documented or not, refuses to come to court to testify as a victim or witness. It serves neither justice nor public safety when fear of a civil arrest deters a defendant charged with a traffic infraction or a more serious crime from attending a scheduled court appearance in case. 12 years ago, Colorado was a very different place. Immigrants were under attack. Undocumented high school graduates had no pathway to college education. Many immigrants had no way to get a driver's license, and any contact with police could result in being arrested and held for ICE, simply for possibly appearing to be undocumented. These bill's provisions simply defend the civil rights of all Coloradians. It does so by working to create policies to ensure that local and state resources are not taken by federal immigration enforcement officials, except where explicitly required by law, and to create clarity amidst inhumane chaos to ensure that everyone in Colorado, regardless of immigration status, can live, work, and contribute without fear. Immigrants are essential to our state. We are the backbone of the economy. We are farm workers, construction workers, cooks and cleaners, nurses, teachers, doctors, engineers, lawmakers. We make this state run. We are innovators, artists, business owners, public servants, and caregivers. The people we depend on every single day. We are a community of long-term and new immigrants. Resort areas like Eagle County, Summit County, and the Roaring Fork Valley depend on immigrant labor, with some of these places having a 40% Latino population and majority minority school districts. These communities are diverse, vibrant, and growing. Colorado's rural resort communities thrive due to immigrants who support construction, hospitality, agriculture, and tourism. In Eagle County alone, about 8,800 immigrants who call the area home contribute $630 million to the GDP. Our rural communities are connected. Many workers commute long distances, forming an economic network across counties. By protecting immigrant workers and their rights, we ensure rural Colorado stays resilient and strong. Investing in immigrants isn't just about fairness, it's about protecting the industries and the Colorado way of life. And in Colorado, neighbors look out for each other. In Colorado, we care about our communities and value the contributions of immigrants. And we know that we need to act now in order to continue rebuilding communities' trust in the vital institutions to add to the safety and quality of life for all. So with that, I urge a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it is an honor to be up here after many, many, many months of working on this extremely important piece of legislation that we have really the incredible responsibility of debating with respect today. I couldn't have said any better words than my co-prime on why this bill is needed. So instead of trying to add to that, I'm going to take the time to just talk through what is now in this bill. Because as many of you know, we have gone through many different iterations of this policy. I want to share things that were in the introduced version that have since then been removed. And I hope that everyone's listening and chooses not to come up and debate issues that are no longer in the bill. The first piece is we have removed the prohibition on participating in IGA task forces. This was in response to the governor's concern. We have also chosen to remove reporting on IGA and task force participation. And while this was especially difficult for me from Adams County, given the participation that we've seen from sheriff's departments that are not Adams County participating in what was considered a crime raid, but then turned into nothing more than just a disappearing raid, this one is very hard for me. K through 12 and higher education language related to significant amendments or repeal of FERPA. We had protections, or we had a prohibition in here on participating with task forces related to federal immigration enforcement should FERPA fail. We removed that. And we also removed prohibiting judges, attorneys, and legal interns and licensed legal professionals from using immigration status as a threat. We are doing that because we are seeking non-legislative rule change to address this issue instead of making it statutory. What we currently have in the bill is Section 1 is a legislative declaration. This states very clearly the constitutional rights that each and every one of us have in this country, whether we are citizens or non-citizens, and why everything that is written in this bill is directly related to those constitutional rights. Section 2 is we are removing the affidavit requirements for higher education. For students without lawful immigration status seeking an in-state tuition at a public institution for higher education, we are removing the collection of an affidavit related to the student immigration status towards citizenship. We are also requiring that CDHE and College Invest handle previous affidavits they have received according to CDHE's data retention policies. We have removed language in this bill requiring immediate destruction of this information. Section 3 is a removal of affidavit requirement, Colorado identification documents. In this section, what we're saying is for individuals without lawful immigration status seeking a Colorado's driver's license or identification card, it removes the collection of the affidavit related to the individual's immigration status toward citizenship. We are also addressing the right to bail and the delay of a defendant's release. A defendant's release from jail cannot be delayed for purposes of immigration enforcement. And we are defining what immigration enforcement operations are and what jail is. Section 5 is improperly entered guilty pleas. It's the vacature section. We are saying that at the date a guilty plea was entered, we're adding Class 3 misdemeanors, traffic misdemeanors, and petty offenses to the list of offenses that can be challenged for an unconstitutionally entered guilty plea. Section 6 makes conforming amendments to the legislative declaration for data privacy protections because of the additional sections that we have that are ensuring that data privacy protections extend to local entities beginning in Section 7. The additions and modifications to definitions, we are clarifying and extending the definition of a political subdivision to include county, home rule county municipality, home rule municipality, a board, commission, institution, department, agency, or authority of a political subdivision, or an entity that contracts with a political subdivision or any of the entities included in the definition. We have removed independent contractors from this bill, and we have removed special districts, authorities, and bureaus. Section 8, sharing personal identifying information. We are extending the prohibition on sharing personal identifying information to political subdivisions and employees. There are exceptions, however, including the sharing of personal identifying information for student visa sponsorship at a public higher education institution. Section 9, we are expanding the prohibition on the collection of immigration status to political subdivisions beginning July 1, 2025. Section 10, we are expanding the requirement of the Attorney General to create a form for third-party attestation that PII is not being used or immigration enforcement or political subdivisions. Section 11 repeals the requirement that state agencies report PII requests on an annual basis to the Governor's Legal Office and the JBC. This section is what effectively is saving the state money. Section 12 is we are addressing data privacy breaches. A state agency employee or political subdivision employee who intentionally violates this law will have their employer, through the Governmental Immunity Act, be liable for civil penalties of not more than $50,000 for each penalty, and adds that any civil penalty money collected for an immigration relation violation must go to the state's Immigration Legal Defense Fund. We remove the requirement that employees are responsible for 5% or $25,000 for any judgment or settlement, whichever is less. And we have changed the standard back to knowingly from intentionally. And then Section 13, it defines employee, federal immigration enforcement, local education provider, public child care center, public health care facility, public institutions of higher education, public school, public and surrounding areas. However, we just passed an amendment that strikes surrounding areas. We also, by September 1, 2025, we're requiring the named entities to create a policy that must include procedures to provide information as required by state and federal law. For any PII, for students, patients, patrons, and their families or guardians, providing personally identifying information for the purpose of federal immigration enforcement. Procedures to provide access or consent to access the facility, auxiliary facility, property grounds, or surrounding area not accessible to the public, and procedures to properly release information that is otherwise protected if federal immigration authorities have a subpoena, order, or warrant that is issued by a federal judge or federal magistrate. And then we are also addressing policies that must be made available or posted on its website, policies for employees and children, students, and patients that align with this act, that include a designation of a responsible employee to be notified upon a request of information or access to a facility or federal immigration enforcement, as well as procedures to communicate information as appropriate. And then Section 14 is definitions for immigration enforcement. And this is the section that we just adopted to change that to access and information. And then Section 15 is the Civil Immigration Detainers Legislative Declaration. We just had to make some conforming language changes in Section 15. Section 16 is probation officer limitations on providing protected information. Prohibits a probation officer or pretrial officer or employee from sharing PII for an individual for immigration status. Section 17 is limitation on access to detention facilities, but we just amended Section 17 out of the bill. So if y'all are looking at the pre-amend, you can go ahead and just strike out Section 17. For any of you who might have comments on Section 17. Let's put it back. Okay, we might put it back. And Section 18 is the National Guard section. This is where we are prohibiting another state, territory, or district from entering a state without permission of the governor, and provides an exception for federal orders. And Section 19 is third-party data collection. We amended this section in judiciary as well that adds a new definition of precise geolocation data as well as other changes. Section 20 is also third-party data collection that repeals the current definition of precise geolocation data. Section 21 is third-party data collection duties of controllers of data. So this basically says that you cannot sell sensitive data without obtaining the consumer's consent. Section 22 is the Immigration Legal Defense Fund, and it just makes conforming amendments necessary to allow fines paid for violating state privacy laws to be used in this fund. Section 23 is a definition related to facility. This basically extends the related facility to behavioral health entities, foster care, qualified residential treatment, out-of-home placement, nursing home, or a treatment provider that's providing services for a treatment plan. Civil arrest writ of protection on Section 24 allows for a judge to not make a person subject to civil arrest while a person is receiving treatment in a related facility. And Section 25 and 26 and 27 prohibits school districts, charter school institute, and the State Board of Education from soliciting waivers on any of these policies. And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to highlight all the stakeholding that we did around this bill since November of last year. We talked to multiple organizations from across the state, rural and urban areas, and the Four Corners and everywhere. So I just wanted to name some of the categories. So we met with organizations serving in the childcare space, the K through 12, higher ed, also healthcare, local government, law enforcement, agriculture, and business. And also with our tribal governments over both federally recognized tribes, as well as tribal leaders from across the state, So this bill really, it's really a work of art with a little bit of amazing pieces from across the state, from many different stakeholders, and also just a shout out to the representative from Denver that gave us a lot of her expertise and continues to be engaged in the conversation. So we urge a yes vote.
Further discussion. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Well, where do I start? Got a big packet here where I can start at, but of course, it's no surprise that I'm against this bill. And to say that is an understatement for reasons that, one, a bunch of these amendments were brought forward here right now, which are pretty big amendments to put onto a bill that is pretty big, it's over 30 pages long, and to understand them and how they affect the bill is, in this short time, is unfair. Let me tell you some of the towns that are opposing this bill: Fountain, Woodland Park, Castle Rock, Monument, Weld County, Douglas County, Denver Chamber, Colorado Chiefs of Police, and the county sheriffs. Those are just a little bit of the organizations that are against this bill, for the reasons that public safety is really important, especially when it comes to immigration. The immigration process is important. We understand that it needs to be fixed, like I've always said up here, but the vetting process needs to stay intact. This pretty much takes the vetting process from within our own country, takes it away. This bill continues to solidify our wrongful status as being a sanctuary state. This is one of the bills that have been coming through this legislation over the years that have been inching away at this, inching away, making us a sanctuary state, which, as we all know, is against federal law. Let me repeat that, federal law. We shouldn't be touching the immigration process, immigration category at the state level. One of the bills that went through here that inched at it, SB 20083, prohibits civil courthouses arrests with which ICE uses to enforce immigration law. That passed in 2020. Following year, SB 21131 prohibits the state employees from disclosing immigration information to ICE unless a court orders it. We all know how long the process is to get a court order. We also know the importance of an investigation, especially for ICE, to get information on immigration information. Make sure that they're doing the right thing with the right people, making sure that the people are here legally. That same year, SB 194 earmarked $100,000 to pay for legal representation for immigrants. It has grown since then to this year to $700,000. Will continue to grow in fines set to be imposed by this bill. $50,000 fine for a violation of this bill to local authorities. I ask you now, who funds local authorities? The taxpayers. So in essence, this is a shell game to move money from the taxpayers to legal representation for illegal immigrants.
And Representative,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to refrain from referring to legislation as a shell game, as that speaks to the motive of the sponsors. Instead, it's perfectly fair to express your displeasure with the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I am very displeased with this shell game. HB 24-1280 last year created a welcome reception and integration grant program. It earmarked $2.5 million in grants to community-based organizations that provide navigation of services and programs to illegal immigrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States. And I believe that there was another bill that expanded that to the last 3 years. Is that correct? This year, actually, I think it was, that passed this chamber. So now SB 25-276 is just another one of those bills that's going to cement this state to a sanctuary state and further take away federal funding. This bill destabilizes a legal system, retroactively allows guilty pleas for petty offenses and traffic misdemeanors to be vacated, weakened the finality of court rulings, encourages misuse of justice system to evade immigration consequences. Again, this is federal law, colleagues. This is not a playground we should be getting into at all. But if we want to get into it, we should encourage the federal government to change it or run for Congress. Simple as that. Good luck at the Congress level. Eliminates accountability and public benefits. Repeals well, actually, as I heard, this part was taken out just, 15 minutes ago? Turns public institutions into sanctuary zones. Blocks basic data collection. Prohibits government entities from collecting immigration-related information unless absolutely required by law, crippling fraud prevention, program integrity, and transparency. Not to mention our state budget that is currently at, I believe, $544 million funding illegal immigration programs in different categories. 577,250,000 of taxpayer money, which we can really use that in our 5 important categories of government that we should be fully funding. We could really use that. Healthcare spending on illegal immigration is $96.8 million. K through 12 education spending on illegal aliens, $352,350,000, that's an estimate. Higher education assistance costs, $90,200,000. Undocumented driver licenses, $19,100. Legal counsel, which I just talked about, up to $700,000 and growing with this bill. So we were put some pretty significant amendments up forward here, which I believe deserve a little bit more talking about, maybe even putting it out to the public so they can come and testify if they are worth it, they are true, they really we're going to make the state a better place. So with that, I motion to move this bill back to Judiciary Committee and ask for an aye vote.
That is a proper motion to refer Senate Bill 276 back to the Judiciary Committee. Further discussion on that motion. Representative Bottoms.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So we were sitting over here with the bill open while all this was being said, and we're marking things and changing things and doing all this stuff. This is very convoluted at this point. It's very difficult to follow. And I think if we just popped it back real quick and worked through all this stuff as a bipartisan group, we can really arrive at some solid confusion on this. So I do urge, let's kick this back. I think this is a very solid motion at this point in time on such a major bill. Yeah.
Further discussion, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in support of this motion as well. So I was on Judiciary Committee when we heard this. I will say, and I'm not saying this was done intentionally or nefariously, but it was kind of kicked around. We knew the bill was going to be coming to committee, but it was much later in the week, and then we found out that it was going to be scheduled for a Monday. It was a lot of, well, we're not even sure if it's going to come to judiciary. It might go to state affairs. We're still trying to figure that out. And then around, I don't know, Thursday or Friday, I think is when I heard that it was for sure going to be on that following Monday. So I believe that's a reason why we didn't see a whole lot of testimony on it in opposition, when I know there is a whole lot of opposition, as my colleague from Fort Lipton had laid out there, how many people are actually opposed to it. When it went through the Senate, there was a lot of people. They had more time. The date was scheduled further out to prepare to come testify. I do feel it was pretty short notice. Again, not saying it was intentional, but that's just the way it was. So I would like to see it go back to Judiciary Committee. Let's give people some time. Maybe we could schedule it for 7 days out from today, or 8 days. But I think that would be good. I think that'd be a good motion. I support this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just respectfully request that we do not send this bill back to judiciary, and we just continue with the process as the process has been laid out for so many, many years, and we continue with the debate right here.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. In the spirit of not getting a Post-it note by the bill sponsor, so that I know what bill I'm speaking to, so I don't get a Post-it note because I'm not speaking to the correct bill, because this bill has been introduced, engrossed, re-engrossed, pre-amended, 4 different versions, and Section 17 still isn't taken out on the 4th version of the pre-amended. So I don't want to get a Post-it note saying I'm speaking to the wrong bill. Let's send it back. And then we're all on the same page, and we can all speak to the correct bill. It's a great motion. Let's do it for the state. Reclaim Colorado. Let's do this.
Further discussion? Representative Richardson.
I think this is a great motion. It needs to be sent back. There's a lot of confusion around this. I mean, I think even amended the title here, claiming reduces an appropriation, which is probably true. There is probably an appropriation that's reduced, but it kind of ignores that already we're spending over $350 million in additional funding to K-12 to cover folks that are here illegally, and nearly $80 million for medical expenses. So reducing an appropriation is interesting, but there's a whole lot more below the surface of this bill and far beyond the title that needs to be re-examined in committee. And I would urge that we send it there. Perhaps they could meet in June or July over it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to refer Senate Bill 276 back to the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion is lost. Further discussion, and let it be noted that the chair will also enforce the Post-it note decorum policy, as well as raising and lowering the podium before someone gets up to speak, which just seems, intentional. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As I just mentioned a moment ago, I did sit on committee for this hearing. And something I kept hearing was this is just guardrails. These are further guardrails. So the problem I have with that is when you think of guardrails, like say on a road, the guardrails are to help keep you on the path, keep you on the road. And what this really feels like is a roadblock. This doesn't feel like we're just trying to make things narrower and easier. It just feels like we're trying to block any kind of federal immigration enforcement. And I'm not saying that's what the intentions are, because I would never imply such a thing to the bill sponsors, but that is certainly what I think the consequences of this bill will be. Now, something that we had mentioned on a bill earlier today was the loss of federal funding. I want to make it clear, with this bill, I think this is the bill that triggers a serious loss of federal funding from the federal government. I got a fairly early draft of this bill, and not an early draft, after it was introduced, which, again, it's been amended so many times and there's so many different versions, I guess it was an early draft. But I sent the introduced version of this bill to some congressional members that I know, and it was the same exact reaction from every single person that saw it. this is going to put federal funding at risk, without question. And also, as an addition to that, this will probably be the final nail in the coffin for Space Command, because that's still in consideration. So I very much see us losing our federal funding and losing Space Command if we pass this bill. And for that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move L058 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. One moment. Representative Caldwell, the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Pretty straightforward amendment. And the crux of it, of Amendment 058, just says that Senate Bill 25-276 will be repealed if any provision of this bill enacted in 2025 results in the state, including any department thereof, not receiving any amount of federal funding to which it is otherwise entitled because of a provision of Senate Bill 25-276, cause the state to be out of compliance with federal law or regulation. I'll go back to saying I have showed this bill to congressional members, and it was pretty clear to me. We're going to lose money on this because it is the federal government's role to enforce immigration law, federal immigration law. And what we're trying to do is we are trying to roadblock that and make it harder for them to do what they are constitutionally supposed to do, which is enforce federal immigration law. And this is a 31-page bill, which I've been referring to as a sanctuary state expansion bill because we're already sanctuary state, and this is expanding those roadblocks even further. And I do think that this is the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to federal funding, and we will lose funding. So with this amendment and this provision in the bill, it says that if we do lose federal funding, then this bill is repealed and then problem solved. So I certainly urge an aye vote because the state of Colorado cannot afford to lose the funding that we are going to lose if this bill passes.
You know, Representative Brooks has been sitting there patiently for so long. Representative Brooks, why don't you come on up? Representative Soper, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll get into the wallet here in just a couple of minutes. This is, I understand that it's very unlikely that an amendment is going to be accepted, but when we have run legislation to sequester millions of dollars because we are anticipating there to be a loss of federal funding, that we need to have that money available to then be able to fight and defend in courts, it would only make sense that we would support something like this to say, you know what, if we do lose federal funding, and I'll give it the benefit of the doubt and say if, really it's more of a win, but if we were to lose federal funding, that we have the ability to fix it without now going back, coming into a special session and asking for $8 or $12 or $24 million. It seems prudent seems like it's our responsibility to protect our federal funding. And honestly, you can get any member on the council with City of Denver, and they'll tell you their whole budget is in disarray because they have lost federal funding. It's not an if, it is a when. I don't know why we want to put ourselves in a situation to fool around and find out, because that is going to happen. This is a good amendment. I would ask for an aye vote after I again say thank you for allowing me to get in front of the good representative from Delta and Mesa.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good representative from Douglas County. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. It's important that we look out after the entire state of Colorado, and that involves dollars that come to our state from the federal government. Senate Bill 276, as amended, will most definitely result in the loss of federal tax dollars coming to us. Now, an argument that we heard in committee along this issue is that if the federal government does pull back dollars, that will violate the anti-commandeering doctrine, which is a legal doctrine based in the principle that the 10th Amendment and the Constitution's enumeration of federal powers asserts that Congress can enact laws and it can enforce those laws, but it cannot compel a state to pass certain laws. The difference here is that immigration law is not a matter of state law. Immigration law is specifically listed in the Constitution as being enumerated power of Congress and of the President to enforce. And that in the case of a state interfering in a provision of enforcement of immigration laws, the federal government has not only the right, but the duty to use all legal tools and powers to enforce America's immigration laws. And that's why, if one of those provisions is going to be withdrawing federal funds from Colorado so that federal immigration law has meaning and has force of law, then this amendment is critical, because that would remove this entire bill from our statute books if we start losing federal dollars. I cannot say enough good things about this amendment. I appreciate the fact that it's rooted in the fact that we're playing a great legal constitutional hypothesis here. We don't know what's going to happen. We're both arguing here. We're saying funds are going to be withdrawn from the state. The other side is saying, no, they're not. But if you believe that there's any doubt in your mind, then this amendment should be treated as an insurance policy. An insurance policy that protects the people of Colorado and their tax dollars that are coming back to our state to help with different government services and programs such as highway projects. So for those reasons, I fully support the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Obviously, I support this amendment because we keep it reiterating that we are in trouble of losing federal funding. And I want to tell you this right here and right now. I want everybody to hear this. Hopefully there's enough people in this room to hear this, but I will gladly vote yes on this bill if we accept this amendment. I will vote yes on this bill if we accept this amendment. Oh, I'm not lying. I will vote yes on this bill, and you can hold, I'm a man of my word. If we accept this amendment, I will gladly vote yes on this bill. My main priority is the federal funding to this state. If we vote yes on this amendment, I will vote yes on this bill. If we lose federal funding, the bill will go away, which is there we go. We solve two problems at the same time. So I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia, and then I've got Representative Richard, and AML will go to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just rise and say no. I oppose this amendment. I ask all of you to oppose this as well. And my question to my colleagues is, so let's say we do pass this bill, and let's say the federal government, your friends up in Congress, do decide to pull our funding. Are you okay with that? I'd like to hear you say it. Are you okay with that? Or would you fight for Colorado?
Representative Richardson.
You got to keep your eye on the ball there.
After those motions for the journal, Representative Richardson will be first in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do urge a yes vote on this amendment. I do hope it passes if my colleague from Adams and Weld then votes yes on the bill, I will be canceling his vote by voting no. But to answer the sponsor's question, absolutely. If we go down this path, we deserve to lose federal funding. We should not go down this path, though. We absolutely should not go down this path. We don't have the money to hold interim committees, and as much as I admire and enjoy working with many of the people in this room, and the good representative from Penrose hasn't come down today to talk about how much that we are loved and appreciated. No matter how much we are loved and appreciated, I don't want to come back for a special session and spend time with you this summer to figure out what to do when we lose our federal funding, and we will. We are encouraging illegal activity. We're doubling down on our sanctuary status, and it's absolutely wrong. We know it's wrong, but we're doing it anyway, and it frankly is not appreciated by the folks in my district. So vote yes on this amendment. Let's see if we can at least preserve the critical funding that we have for Medicare and all those other programs that we rely on for those that need them most in this state. It's a bad bill. It's a messaging bill writ large, and it's wrong. So just vote yes on this amendment, and let's see if we can at least help the least among us.
AML winner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And to the question, would you fight for Colorado? Why would we put Colorado in the position to have to fight? That's my question. Will you fight for Colorado if we pass a law that puts us in this position to fight? So being a country boy, I did a whole lot of that growing up, and what that challenge sounds like is when you'd hop out of the car and somebody would jaw jack, and when the fight would start, they'd step back and let you handle the business. Like I said, this is us talking to the people of Colorado saying that we're trying not to put you in this position. My caucus wants the funding to stay in this state. We are not putting it in jeopardy. We are fighting for Colorado right now. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms. It's been a long wait. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm going to answer the question in a few different ways. So this amendment is trying to save our federal funding. So if you really are fighting for Colorado and you're fighting for the federal funding, then pass this. If you want the federal funding taken away, don't pass this. But don't blame it on us. We've been begging. But let's back up a little bit farther in this whole entire conversation, why this amendment is so important. Because we've also been saying we don't agree with drug cartels setting up in the city of Aurora. We don't agree with that. Guess what? The federal government doesn't want a drug cartel to set up shop in Aurora, Colorado, killing people, raping people, moving and took over an entire apartment. And we're saying, no, this must stop. This is illegal activity. These people should be put in jail. And if we would have had sensible leadership, we could have cleaned that up in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, be gone, boom. But no, we're going to defend it, we're going to put money to it, and then blame the Republicans when the federal government says, no, we're going to actually enforce the laws because the people in your state, actually elected officials, are breaking the law, and we're going to come in and we're going to stop that, and we're going to take federal funding in the process. That is not our fault. That is not our fault when they bust a same drug cartel ring trying to set up shop in Colorado Springs, trying to do the exact same thing. We're saying, no, this is against the law. And then we say, no, let's actually defend that. Say that the drug cartels, we want them here, this is okay, and we're actually going to put funding to this. And then you blame the Republicans because the federal government says, no, we're going to actually stop the crime that elected officials are defending in the state of Colorado, defending breaking the law, going against this, and having literally terrorist organizations set up shop in our state. And the DEA has declared that this is the headquarters for the Venezuelan drug cartel. Colorado, national headquarters. And we're saying, no, let's give them more money. Let's let them do this continuously, and let's let them hurt people. Let's let them kill people, and we'll fund it. And then you blame the Republicans because we're going to have funding taken away when we have been begging you, please stop this, because you keep messing around and you're going to find out that the federal funding is going to go away. And by the way, we're going to make sure that everyone in the state of Colorado knows we begged you to not do this. We begged you to keep federal funding, but you would rather defend Venezuelan drug cartels than the people of Colorado. You would rather defend them and say they have more rights than the people of Colorado, and we're going to give hundreds of millions of dollars to them while our people cannot afford to live in Colorado. And we're going to defend them. How dare you say it's our fault? How dare you say it's our fault? And we're going to make sure every person in Colorado knows we've been begging you. It is not the Republicans' fault. This is directly Democrats' fault.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to this amendment, but let me be very clear. This bill is about not spending state dollars to do a federal function. My colleagues often, on the other side of the aisle, often talk about how do we spend our state dollars. What this bill is about is saying we don't spend our state dollars doing a federal function. Let's start with that and understand that's what this bill is about. It is not doing anything further. It touches nothing on criminal issues. We support the enforcement of public safety and criminal prosecutions. That is not what this bill is about. This amendment, however, is also totally contrary to what we would ever do in this legislature. We often write severability clauses, but those severability clauses say if any one provision is found inconsistent, then that provision alone is struck down in order to preserve the policy of our legislature. Our colleagues are asking us by this amendment to do the exact opposite, to say if any one piece falls, everything in our statutes should fall. But let's also understand that even if we were to adopt this, and with our representative, let me just double check, from Weld County's promise to vote for this bill, if we were to adopt this, it really is irrelevant because it's a note. This bill builds on existing law. So we already are just mostly amending the provisions in this bill to apply to existing law. So his concerns are not assuaged if we were to vote for this bill because they've claimed that our current law puts us in this status already. There is no benefit to adopting this amendment. There is no rationale. Remember, we are a sending state with our federal dollars. We send more money to the federal government than we receive back. And the statement that we should bow to the federal government to do their job rather than protecting the state dollars is not one that we should support, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Well, first things first, I want to come up here and clear something out real quick. I received a text message from one of the Senate sponsors on this bill, which she is 100% right. Denver Chamber is not in an opposed position. They're in an amend position, so I wanted to clarify that real quick. I texted her back saying that I would clarify that, and I apologize. But the good representative that came here before me stated that there's no tax money, no state tax money going towards any of this federal operations, but I beg to differ when we have, and I also made another mistake. The Legal Counsel Immigration Legal Defense Fund is not $700,000 right now. It's $2.1 million, which will grow with this bill. So that's state funding towards immigration. Legal Counsel for Illegal Immigration Defense Fund. That's state money. That's one example. And this bill will directly affect that fund as well with the fees that are going towards the $50,000 fees that are going towards that same fund. So and then if this amendment really doesn't matter to the bill, why not accept it? If you feel strongly about it, that it's not going to affect any federal funding, accept it. It won't affect it then. It's not going to hurt you to add a little bit more to the bill. It's already over 30 pages long. Another half a page, 3/4 of a page. If you feel strongly about not going to be affecting it, let's accept it. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Fellow colleagues, I don't understand why we're having a difficult time with this amendment. The question was posed whether we would support funding to be struck from the federal government. With the Trump administration that is in power, you're writing a bill that is just antagonizing the administration that was duly elected by the people of the United States. You're begging for this. To come into this well and ask us whether we're okay with it or not, of course we're not. You're writing legislation that is begging the Trump administration to come in here and slap us upside the head. What are you doing? This amendment is simple and logical. A word.
Representative Weinberg. We've done such a good job of keeping the discussion to the bill, and I have no doubt that we can continue to do so. Thank you, sir.
If federal funding is such of importance to you, this amendment is right up your alley. If the funding is pulled, repeal. Why is that so difficult to understand? Posing questions in this well that try to be rhetorical and smart.
And again, Representative Weinberg, please speak to the amendment, not the intentions or the personalities of another member.
When I get posed a question by the bill sponsors directed at us specifically, I'm going to reply. You asked 2 questions specifically to the Republicans about this amendment. Would we be fine with federal funding? You wanted us on the record of federal funding would be okay with it being pulled. Yet you're the one writing the bill that's going to put us in jeopardy of that. I don't know why that's so hard to comprehend. I seriously do not understand why you want to put it on the shoulders or the backs of us when you're writing the bad law. Whether you like it or not, the Trump administration is in office and was duly elected with fair elections. This is a good amendment that makes sense. Stop protecting the criminals.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, if I'm going to ask a question, I actually do intend an answer. So the question was not rhetorical. So thank you to those of you who did come up and answer the question. I also want to just point out, it concerns me greatly that there is the impression that by upholding our constitutional and civil rights, that would be antagonistic to the President of the United States. Passing policy that says that we are a sovereign state. Passing policy that says you have to respect our 10th Amendment. Passing policy that says any sort of federal enforcement has to respect due process is antagonistic to the President of the United States. That itself is a problem. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, consider reading the bill.
Representative Garcia, okay. Members, we need to keep the dialogue productive and respectful, and that applies to Democrats as well as Republicans. The chair will not recognize someone who cannot abide by the House rules. And I want to be clear about that, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican. But we will have this debate, but we will abide by House rules to do so. I want to be clear about that, meaning the last thing you say at the well cannot be an offensive thing you say at the well. Otherwise, you will not come back up to the well. That is the chair's prerogative. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my last statement. I do, again, still question the validity of the statement that we are antagonizing the president with upholding constitutional and civil rights.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This amendment is directly going against what the administration that you have to deal with for 4 years literally is going against what the administration that was elected when you walk into a country that had no borders prior and now has borders, it is illegal. I don't know why that is so hard to comprehend. I fought for 18 years to receive citizenship in this country. I was never afforded the opportunity that the minute I crossed over a line, which apparently is imaginary, that I was receiving something. Federal funding is the backbone of 25% of our budget. And to be accurate, I think it's 23 point something. Thank you to the good JVC. To jeopardize any piece of it is ludicrous. I don't understand why we have to write law that jeopardizes your constituents. In small ways, it comes across as that other people are more important than your people. And that gets me concerned, especially for my district. This amendment will undo hardships on your constituents. Why is that so hard to hear? Not receiving this federal funding is going to be at the back of your people in your district. It's not you. It's the 88,000 you represent. You cannot come in to this building without them at the forefront. Whether you like they're Democrats or Republicans or unaffiliated, you represent every single one of them. And the federal funding that would be pulled when this goes into action, and you know it will, hurts your constituents. If we want to talk logically about something that should be put into place, if it goes in and we get harmed by the federal government, we should have a backup plan, and this is the backup plan. It looks like it's being impulsive. We cannot be impulsive with the current administration, with everything else that's passing through this building. We're throwing up red flags all the way, and this is just one of many. Do the smart thing with this amendment, please. Have a backup plan in place and make sure that we know that we can handle what's going to come our way. You set aside $4 million for Trump lawsuits, that's not going to be enough once this one comes through. Have redundancy.
Further discussion. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question was, do we want to protect Colorado? That's all we've been doing since the day we stepped in this building in January. There's 22 of us that I know for sure that have been trying to protect Colorado from parental rights to homeowners, to affordable living, to literally everything that touches every Coloradan's life. This amendment is to protect Colorado. That's why we're running this amendment. This bill that is running, that they're trying to put through, it's a later bill. If you look at the number 276, it is a later bill. There's only 315. So I do believe it was a last thought bill, something just to kind of put the screws to the hurts to the current administration in the White House. That's my opinion. But this bill requires a protection on it because it is going to have, I want to say unintended consequences, but I can't see how it's unintended. So with the consequences this bill is going to cause, the damage it's going to bring to Colorado, this amendment actually protects every single person in Colorado from. Do we want to protect Colorado? Heck yes, we want to protect Colorado. Every single moment of every single day, we are here and after. That's all we do. Into the late nights. I find it offensive thinking that we wouldn't want to. And I can tell you, 22 of us, we are an extreme minority here. And we're trying as hard as we can to put Coloradans first. But with this bill, without this amendment, it's going to strip money from us. It makes illegals more protected than everyday Coloradans. It gives far more benefit. I just don't get it. I want to put Coloradans first. By God, that is what I know that I want to do, and every one of the people the 22 that I work with every single day, that I'm proud to work side by side with, want to do. This amendment will protect Colorado. Without it, it's not our fault. The 22 of us have tried, and I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. If you truly do care about Colorado, I suggest this amendment is for you. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I've got a number of questions that I do want answers for. And so I first want to address the amendment in the sense of that the current administration in the White House is threatening or impacting federal funding or even the remote threat that our protection of our state sovereignty under the 10th Amendment should somehow stop us from receiving federal funds. Now, they've done this before. Colorado v. United States, it's a current case that has already gone through the appellate court, sitting somewhere possibly on a docket someday for the Supreme Court. They did the same thing. They took our federal funding away for this exact same purpose, by the way, 1373 under 8 U.S.C. They tried to take some federal law enforcement funds away, and we won those cases. And they had to pay those funds because that is what the law is. And I believe that the administration can operate unlawfully and potentially stop our funds. I do believe that the state of Colorado and its sovereignty will prevail. And you are right, they are duly elected. We will have to endure that administration for 4 years, but the people in this room are also duly elected to protect the sovereignty of the state of Colorado. And the same as many of you will come and fight for home rule for your local jurisdictions, it is our responsibility to fight for our own home rule in the state of Colorado as well. And that is specifically what this bill is about. I want to talk about how this amendment impacts the bill. We fully understand that the government, our federal government, may try to attack these funds. I suppose that's their prerogative. I don't know that ultimately they prevail. I have questions about that. So far, I have a lot of evidence that they will not. Same administration that was involved in the case called U.S. v. Colorado. But what we are talking about in this bill are protections for the state of Colorado against having to do the federal government's job of immigration enforcement. And I'm not sure who you want to do that work. If you start with peace officer and the definitions under Colorado Revised Statute 16.2.5, whether you were looking at police officer, sheriff, deputy sheriff, the words in there say shall enforce the laws of the state of Colorado, and they are usually followed up with something like and must be post-certified. There is nothing that you will find where we have given the peace officers in the state of Colorado the responsibility or the authority to enforce federal law. It's not there. So you're asking our peace officers to assume an authority that they do not have because someone that did not give them the authority asked them to do so. And what you are doing is putting those peace officers in a very predicament situation where they're automatically likely being in a position to violate someone's civil rights, which is far more expensive in many of these cases. The second thing about that violation of civil rights, we are talking about matters under 8 U.S.C., which is what this bill relates to, that are all matters of civil law. Being in this country illegal is a civil infraction, not a criminal one.
And Rep. Clifford, just bring us back to 58.
Well, we're still talking about taking federal funding away.
Great. It wasn't the most artful of transitions.
I understand. I want to make sure what we're absolutely discussing here. You're talking about taking federal funding away because someone in the federal government is telling our peace officers in our state of Colorado that you must enforce federal law. And they have no authority to do that. Our state and local police officers in this state have no authority to enforce federal law. They do not have it. And the 10th Amendment makes sure that we will never afford them to have to do that. More importantly, we certainly don't have purview over civil law. There are very few places in our state where we have our peace officers engaged in civil law, even in state matters. You might have a state police officer that would enforce a civil law if it's related to a civil protection order, or maybe under the authority of a judge who has given an order to evict someone. That would be civil. Or possibly under Title 19, where you have some juvenile crimes, where you've got not even juvenile crimes. You could have a lost child. If they are endangered, police officers are empowered to enact. And we give them specific authority to do that in CRS. But we do not give them the authority to enforce civil law. There are 3 or 4 criminal infractions in all of 8 U.S.C. Now, I want to also remind you, we don't require our police officers to know federal law. We don't have them study it. We don't have them tested on it. We don't have a ticket book that they can write you we don't have a court that is going to accept the Colorado State Patrol's ticket for the misdemeanor crime of 1325 under 8 U.S.C., which is crossing the border illegally. We don't have the ability to even write it. It's not our job. It's not our job to build the federal workforce larger if they want to enforce something a particular way. I don't have a problem if the President of the United States wants to build the workforce to enforce civil infractions. They just can't ask us to do it. It's not our job. So the questions that I have as we're debating the loss of federal funds are also in line with what law do you want our people to be enforcing, and have me understand what exactly you're asking for here, because I can tell you from this purview, it looks to me like we're setting very clear lines to keep our people out of trouble and very clear lines protecting our 10th Amendment responsibility, our very own home rule authority for the state of Colorado. Please answer that.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to our colleagues. I think we all agree that federal funding is very important to the budget in Colorado, but I do want to share some words around a lawsuit that happened during the first Trump administration. It was Colorado versus the U.S. Department of Justice, and the AG at that time in 2019, in March, said that withholding congressionally appropriated funds to state and local law enforcement agencies because they do not meet new conditions that are not authorized by Congress is an overreach by the Justice Department. Our action today defends the rule of law and fights for Colorado, rights to congressionally mandated funds, and fights for Colorado's dedicated the state and local law enforcement agencies. Under the 10th Amendment, the U.S. Constitution, the federal government is not permitted to commandeer or compel state and local officials to enforce federal law. The Justice Department's actions at issue in this case do just that. As Colorado's Attorney General, I will carry out my duty to defend our state's sovereignty. And also at that time, Governor Polis and AGs also made a statement on the lawsuit on March 2019. We're filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration to ensure our state gets the funds it needs to protect Coloradians. We're not going to let Colorado's public safety be held hostage by the Trump administration immigration agenda, said the governor. I will not allow the president and his Justice Department to impose on our sovereignty and violate the U.S. Constitution. Today, it's justice assistance grants for unrelated immigration conditions. Tomorrow, it could be our healthcare dollars or support for childhood nutrition or some other federal policy with no connection to the welfare of our residents. And then, in April of 2020, the federal court ruled in favor of Colorado. And in May of 2021, there was an agreement to end the lawsuit and reinstate the funds. So we already have seen some of the playbook of this administration, and we are seeing that repeat again. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've heard a lot of very incorrect stuff when it comes to the law and the Constitution here. The job of the president is to protect our borders. That's one of the jobs of the president. It's actually written, to protect our borders. And did you know we actually have it in our Constitution, the state Constitution, that part of the job of the governor is to protect against foreign enemies. It says that in our Constitution. So what you got to do is you got to actually read the Constitution. The president's supposed to protect the national borders, and the governor is supposed to protect us from foreign invasion and enemies. That's what it says. So now we have a Venezuelan drug cartel that's moved into our state, and it's defended by the governor. It's defended by elected officials.
I'm just going to pull you back to 58.
And so this amendment will address the fact that our governor is defending this. We're letting foreign invaders come to our state. They got to get through a lot of other places to get to our state. They come to our state, and this is actually the job of the president and the governor to stop this. So when our governor does not, and actually defends it, our attorney general does not, and actually defends it, then we're trying to, our side of the aisle, we're trying to save the lives of the people from drug cartels. We're trying to defend them from drug cartels. And so that's being fought against by elected officials in this state. And then the police departments are told to stand down, that there was actually nothing happening. Then why were they told to stand down? So this amendment actually will say, when the president, who's doing what the Constitution says is his job, we're not triggering the president. This is a political speech to take you off of the actual bill and the actual wording and the actual information. This is political speech that's not actually true according to the bill. We're not triggering the president. We're not asking the president to come and be this big bad guy, and he's threatening to defend the law. He's threatening to defend people that are being literally raped and attacked by drug cartels. And this side's calling it triggering the president, and he's threatening. He's threatening to obey the law. We haven't been doing that for a long time in Colorado. And he's threatening to actually obey the law. I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time because we've been in this bubble where we pass unconstitutional laws. We don't care about the rule of law. We will put down the citizens and raise up drug cartels. And I've been begging the federal government, we need your help because our state has been taken over. We need your help. And the federal government says, enough is enough. We're actually going to make sure that the people, the actual people, citizens, civilians in the state of Colorado are actually defended from drug cartels because the state leadership is enabling them. So what do? How do citizens defend themselves? The police can't because they've been told to stand down. The government gives money to it.
I just need you to pull it back to federal funding and 58. I think
and so the federal funding that is going to be taken away from this, the president is doing his job. We've been begging. Somebody come in here and rescue the people. Because the people have no voice. They have no voice. They take over an entire apartment complex. And they're the good guys? They take over an entire block and they're the good guys?
And Rep. Bottoms, nobody has made a statement about anybody being a good guy or a bad guy. This amendment is about what happens if the state would lose federal funding, and so I would just encourage you to keep your remarks to this amendment. You've illustrated your point by what you're concerned about in the broader community. Please bring it back to 58.
So when the federal government looks at the Venezuelan drug cartel that's taken over an apartment complex and killed people, put them in the hospital, raped them, when the federal government looks at that, they actually have a responsibility. It's the law, it's the Constitution, and they have a federal responsibility to do something about this. The first step that's going to happen is they're going to take away federal funding. About the last week of May, first week of June, we'll see, they're going to take the next step, and that's what I'm looking for. They're going to come clean house. And that's what should have happened a long time ago by our state. But they're going to take federal funding to try to get our attention and try to get somebody to actually obey the law and put the bad guys in jail and kick the bad guys out. That's the law. But we don't do that here in Colorado. So this federal funding is going to be taken away. Guys, that's only step one. That's only step one. But keep poking the bear. Keep poking the bear and you're going to get step two. And that's when it's going to be bad. But I'm actually in favor of step two. We'll see what happens. But federal funding is going to get taken away. We can beg and beg, but it's going to get taken away. But I'm telling you, we're getting to a point. Well, we're already to the point in Colorado where enough is enough from the people. Enough is enough. It was just asked a couple days ago on a federal press conference, are you willing to move into that neighborhood? Live beside MS-13 gang members? Are you okay with that? No, you're not. Somebody else can, but then, oh no, don't take our federal funding away. Don't actually enforce the rule of law. We don't do that here, Mr. President. This is Colorado. We break the law in Colorado. How dare you do that? Well, it's coming. The people have already said enough is enough, and now the federal government, because our people are being persecuted, our people are being killed, our people are being raped, the federal government says, well, Colorado, if you're not going to fix this, we will still defend the people of the United States, and they happen to be in Colorado, and so we're going to step in. Because not only is enough for the people of Colorado, enough is enough for the federal government, and this is the job. No matter what they're saying about the Constitution, this is the job of the president. It's in print, and he's doing it, and he's supposed to do it. We got to reclaim Colorado.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to thank the good representative from Garfield County. She had talked about some quotes from the governor and the AG when there was a previous lawsuit. I want to quote our governor in his 2025 State of the State address that he made to all of us. To be clear, in Colorado, we have zero tolerance for those who commit crimes, whether they're American citizens or not. And I truly hope that President-elect Trump and Congress can work together quickly to secure the border, stop human trafficking, and stop the illegal flow of guns and drugs. As a state, we welcome, the governor said this, as a state, we welcome more federal help to detain and deport dangerous criminals. This bill does not align with the governor's statement. This amendment does align with the governor's statement. And with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So a few things. I completely agree with what the governor said. There is zero words in this bill that say anything about any peace officer in this state enforcing the law. And I am offended that anyone will come before this well thinking that our police officers aren't doing their job to make sure that Venezuelan gangs get taken care of, and that should not cost us federal funding.
Rep. Clifford, I didn't hear that as the assertion, but I have asked members to bring it back to the bill when those examples are given.
Speaking to the president, threatening, attempting, executing the withholding of federal funding for us saying that we, the state of Colorado, are not responsible for enforcement of civil or misdemeanor immigration laws is not inconsistent with the governor's statement and should not cost us federal funding. This bill is not about criminal enforcement. This bill has nothing to do with criminal enforcement. Our peace officers are not responsible for immigration crimes. They are not. That should not cost us federal funding.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just my colleague here talking about it's not preventing police officers from carrying out the law. I know we're speaking to the amendment right now. I want to kind of correct the record. So there are pieces in this bill that specifically talk about that. I will wait till after the amendment to respond to that because I want to respect the process here that we are speaking to the amendment. So I'll just kind of wrap this up unless someone else wants to speak after me. But I'll reiterate, I have talked to people at the federal level. This bill, their first reaction was, you guys are going to lose federal funding if you pass this bill. And you'll also likely lose Space Command. And they said it definitively. We should accept this amendment to protect our state, to protect our federal funding coming in. And I keep hearing that we put out more dollars than we get back from the federal government. Well, if that's the case, then let's keep our money and then we don't need the federal money. But that's not how it works. So again, I urge an aye on this. This is protecting Colorado.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I just wanted to carry over what my colleague was saying with, as it does pertain to the amendment, the fact that we're saying that this doesn't, we're not saying that law enforcement is not doing their jobs by handling this or that. What we're saying is, and as it pertains to this, we are further tying the hands of law enforcement that's trying to do their jobs and working with law enforcement. Law enforcement should be able to work with law enforcement, whether it be federal, local, state, whatever. That's what it comes down to. And the inability to do that and letting them do that is what's going to cost us the federal fundings. That's how this does pertain to this amendment. But it's offensive to say that we're claiming anything of the sort of law enforcement not doing their job. So I also encourage an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Just want to clarify again that this amendment is unnecessary, and I would articulate that we heard from our representative from El Paso, the threats that already exist to take our federal funding exist. We've already filed 15 lawsuits by the Attorney General to get back money from the federal government that was rightfully entitled to us. This amendment will do nothing to protect us from overreaches by the federal government in taking back money. In addition, I would note that this administration, time after time, has been losing cases in court, including those 15 times that the money that was owed to the states was not given to us, and including the time that the Supreme Court recently ordered the administration 9-0 to do its job in immigration. We are not touching that at all. We recognize and we grant authority to the federal government to do their job in federal immigration. But we have an obligation with our funds in the state of Colorado to only use our funds for our residents, because it is my 88,000 people is not comprised of citizens. It's comprised of residents in the state of Colorado, which includes people who are mixed status families, people who have U.S. citizens, people who have legal permanent residence, and people who have come here and are undocumented because either they're going through the process, they've come into the country and they're overstayed their visa, or they're in a non-immigrant status. All of those people are counted in our census and are therefore part of our constituency. So when we look at this bill and we look at this amendment, we have to look at how are we protecting all of our citizens, all of our residents within each of our districts. This bill is not saying we will not cooperate with the federal government, and I think the minority leader, I thank her for her statement, because our governor, who leads the Democratic Party, has indicated what we also believe, which is that we believe in public safety, and we believe individuals who have violated the law and are prosecuted with due process for criminal offenses will serve time in our state courts and not be taken away before we can exact the justice that our system enables. So some of the provisions in this bill are about that, ensuring that the state and the victims who might be harmed don't lose their opportunity to get justice because people are being removed without that justice being fulfilled. This is what we're trying to do by this bill. This amendment to try and strip money is not related to this bill in any way. And it's written in a way which is totally contrary to how we do things in this chamber as a matter of course, which is to make severability so that if one portion is struck down, the rest of the bill stays intact. Here, this amendment attempts to do just the opposite by striking all of it if one portion were attempted to be struck down. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on L58. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L58 to Senate Bill 276. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, as I had mentioned a few times before, I view this bill, not saying that is the intention, is more of a roadblock to our law enforcement. And I'm not just assuming that. The Teller County Sheriff gave a press conference standing side by side with federal agents the other day, and he was talking about certain aspects of this bill, and I'll speak to one of those aspects that he had talked about. And if you're following along, you look at page 2, and it talks about under current law, a jail custodian is generally required to release a defendant within 6 hours after the defendant has been granted a personal recognizance bond. I have feelings about PR bonds, or is prepared to post bond. The bill prohibits the jail custodian from delaying a defendant's release for the purpose of an immigration enforcement operation. So one of the issues that was raised by our law enforcement is that they have that 6-hour window typically to release someone. So you post bond, you get a PR bond, there's about a 6-hour window there where they can release you. So the way I read this bill is what it's saying is you get a PR bond, you cannot be held even within that 6-hour window for the federal immigration enforcement to come and get you if you have a civil detainer on you. Could be reading that wrong. That's the way our local law enforcement that I heard from had interpreted that. So here's the thing is the issue that was raised, and we just saw this happen in Denver pretty recently, where the detention facility, because they couldn't hold the person, they let them outside, and then federal immigration officers had to show up and try to arrest that person outside of the facility, and he took off running, and it was a whole scene and scenario. And in that situation, you're legitimately threatening the public at that point, and it's not good for anybody. They would prefer just to show up, make the arrest in the facility where it's secure and it's safe, not let the person go outside, potentially get a weapon, potentially have some kind of interaction with the public while they're trying to arrest them, and then they have to chase them down and tackle them if they try to run or perhaps get into a wreck because they're fleeing. Why would we say there's this detention order with the federal government, let them come there, let them make the arrest inside the facility? I understand we're saying this is, you posted the bond, due process, you should be released right away. But again, what we do with our own people is there's about a 6-hour window there. And so again, we keep making the case that with this bill, it seems like you're giving more rights to undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, than it seems like what you're giving to our own people. There's more on this, and I think we're going to have an amendment coming soon. What this bill also does, the bill extends the ability to petition a court to vacate a guilty plea to Class 3 misdemeanors as classified at the time of the plea, traffic misdemeanors and petty offenses. So we're now saying you could petition the court for Class 1 and Class 2 misdemeanors. However, now with this bill, we're saying you could also do Class 3 misdemeanors, which is a lower level, and even petty offenses, traffic misdemeanors. I'm not even aware if Colorado citizens get that, and I don't believe they do. And so, again, a point we keep raising is that we're just expanding the rights for non-citizens, maybe even more than our own citizens. Under current law, probation officers are not allowed to turn over information to federal authorities. Think about this, probation officers. Who has a probation officer? Someone who has committed a crime and is now on probation. I had a bill about that. It wasn't in the right place to present it. It still needed some work. And so you'll probably see that bill next year, but the attempt was to address this issue here. A probation officer cannot turn over information to federal authorities. Why does somebody have a probation officer? It's because they have committed a crime. And again, in this case, we're literally protecting criminals. What this bill does, it takes it even a step further. We've already prevented probation officers from turning over information. What this bill does is it extends this prohibition that applies currently to probation officers to a pretrial officer or pretrial services office employee. So we've already said once they're on probation because they've committed a crime, you can't turn over information. And now we're going a step further and saying, oh, and by the way, maybe we accidentally forgot about this on the first bill, and it's potentially a loophole, so we're trying to close loopholes here. Again, as most of the members from my side of the aisle have made, when we're talking about preventing state law enforcement from enforcing federal laws. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying that we normally would have the authority to that. What we're saying is these aren't guardrails. These are roadblocks for just carrying out basic things that most other states, except for Colorado and a few other states, already do. Most states already carry out, they work in conjunction to carry out these civil detainer requests, and they work with them. They work with them. It doesn't mean we're doing federal law. We're writing the ticket on a federal law enforcement ticket from a state officer. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying we need to work with our federal law enforcement to help them detain people who should be detained, who have these warrants out for them. That's what we should be doing. And there's this game that keeps getting played. Oh, well, there's nothing stopping our local law enforcement from the criminal aspect. It's the civil aspect, right? The federal government has a lot of reasons why they have these civil detainers out for them. And so, again, what we keep doing here is we are putting in these roadblocks to hamper our local law enforcement. And again, I'm not law enforcement, but I listen to the law enforcement. I listen to the chiefs of police. I listen to our sheriffs. I listen to the actual law enforcement officers, and they keep telling us, guys, quit putting these roadblocks in. We're just trying to do our job. And instead of going back and looking at our other sanctuary state laws that we've passed previously and saying, here, where can we maybe make this a little better so you can do these things that you need to do? What we're saying is, here's a 31-page bill with a whole lot of different sections on a whole lot of different topics, and we're just making it more difficult for you to do your job when you're asking us to go the opposite direction. None of them that I'm aware of have been asking for this. Maybe there's a couple, but for the most part, I can tell you in El Paso County, they're not asking for this. I can tell you in Monument, Colorado, they're not asking for this. They're saying we need to reverse policies that we've passed before, not make it more stringent and more difficult. And we'll be speaking to some more areas of this, but for now, I continue to be a no on this bill.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And thank you to my colleague from El Paso County with regard to the points that he has raised. But let me speak to these issues in the context of how I view them. As many in this chamber know, my life's work has been in immigration. I was an immigration judge on the Board of Immigration Appeals. I was a law professor for 10 years teaching criminal law, immigration, and evidence. And I started my career doing legal services work, representing people obtaining the legal status that our colleagues so often speak about people wanting to obtain. So in that context, I'm going to talk about the three things that were there, because at the heart of all of those issues has always been the question of due process. And one of the reasons people flee and come to this country is that we have fundamental constitutional rights. And if you read the legislative declaration in this bill, you will see those fundamental constitutional rights that we are founding this bill on and that we are fighting to maintain. Because as I said before, every individual has those constitutional rights. And again, most recently, we saw that in several federal court decisions, as well as a Supreme Court decision, noting that the Fourth and Fifth, Sixth Amendments apply and are requiring due process of law. So when we talk about the bond question, that we are asking people not to hold someone because there's a civil detainer, not a federal warrant, not an order by a judge, but an order by an administrative person in the Department of Homeland Security who just prints out a form letter and says, we want you to hold this person. That's a civil detainer. That is not issued by a court. There's been no due process. There's been no review. If an ICE officer bothers to get those things because they know the individual is in custody, and is being released, there is nothing in this bill that precludes that individual from being released inside the jail with that warrant having been presented so that the issues that we're talked about would not happen. We are only saying that just like any individual, once you have posted your bond, you are free to go. You are not held for some other purpose unless there is some other judicial order holding you. So that if you finished your sentence and you bonded, or you're arrested and you get a bond, but there's another court that has a warrant or a detainer on you that's been issued by a judge, jails will hold you and the Department of Corrections will hold you. This provision in the bill that we are presenting only applies in the circumstances where there are no additional charges or without a warrant or writ being held by a judge. This is a civil detainer issue. And moreover, it's a civil detainer being issued by the federal government to do their job. And again, at the heart of this issue is we will not expend additional state resources except as required by federal or state law, which is founded on the requirement of due process. The second section that was discussed by our colleague, was about Section 5, which deals with a vacatur. And I think this might be helpful to a lot of people because in framing this bill and having discussions even with the governor's office, there's this great concern and misunderstanding about why we're not just saying this applies to every citizen or every criminal case or every circumstance. But let me explain what Section 5 is about and how it does and does not apply. Because I clarified this with the attorney who helped to draft this. Well, together we clarified because I knew the answers. But I put on the record where the vacatur provision applies and does not apply. Vacatur, which is talking in Section 5, requires that there be a constitutional defect in the plea that was entered prior to anything being applicable. And what Section 5 is doing is saying, we are now applying the same law that we have in the state for crimes above a third-degree misdemeanor and petty offense. We have that law now. It has not resulted in very many vacations of pleas, but we're applying that to misdemeanors and petty offenses. However, to the question of whether it's prospective or retrospective, with regard to retroactivity on this provision, if the individual if a criminal offense is made criminal after the fact of a plea, this provision will not help them with regard to immigration standing. So only those crimes that at the time that the person entered a plea, if they were not advised by their attorneys that an additional consequence to you might be that you'll get deported, that's the only condition under which an individual can seek this relief. So when we say, why don't citizens have the same opportunity, is because in the context of this, we're only talking about collateral consequences. And US citizens don't have the collateral consequence of deportation or removal based on their entry of a plea. And that's why Section 5 is limited, and it's limited by additional existing provisions in the law to the requirements that the entry of the plea be unconstitutional at the outset, which means that you were not given proper notification prior to entering that plea. The reason we're doing this is there are some crimes where people were not properly informed. We think it'll be very few in number of the people that will be eligible, but those individuals should have an opportunity to pursue the very relief we're talking about, adjusting their status from legal permanent resident to citizen. They would also be barred if we didn't allow for this vacation of a plea, maybe a traffic stop years ago that they didn't understand would have an immigration consequence because nobody would think that it did. And now it might preclude them from getting their citizenship, even though they've been legal permanent residents in the country for years, following all the rules. That's what this provision is designed to do, to help individuals going through the process legally to make sure they're not losing standing in this country. It also applies to anybody who wasn't given full due process, which is critical under our US and Colorado constitutions. The third issue that was raised was the probation officers, and now we're extending this to pretrial. The Fifth and Sixth Amendments guarantee this to the states and to individuals in the states, regardless of immigration status, the right to access courts. In that context, we are again making the court system clear that you are going through that process in our system, and we want to make sure the state is allowed to do so, and that is the reason we are extending the exclusion to the pretrial officer, to the pretrial circumstance. And for those reasons and more I'm sure we'll talk about the rest of the day, I just want to say this bill has been thought out. We've looked at the issues and we've tailored it narrowly to those things which the state has responsibility to ensure we're balancing our obligation for due process against the rights of every individual in the country for the reasons they are here, to seek that constitutional protection of the federal government and of the state government, and to ensure that where there might be overstepping by the federal government, we are not actors in collusion with that at the state level.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move L060 and ask that it be properly displayed.
To the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So this is in response to one of our stakeholders. We are exempting county hospitals and also special district hospitals from these provisions. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L060? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L060. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L060 passes. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I actually have a lot of respect for the judge. I want to make it very clear what this is in violation of, because I'm hearing a lot of what counts, what doesn't count, but this is in violation of the Supremacy Clause. Well, I was told I didn't know what I was talking about, so I'm just trying to compose myself after hearing that comment. I'm trying to figure out how to get through of what I'm talking about. I'm trying. See the face getting red?
You're doing great, Rep. To the bill.
Just getting started. 276 explicitly prohibits cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Doesn't? You sure? Let me repeat that in case there was some more commentary coming from the well. It prohibits cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Somebody who doesn't know what he's talking about. As an immigrant himself who had to go through and take a test. Let's do a little lesson real quick for those as a reminder, and I hope all the children at home are listening. Federal law is the supreme law of the land. States cannot obstruct the enforcement of valid federal laws, and immigration is clearly and historically a federal responsibility. Right? Cool. So we're moving to the same page, it looks like. By penalizing local officials who comply with federal immigration requests, this bill arguably interferes with federal operations, violating the Supremacy Clause. So I think now you see where I'm saying this is a violation of the Supremacy Clause. Is my closing on this before I could get through 3 words stating I don't know what I'm doing is, let me just do this again, penalizing local officials who comply with federal immigration requests interferes with federal operations, violating the Supremacy Clause. Cool. The 10th Amendment, since I've heard in the well multiple times, claiming that Colorado doesn't have to enforce federal law. It's true the federal government cannot commandeer state resources, but this bill goes a little further than that. It prohibits voluntary cooperation. Even if a local agency wants to help federal immigration authorities. That specific prohibition creates a conflict between state and federal law. Additionally, prevents local discretion. Talk about undermining local control. The 10th Amendment is meant to protect. Since everyone is coming down here today and giving me a constitutional run-through. 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States of America Constitution. Due process. This bill makes it easier for criminal defendants to vacate a guilty plea. In fact, I'd pose the question, tell me it doesn't. Tell me that this bill does not vacate guilty pleas. Even in a petty or traffic cases. Solely based on immigration consequences, even when the plea was legally entered. How do we not see that this opens the door for reversing legitimate criminal convictions? Some guy who never graduated college knows what he's talking about. It's kind of weird. This is violating victims' rights and undermining judicial finality. There's no argument against this. You're creating a two-tier justice system, one for citizens and one more lenient for non-citizens. Your arguments are providing everything for somebody who's a non-citizen, but not at the same time arguing for those that are. The scales of justice, lady blind, you're tipping the scale. You're providing more to somebody who is hard-earned, hard-worked. Nobody is arguing their rights besides you. Besides you. You're the only one doing it.
Representative, if we could refrain from the personal statements and just stick to the bill, that'd be great.
That depends, Mr. Chairman. Who's you referring to? Because I don't think anything's personal here. Everything I've heard up until now is in defense of one populace. Let's go to the First Amendment. State employees and law enforcement officers could face civil penalties. The threat of punishment could chill speech and compel silence. How is that not a First Amendment concern? Speech isn't legally prohibited by federal law. Equal protection, the 14th Amendment of the United States. Special legal relief to non-citizens not available to citizens. If this bill was in reverse, would you argue the same? This is unequal treatment. And if any judge gives strict scrutiny, this will be challenged in court. Citizens are being treated with less protection under state law on this bill. It's plain and simple. Every argument you're going to do here in the well is going to argue against the citizen, the lawful citizen in the state of Colorado. You're going to come into this well and say everything that goes against the citizen of the United States of America and the citizen of Colorado. That is the argument you will provide. And the bottom line is this bill walks a dangerous line, obstructing federal law, undermining local discretion, and creating unequal legal standards based on immigration status. It erodes the constitutional balance between state and federal authority. And in doing so, it undermines the very rights and protections our Constitution claims to defend, which my children have to grow up in and deal with bills like this that are inadequately affecting them. Every single day, I have to come and explain to them why the people in this building decide to create laws that further deter what they learn in school. How their father had to come to a country and lift himself up with everything that he had been provided by this country. Never relied on the government. Because the country that I came from, the government was not so good. And when people come from those countries, when they were born and raised in those countries, and came to America for freedoms provided, that is what is relevant to that person. Having my children born and raised in the United States of America is the best thing I could have ever done, because the country that I ran away from while we were held with AK-47s by criminals in our house, they were not afforded the protections. Take a step back. When you have the background for people being brought up and grown up through the system into the school districts, then we can talk. When you come from a country that is war-torn and abusive, then you can write bills like this. The Constitution is the greatest document in living history. Living history in the entire world. Know your history. This right now is taking a stab. And you're hurting my livelihood and your constituents in your district.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the representative from from Loveland, excuse me. Thank you for sharing your story. And I think that's what I can say is why this is so important. Because when many immigrants come to the United States fleeing the same terrors that we just heard, immigrants come here because their governments aren't great, as we just heard. And for our government to just swoop up and round up people and throw them out like they don't matter is what we are trying to say here should have a process. If you are here, you have a right to due process. We are not getting in the way of federal immigration enforcement. We are simply saying to our entities here in the state, make sure that you are also following federal law. Ask for the warrant. If they ask you for information, ask for the warrant or the subpoena. We're not saying don't give it to them if they have the warrant and subpoena. When you read through the bill, you see that we are referring to federal law to ensure that we are not in violation. I am terribly sorry for what the representative from Loveland's family experienced. From Loveland's family experienced. And I'm terribly sorry that it forced you to leave your home country to come here. And I'm grateful that you had the opportunity to become a citizen and have your family and raise them here. And I ask that we have that expectation for everyone else who is fleeing danger and violence in their countries.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm working off of the pre-amended version, and on page 16, and then again on the top of page 17, there's some language that I would love for the bill sponsor to clarify their intent to. It says, beginning July 1st, 2025, a public child care center, public school, local education provider, public institution of higher education, public healthcare facility, publicly supported library, or an employee thereof shall not collect the following, and then it gives an exception. One of the things that is listed here is a place of birth, and I'm just wondering, I'm sure you can appreciate that many teachers the first week of school pass out papers that they get on a website or through a curriculum that says get to know you paper. And one of the common fields is where were you born, right? How many siblings do you have? What's the name of your pet? I can imagine that, well, I guess I'm asking, is it the bill sponsor's intention to shut down that sort of engagement, or is what the bill sponsors are trying to accomplish is just not the retaining of those types of files such that it could be used against that child? And if it's the former, if that's being shut down, is it really the intention to potentially fine a teacher for that opening day activity at the expense of $50,000?
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have specifically a provision in here that says unless it's required for federal requirements for grants, that they can collect that data. It is our intention that personal identifying information, and we list it out as you just mentioned, is actually data that if it's handed over to specifically ICE, it has to be requested by a subpoena. We have also laid out here specific reasons or specific pieces of information not to collect so as to reduce the amount of data that they would end up being able to turn over. So this is not necessarily around an activity of here's a sticker, go ahead and put up what country you were born in. This is around if you're registering, if you're entering and you're registering your child in a child care center, that's just not something on the application.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that response. I'm wondering if the bill sponsors would be open to amending this such as to narrow for that purpose, because the plain language here does open the door for a teacher, i.e. an employee of a public school, who collects, i.e. through a handout, a child's place of birth, to be in violation of this. And so if we could somehow amend that to touch what you want to touch, but not touch those other very common activities, I would be grateful.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the question, at this point, we would not. The stakeholding that went into crafting this section was very robust and with a whole bunch of childcare experts that between now and whatever time we decide to finish tonight, we would not actually be able to go back and effectively stakehold enough to decide how we would do that.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, I guess, ask for further clarity in that section, the way I read it, and I just am asking for clarity, the way I read it, currently we collect that information to identify students who qualify for migrant program services. And so I just want to make sure that this section doesn't void that. Thank you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't move the bench because I know there's more people that are speaking up here are shorter than me, so I'll be. So thank you to the representative from Adams County for coming up here and stating that, you know, people come here from war-torn countries escaping these governments. We understand that. To the good representative from Loveland that specified his story, and not all of us have been through that. I didn't escape a war-torn country. My parents came here for the American dream, which we, you know, God helped us out and we did find it. The thing is, yeah, we welcome those people, but through the legal process. That's what we're intending to portray here. We're welcoming these people through the legal process, and we would help them out. But when they come in and expect to be given everything, when a lot of people here actually are suffering and really struggling to make ends meet, and sometimes even pay a deductible on their insurance if they can afford insurance, that's where we're struggling with this. That's what we're trying to portray here. We should be incentivizing immigrants to come to the country legally, not incentivizing them to stay in this country illegally. To help out the people that, yeah, of course, we have to have compassion. I understand that. I do have compassion, but we have to have compassion for the people that we're serving, that are here legally and paying into the tax system, paying into the state, to the federal tax system. Those are the people that are really paying for all of this. You, me, her, those two up there. But this is what we're trying to incentivize, is them going through the legal process so they can contribute to this country. And like the good representative from Loveland and myself, we're so proud to be part of this country. We're proud to be Americans. And me going through the process of doing that made me this proud. Studying to be a citizen made me proud of this country. I understood this country, the history, the Constitution, the rich history of this country. That's what made me proud to be a part of it. That's what we should be incentivizing. This bill does not incentivize that. Senate Bill 25-276 is a sweeping, ideological-driven piece of legislation that dangerously prioritizes political symbolism over the fundamental responsibilities of government, ensuring public safety, upholding the rule of law, which immigration is the rule of law, it's a federal law, and preserving the integrity of our legal system. At its core, this bill disables cooperation between local law enforcement and federal immigration authorities. Shouldn't we want our local law enforcement to work with the federal government, since the state of Colorado is part of the United States of America? We should want to work with the federal government. We should want to help them. And them us. The federal government should be helping us as well. That's what they are intending on doing with the immigration. We are stewards of our taxpayers' money. We should continue to be good stewards for that. That being said, I move L048 to SB 276 and have it properly displayed, please, on the Jumbotron.
That is a proper motion to the amendment. Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment eliminates state resident tuition educations for those in the country illegally and state-funded tuition assistance. This is me trying to be good stewards of our taxpayers' money. I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on L048? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will absolutely ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L048? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of L048. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L048 failed. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, so I have a couple things written down, and I wanted to talk about this. The problem that we have with the immigration debate is that it can create a lot of fear, that they're coming after you. But it's a nation that accepts the refugee, or the harmed, or the frightened, is a great nation. And believe me, we are a great nation. Please put aside the harsh rhetoric around immigration. I hope that this can set a tone for a more respectful, or is more respectful to the immigrant, which may lead to reform of the system. Those aren't my words. Those are from our President, George W. Bush. Here's another quote. What we're doing in this debate is we're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable and decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law. And secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. I don't want to see a whole family, 6 to 8-year-olds, being made to feel that they're living outside of the law. Let's address ourselves to the fundamentals. These are good people and strong people. That's by George H.W. Bush. We're talking about putting up a fence. It's me, so there's fences in this. Why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems? Make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and while they are working and earning and paying taxes. That's President Ronald Reagan. I want to address part of this piece too about what is being contributed into this economy, into the state by those that are coming here. So for those that are undocumented, we're looking at $96.7 billion in tax revenue that they have paid into the system currently because they still pay taxes when they're here, when they are still working in here, when they're working in the fields, when they're working in their hotels, when they're working in the restaurants. They are still paying taxes because they still have a legal ID when they're here, regardless of their immigration status. $96.7 billion. So that is contributing into here. And I would be remiss if I didn't bring up my rural area and my part of the state and the economy that happens there. Agriculture. Who works in the agricultural industry? Who is out in the fields? It's the migrant farm worker. And they do it. And we have a very short growing season, but it's very quick. And they absolutely come back year after year after year to being able to do this, to being able to contribute, because this is what they want to do. They earn that money, they pay the taxes, and they send that money back, and they also spend it here as well too. So they also do contribute to the economy. It is absolutely understated that if this continues to go unchecked, that you're going to see a absolute collapse of the agricultural industry. And if you see a collapse of the agricultural industry, that means there's no food on your plate, you're not going to be able to feed your families, and those are jobs and farms that are going to go out of business because of that. I don't come down all that often to the well, but I do it on things that I feel passionately about. I think when we were approaching this subject and we were approaching this conversation, I want to make sure that we come back to the really the crux of this problem, and as quoted by 3 presidents that I listed here today, this is a human issue. These are people. We need to, when we approach the conversation, regardless of what side you're on, is to being able to treat them with dignity and respect, and knowing that the struggles that have happened. We can and should and must do better to being able to address this. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 276.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the good representative from El Valle, you were doing so good. You were doing so good. I was agreeing with you, except for that last part. And I'll explain. Great quote from President Ronald Reagan. Thanks to President Ronald Reagan, my wife became a resident through the amnestia program that Ronald Reagan brought forward. That's what I'm trying to push. Exactly what I'm trying to push. Make it a streamlined process, again, like President Ronald Reagan did, to make people legal. That's what we're trying to do, and I agree with you 100%. The part I do disagree with you respectfully, unless you want to take it disrespectfully, is it's not going to affect the agriculture industry, because those people are here on work visas. They're here on work visas legally. I know this because my wife's cousin is one of those migrant farm workers that come here temporarily during the season. And he comes and he eats dinner with us, and he has fun, and he works. And when the season's over, he goes back to Mexico. Not because he's obligated to or because he's thrown out right away, because he enjoys coming here to work, but he loves his country, and he goes back to his country. Respectful. And we keep telling them, if you want to become a resident, a citizen, we will back you. We will support you. We will write the immigration letter. I'll be your sponsor. He said, I don't have a problem with it right now. He's not married, doesn't have any kids. He's young, he's enjoying his life in Mexico, and he comes here to work, make some money. So to say that it's affecting the ag community and the farm workers, not true. They come here legally on work visas. But I do agree with the streamlined process. That's something that I've been reiterating time and time again. That's what we need to do. This bill doesn't do that. This bill incentivizes them to stay here legally, knowing they're going to be protected, knowing they're going to get paid while they're here. And the health care, they get free health care. I'm a taxpayer. I don't get free health care. I wish there was a way to do it, but there really isn't at the moment. There really isn't. We can't afford it as a country and as a state. We can't afford it. Because one of the reasons, I'm not saying it's the reason, one of the reasons is all this money, $500 million going to illegal immigration. So, yeah, I appreciate your talk here, good representative from El Valle. But yes, half of it I agree with. The other half I had to set the record straight. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my great colleague from Weld County on this. I do want to elaborate a little bit more, I guess, on the farm worker piece, and just for some clarification points. Yes, the HUA programs that we have available and other work visa programs that are available are amazing programs. Those are different than what we are talking about in this bill and in this legislation. Some farmers are very supportive of the HUA program, some are not, depending on the restrictions that they have there. And so while we have those and we have work visas that happen, we also do have some that are migrant farm workers that come in without documentation that come in and do that. There is a difference, and but happy to continue that talk with you, and also did appreciate the respectful conversation with that.
Representative Sukla. Representative Barron.
Thank you for that, Representative. I do realize that, but it goes back to the whole point where those other farm workers are illegal and it's illegal to employ them. That's where I'm going to. It puts the farmer, the industry at risk because it is illegal to employ an illegal immigrant. But I believe we should expand. We should expand the work visas for the agriculture community for migrant workers. That's something that I would be open to as well. And while they're here, have that streamlined process to become legal residents while they're here working, just like President Ronald Reagan did. They can apply for legalization while they're working on a work visa. That would be the perfect situation for this, the perfect situation. I would 100% be backing that. That's the reason my wife's favorite president is Ronald Reagan. He gave her papers. And what he did was amazing. It was great. Coming from an actor, but it was great. So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that that's probably something we should be pushing. I would 100% back that. Thank you.
Representative Sukla, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know if I was ever going to get up here. Appreciate it. So when I ran for office, I lived in Olathe, Colorado for 7 months. If you haven't heard of Olathe sweet corn or Olathe potatoes or Olathe onions or Olathe watermelons or Olathe cantaloupes or Olathe green chilies, then you are missing out. And what I would do at 7 o'clock every morning is I would go to the White Cafe and I would sit with 8 of the biggest farmers in Olathe, Colorado. 2 of those farmers employed 50 people that they shared between the 2 farms that were on the H-2A program. The H-2A program, the way that it works is each person that you bring in from Mexico, the farmer has to pay $3,000 per person. So just to bring in those workers that worked for them for the 6 or 7 months, they paid $150,000. They also had barmeniums, and that is where they lived. So they housed them on the farms. This is the question that I asked them. I said, well, how many illegal immigrants do you think that the farmers in Olathe, Montrose County is employed by farmers? And this was their answer: 0. Absolutely 0. And I said, why is that? I keep hearing about them paying for the taxes and contributing to the economy. Why are you telling me it's 0? They said, we did that a long time ago, but now the law is so strict that if we employed somebody that was illegal on our farm, they would fine us so bad that we could lose our farms. So I said, you're telling me that there is not any illegal immigrants in Olathe, Colorado with your thousands of acres of farms? And they said, the only illegal immigrants that we don't know of, but if they are getting cash. And I don't see how somebody that is getting cash is paying to the economy of the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a process for everything. In this case, the process of immigration, I've heard a lot of things talked about down here. We have immigration, we have refugees, we have illegal immigration, and several other things that were mentioned, all of which have multiple processes for entering this country correctly or incorrectly. What is clearly evident is there's extensive cost to Colorado taxpayers. The Colorado community at every single level across all 64 counties has incurred expenses. Those expenses have gone up significantly over the last several years, in particular the last 4 years. We were just talking a minute ago about the impact on agriculture and what's going on there. I would urge you to relook at Senate Bill 21-87. That was the one that was passed that limited agriculture to 40 hours a week. So back in the day, migrant workers could come through and they would work 100 hours a week for their very short harvesting season. They would make their money and then they would move on to the next farm or the next event of where they were working. But when we passed 87, in the guise of helping workers stick to a 40-hour work week, that impacted their ability to make money, save money, take it home, and it also impacted the ability of ranchers and farmers. So this cause and effect is what nobody seems to be looking at, or maybe only one side looks at one thing. Right now, for the last 4 years, we've had massive influx of millions coming across the border illegally. They have bypassed the process. The prior administration of the federal government enabled them to bypass that process. That is not only a cost to the Colorado, but it's a cost to the entire country. And we are now having to deal with that. Last year, I sat in a meeting last summer in Aurora because of the big spike that was going on in crime, particularly in my district coming down Parker Road out of Aurora. At that meeting, talking about TDA and everything was going on with the apartments up in Aurora. And the governor and the representative from CD6 made a statement, and I quote, it was our, quote, imagination. None of that was happening. Ironically, before I got to that meeting, I spoke with our sheriff. We had 6 illegal Venezuelans sitting in the Douglas County Jail. So it wasn't my imagination. And I'm pretty sure across multiple counties, similar things are happening and will continue to happen. I've got my colleague up here out from Elbert County that's going to be talking. I know for a fact about the illegal drugs that are run by cartels and things that are running through there. All of this stuff has a cost to Colorado taxpayers. It has an impact on our crime. It has an impact on our health care, our education, our roads, our insurance, everything in our lives. Yet, our focus is on 276 and saying, let's take care of one little sector. And we have lost sight of the entire rest of the state. So Colorado right now, approximately 36% of our 4th graders are not proficient in reading at grade level. We have a high crime rate. We're ranked 4th nationally for violent property crime. We rank 45th for mental health treatment. We have all kinds of issues that cost money. We have all kinds of problems that we should be dealing with, and yet we are looking at ways to move money around instead of dealing with the issues that are affecting Colorado residents. That's not helping the situation. That's not following the process. I hear our colleagues up here on the other side of the aisle talking about we need to protect this group, we need to protect that group. Well, I think we need to protect everybody in the state. Is there a due process? Absolutely. But you know what? They failed to follow the process by coming here illegally. And now we have to deal with that fiscal impact. And there's a process for that, but we want to ignore that. We want to pretend it doesn't matter. It's not going to impact us. At some point, I promise you, it will. Just like a few years ago when I argued about using the ARPA funds for various fundings that we're now facing with things that this bill is trying to look at. And everybody said, oh, it'll be okay. And I argued my first year up here like, no, it won't. You're living on your overtime. Well, now the bills are coming due. We just went through a massive budget cut, huge debate dealing with funding. We're going to have the same debate, if not more intense, next year because of the budget. This state is writing policies that it cannot cash at the bank. And in the end, the consumers and the citizens here are going to get stuck with it. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Jackson, then Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to preface my comments. There's been a lot of conversation about Aurora and what happens in Aurora and what has happened in Aurora. And as the representative from House District 41 in Aurora, one of the most diverse districts in the state, I would love to clarify and speak some truth to the falsehoods that have been mentioned here today. The cartel has not, is not, and will not be taking over Aurora. That is a falsehood. It has never happened, and it would be nice if we can make comments that are actually based in truth instead of fear and wanting to provoke fear. So I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward, and I speak today in strong support of it. It's a bill that protects civil rights, regardless of immigration status, a fundamental value that should not be up for debate. On my block alone in HD 41, there are at least 7 different countries represented. There are families, these are my neighbors, and they're more than demographics. They're my friends, they're workers, they're parents, they're caregivers, they're community builders. They pay into our economy, and like all of us, they share a simple dream to build a good life for their families. We often hear from our colleagues across the aisle about the importance of family, hard work, faith, and freedom. But I must say, those values ring hollow when we're unwilling to extend them to all people, regardless of where they're born. You can't say you support strong families and then turn your back on families seeking safety, stability, and dignity. This bill is not radical. It's a moral and legal reaffirmation that civil rights belong to all human beings in this state, and that we will not tolerate discrimination in housing, healthcare, education, or public services based on immigration status. We as legislators are expected to lead, but leadership isn't just about casting votes or taking the mic. True leadership requires compassion. It requires empathy. It requires living up to the values we claim to hold. So today, colleagues, I urge all of us, especially those who speak of values, to vote in alignment with those values and support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While my moniker indicates that I am the good representative from Adams and Arapahoe County, most of you know the reality is I am the good representative from Aurora. House District 36 is the most diverse district in the most diverse city in the state of Colorado, and Aurora is one of the most diverse cities in the country. I believe that diversity is the asset, and it is invaluable. And it's a reason that it's based on the fact that we have that immigrant population. What has been happening to my city is there has been a blurring of the lines between criminal enforcement and immigration enforcement. And the reason that they're doing that is accidental at worst, scary at best. There was a raid in my city that struck at 6 in the morning with military precision. And these individuals weren't out committing crimes or out driving through the neighborhoods. These were individuals who were doing one of two things: on their way to work or taking their kids to school. The reason this was done was to attack the foundation of what every immigrant in this country is looking for: stability and that ability to move forward. I believe that our job here is to protect the least of us. And the least we can do is do that protection. We are a nation of immigrants that has been told that it is okay to fear immigrants. This bill will give us back that stability so that my city and my district can go back to doing exactly what you in this chamber keep telling us that you want them to do. Go to work, go to school, become good citizens, and that's what this bill is going to help them do.
Representative Ricks.
Members, so I stand here as one of those young girls, one of those families that had to flee their home country, not wanting to come to America just to be in America, but because there was a civil war. There were soldiers that had guns, and the soldiers actually came to my house to pick up my mother's fiance, who was a member of the government. And I know firsthand what it is to flee your country, to come looking for a better life, and to be embraced in a country like America. I stand here as a proud American, not born here, but naturalized, having been given that opportunity that so many people are looking for, that opportunity that has been fleeting, that opportunity that only came to my family because of, in 1988, because of amnesty, when Ronald Reagan passed the most comprehensive immigration plan. Since that time, there has been nothing. So when we talk about people want to come the right way, how do they come the right way? Even if you're here, there is no pathway. We have not done the right thing by the immigrants in this country. We use them on our farms, they work in our labor, they work as maid, they work in service industry. Immigrants are in the construction. 30% of the people that work here in Colorado in construction are immigrants. But yet, there is no pathway for them to become citizens. But we said we want them to be here legal. So if we want them to be here legal, that's why laws need to be passed. A law like this is trying to protect people who have come fleeing their home countries, people who are walking through 3 different countries. Can you imagine that? Some of you have not even walked anywhere. You haven't walked in the footprints of these people because they're not here because they want to be, but they're here looking for safety, looking for their piece of the American dream. And they're here working, contributing to the tax base, contributing to the labor force, making sure that we have fresh foods in our supermarkets, taking care of our elderly people, jobs that Americans don't want to do, by the way. But yet, we give them no credit. We act like they're taking so much from us. And then when something happens, they're gang members, they're criminals, they're from S-hole countries. What are we saying? Are we humane? Are we human beings? We have to be humane. I've heard a lot of conversation up here, and it's all from people who not necessarily have been through any of the things that people are going through. But I can tell you that I'm proud. I'm proud to be serving my state of Colorado as the first African immigrant to be elected in Colorado. And I'm proud to be here because my community sent me here. They looked at me and saw value in me. They knew that they wanted somebody to lend their voice to this chamber, to ensure that people like them are seen. People are not just treated like they're nothing just because they don't have papers. That does not mean that the difference between a person who is valued is a piece of paper. Colorado has become a home for me and for many other families. And one thing I want to say too, it's funny, it's only the brown and black folks that they look at. Not the Russians or the other folks, the Europeans. Nobody cares about them, but it's the brown and black folks that they're rounding up. And now people are being rounded up and sent to El Salvador. Okay, no due process. But we're fighting. What are we fighting for? We're fighting for this thing that we call the American dream. I rise in support of this bill because this bill is going to provide safeguards for people to affirm protections like due process, like equal protection, and privacy to apply to all Coloradans, regardless of your citizenship. You still deserve those rights, regardless of your immigration status. This bill will ensure that the state and local agencies are not used as tools of federal immigration enforcement, which erodes public trust and makes communities less safe. You know, when you're telling people not to report crime or they're scared to show up because law enforcement is going to grab them, or there's a traffic stop and you're going to be picked up because all of a sudden now the police become an immigration officer. That's not what we want. That's not the Colorado we want. We don't want to go back there. There was a time that Colorado was like that. It also reduces barriers for undocumented students and Coloradans by removing outdated affidavit requirements for in-state tuition and driver's licenses, bringing dignity and privacy back into our institutions. It's going to protect the release process from being hijacked. Jails can no longer delay someone's release solely due to their ICE status, or the ICE cannot show up, and that's a backdoor detention tactic without warrants. It expands legal remedies. Immigrants can now petition to vacate guilty pleas to Class 3 misdemeanors, traffic misdemeanors, and petty offenses. It limits data collection. Public agencies, including schools, libraries, and healthcare providers, cannot collect and disclose immigration-related information unless explicitly required by law. And it's going to ensure access to lawful immigration enforcement agents in schools, in hospital grounds. Those are places that should be sacred. People should not be in a hospital bed thinking, man, they're going to come and arrest me and send me back to El Salvador. It's going to strengthen penalties. Any intentional violations of these protections can result in $50,000 in civil penalties, with funds going to the Colorado Immigration Legal Defense Fund. I want to say that this bill goes a long way to trying to help to bring some safety, some security maybe to people who are walking around really scared in our community. Every day I get calls from my constituents talking about, you know, their family members who may have been rounded up or scared that they could just be picked up simply by doing things that we do every day that we take for granted. But then I think even as U.S. citizens, we should be concerned now. Anyways, I regress. As an immigrant, a public servant, and a proud Coloradan, I urge you to vote yes on this bill. This is our chance to lead with courage and compassion and to make Colorado a state that truly stands by its value. You see, it's not just about what we say up here, it's also what we do.
Any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
We having fun yet? Who's notepad? Is this yours? No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it a little disturbing that was stated from the well here that we should not be debating these things. I was under the impression that was the purpose of this chamber, was debate. Whether we agree or disagree, the purpose of this chamber is to debate. And to be told that we shouldn't be debating this bill or anything else that's being referenced, I think is absolutely wrong. When we stand in this well, we are advocating for our districts. I have no problem with somebody coming down from a different district and advocating for their constituents in their district. But to be told that we shouldn't be debating this because somebody else sees it differently and their side is presumably correct is insulting, to say the least. I'm going to go back to my opening statement. There's a process for everything. We have a process. Federal government has a process, state government has a process, municipalities have a process. That process hasn't been followed for a very long time. And once again, we are dealing with the repercussions and the costs to all the Coloradans, our budget, our health care, our education, our roads. And if we can't debate that, if we're not supposed to be debating what's going on, then why are we even here? Well, I will counter and say that we should be here. We should be debating. Clearly, the majority will get their way in the end. But the minority is going to get up here and debate. We're going to get up here and make our voices heard because we have constituents too. We have constituents that are impacted by crime. We have constituents that are impacted by health care, potholes in the road. So we're going to be up here and debate and fight for our constituents. To be told that we shouldn't be debating this is ludicrous. There is a process, and part of that process right now is debate. Part of that process is standing up for constituents. Part of that process is trying to protect the people that are in our districts. My district has seen a significant increase in crime. And I will apologize up front to the representatives from Aurora, but you know what? It comes down Parker Road into Parker. It comes out of Arapahoe County into Douglas County. Those are simple facts. The other part that was interesting in my comment earlier when I was up here, when the governor and the representative from CD6 said it was our imagination, then after they did the raid and they arrested a lot of folks from TDA, and there were also some MS-13 and some other folks, I thought, oh, now we need to do something about the criminals that are here. And all of a sudden the narrative changed. And the governor's like, we need to do something. Yet when our side comes down here to debate, when our side comes down to advocate that we need to increase crime and penalties and do things, we're demonized. I don't care where you come from, Russia, El Salvador, doesn't matter. If you do something illegal, you should be arrested. If you come to my district, as my sheriff is very famous for saying in Douglas County, if you commit a crime in Douglas County, he will chase you, he will catch you, you will go to jail, and you will be tired. The cost is coming due to all of Colorado. That cost pertains to health care, education, roads, insurance, you name it. There isn't a sector that won't be impacted. We saw that in the big debate over the budget. We saw the JBC proposing significant cuts in most every sector. Clearly, that fight will continue next year. And until we sit here and acknowledge that, versus being told it shouldn't be up for debate, we're not going to get it changed. We need to acknowledge it, we need to deal with it, and we need to fix it. And this is not the way on this bill to do it. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, it occurs to me as we debate back and forth on this that how much of the legislation that is proposed and passes in this chamber is shaped by people's perspective, their point of view, their life experiences. just had a group of representatives up here that claim to represent Aurora. I mean, they do, and all represent portions of Aurora, as do I. I wasn't asked to be up there, and probably am not seen from that perspective as a representative of Aurora, but I am as well. And well, there were wide reports of gang activity, folks from Nicaragua in Aurora, and some probably said they had taken over Aurora. I think everybody knows, most people at least, that paid a little attention, that this was several apartment buildings, a portion of Aurora. Just same way I feel when people say, oh my gosh, what's going on in Colorado? Colorado's gone sideways. That's not the way I feel about the district I represent. So I understand why folks may feel that Aurora in a whole was disabused in some manner. But again, just to stand with a group of people and say we are Aurora and leave out one of your fellow representatives who also represents Aurora just puts a spotlight on how we can focus on things that impact us and maybe miss things that impact others. But be that as it may, the bill itself, I've got a lot to say about, and I'm not going to say everything I have about it right now. But there's one part that I find bemusing. It was Section 18 in the re-engrossed bill. It became Section 19 in the pre-amended bill. Then we edited out 17, so I think it's back to 18 again. But it's titled General Provisions, and it reads, a military force from another state, territory, or district shall not enter the state without the permission of the governor, except that this section doesn't apply to military force from another state, territory, or district that's on federal orders or acting as part of the armed forces. I'm really interested to know what the point of that was, because it seems to indicate that there's concern that governors of other states will send National Guard forces into Colorado to do something regarding immigration. I don't think the governor of Vermont's going to send Ethan Allen and the Green Mountain Boys down here to do anything. But the way this is written, it precludes some things that happen all the time and actually are very important to the state of Colorado and the defense of our nation. Very regularly, forces that are not federalized come into Colorado to train at Fort Carson, Peterson, down at Pinyon Canyon. If a water purification platoon from Wyoming needs to come down and do rifle qualification, that's a military force that isn't federalized, that coordinates with Fort Carson's range control, and they come down for the weekend and they do their training. I don't think we want the governor to have to approve every one of those. I don't think it makes any sense. If we have forest fires burning on our borders and we have a non-federalized National Guard force out of Utah or Wyoming or any of our surrounding states that move that fire line into the state, and they've been coordinating, and they will have been coordinating with our state homeland security or public safety folks. Again, I don't think we want to hold up fighting a fire to get the governor's permission to move another 100 yards forward. The fire line's not going to respect our state's borders. So I, again, don't know what the intent of the original provision was, but I think it's unnecessarily restrictive. And for that reason, I move L052 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be properly displayed. So while that's being displayed, I just want to refresh your memory again with the original language says, a military force from another state, territory, or district shall not enter without the permission of the governor. That's pretty clear. It covers all military forces, federalized and unfederalized. And then it carves out an exception, and that it doesn't apply to military forces from another state, territory, or district that's on federal order. So it kind of carves out federalized National Guardsmen are here, but it leaves unfederalized forces completely banned without the ability of without the direct permission of the governor from coming in. So this amendment just adds that non-federalized armed forces, so these would be National Guardsmen that haven't been federalized, wouldn't be barred from coming into Fort Carson to do their normal training, to augment perhaps a platoon that comes down on their annual training, to augment a battalion on active duty at Carson, or for that matter, just a flight of F-15s coming in from another state to refuel at Peterson would be a military force, not federalized, coming in just to do training, refuel, and leave. And then the second part would allow those that are engaged in responding to an urgent natural disaster, something that crosses our borders and demands a continuous response, as long as they've previously coordinated, and they will have with Homeland Security. So I don't think this is controversial. It's not meant to be controversial. It's not meant to upset the bill. We've accepted some other amendments today, so we know this is going to have to go back to the Senate to take a look. But I do think this is very important to ensure the public safety of the folks in our state and just not disrupt normal everyday training of small military units. The armed forces, just calling them forces is pretty vague, but I think this corrects that. So I would ask for favorable consideration and a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L052? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise in support of the amendment. It is a fairly simple clarifying amendment. You would be surprised at the amount of times that other state forces move through this state, fly through this state, drive through this state, come to this state to train. We have some huge training areas here. It's very well liked by a lot of other forces. There's other major training areas in other states, California, Texas, and we're right here in the middle. People like coming here because we're kind of the geographic center of the United States. When there are disasters or problems that strike, very often you will have forces flowing here from other states in support of that event. If we had to sit and wait, or if they had to sit and wait every single time to get the governor's permission and go through all of those channels, that disaster could be rapidly spinning out of control, especially when it comes to fighting fires on state lands, when it comes to flooding. Search and rescue is time sensitive. You want to have air assets up there immediately, especially if it's at night. I have to help work some of those issues here from the federal level. This would be a simple clarifying amendment. I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote. Our incident response system is already, it's different from the National Guard. We ask a no vote. Representative
Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it wasn't my intention to go after the bill sponsor, so I apologize for that. I did want to just kind of expand on what my colleague from the Army of 26 years talked about earlier. Is the way I read this amendment, and if I understand correctly, when it talks about a military force coming from another state without the governor's permission, it's an interesting section to say the least. However, it is normal for National Guard Air Force to fly training missions, fly from one state to another, and it is not uncommon to, for whatever reason, whether it's refueling, whether it's an emergency landing, to have to come into or at least stop over in a base from another state. And I just think there's an unintended consequence here of possibly muddying that area, and we want our National Guard to be able to land when they need to land. And I do think it's an unintended consequence, not taking into account that our military, especially our Air Force, traveling from state to state, they often stop in states that they weren't planning on, or maybe they were planning on it. And that could be a problem here with this bill. Again, seems like an unintended consequence, but it is something that certainly should be considered. So I do request an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L052? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got to say that the comment about the incident response is 100% wrong. This was part of my job before I retired. Shush. Yes, my 26 years. State Guard forces will quickly, if there is an incident, state forces will rapidly flow to this state, to staging areas. Those particular staging areas in this state happen to be Peterson Airport Air Base is the primary one. You'll have Fort Carson, and then you have other areas that lie on the outside. If it comes to fighting fires, they will stage in other areas where that fire is at. While they are on the ground, there is coordination that's going on. If you are going to have to say, we need to get the governor's permission before those forces can flow into this state to help Coloradans, that's a mistake. That will cost lives, time, and money. I have been on that front line of fires, floods, hurricanes, mudslides. If you're going to sit and wait every time for the governor to make that decision and go through all those channels, you're risking lives and money. This is a simple clarifying amendment. It doesn't change the intent of your bill. It doesn't do anything to it, but it clarifies how the forces can flow here to support the people of this state. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L052? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say if there's anything that I've seen in this room over the last 5 months that would be a justifiable safety clause, this amendment right here is a justifiable safety clause, and I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L052? Representative Richardson.
I know the sponsor responded that this was somehow not necessary for emergency response. I think my colleague disabused us of that notion, but it still doesn't address the multitude of small units that come into this state every single year to train at our federal installations. I don't believe the governor wants to be approving every platoon that comes in to do their rifle marksmanship out of Garden City, Kansas. I don't think he needs to approve every fighter jet that transits the state, maybe doesn't even stop but covers our airspace in Colorado, or stops to refuel at Peterson. We're putting a big demand on the governor to have to approve all of these when there's absolutely a system in place that lets this happen, but we still don't, and I'd kind of like an answer as to why the original language is here. What were we concerned about with National Guard elements from other states, territories, or districts coming into the state to do anyway? It kind of is an odd piece of the bill, and if there's a real concern that's regarding those with differing immigration statuses, I'd like to know what that is, but this amendment, without this amendment, we are certainly hurting disaster response, and we're certainly hurting military readiness, and I don't think that's acceptable.
Any further discussion? Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I usually don't come up here twice on the same amendment. I just really want to emphasize from an Air Force perspective, it is not uncommon that you're going to fly a training mission from California to Florida or wherever, and you stop over in different states while you're flying across the country, because in a fighter jet, they do not hold enough fuel like a commercial airliner does, where they can just fly in one continuous flight. Unless they're in-flight refueling, which is not common if you're just flying somewhere for a training mission, they stop in states all the time to refuel. And in El Paso County, we have 5 military bases, and a couple of them that are able to, accept aircraft and refuel them. I don't think the governor wants to, on almost probably a daily basis, have to sit there and sign approvals for aircraft stopping in somewhere in the state of Colorado to refuel or anything like that. The way I read the bill, it sounds like that's what you have to do, because it talks about a military force from another state that's not on Title 10 orders, which would be your National Guard on Title 32 orders. I think this bill has unintended consequences. I don't know if it was stakeholdered with our military folks. I hope it was. I really do think that this is going to cause a serious problem with our different training forces from around the country, our state guards people who are just trying to do training like normal and may need to stop in here for whatever reason. I seriously, there's an unintended consequence here, and it's very glaring to a lot of the military veterans here. I really urge an aye vote on this.
Any further discussion on L052? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L052. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. L052 is lost. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Surprise, surprise, I am rising in support of this bill. I was happy to stand alongside my colleagues from Aurora here because it has been a very strange experience this last year watching our community be talked about. It's very interesting from a national perspective, or even in this room, listening to people talk about a place that they do not live. I've lived in Aurora for a long time. I live in Northwest Aurora. I live on like Colfax and Havana-ish. I live 5 blocks away from one of the properties that you've heard about on the news. It's a place that I drive by all the time. It's a place that my kids ride their bikes around all the time. And it is just such a strange experience to see the life that you're living in a place be represented in such a negative light and not true at all to the experience that I have in my own community. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about why this bill, why I support it, why it's good for my community, for people in my community, because like my colleague from HD 36, HD 42, which is my district, is also one of the most diverse in the state. We have everything in the world there, which includes some of the best food that you'll ever eat. My kids, when they went to an elementary school, I have said this in committee in regards to other bills, but they had a map at the elementary school of all the different countries that the students' families hailed from, all the different languages that were represented. And it was over like 150. And it's really incredible, and it's really amazing. It's a really wonderful place that my kids have got to grow up. They have got to grow up knowing people in their classrooms that represent the entire world. And me and my husband and my kids, they are absolutely better people for getting the opportunity to live in Aurora, Colorado. I have watched these kids grow up. These, kids come to my house. I've befriended parents. And I will tell you, we're all just living the same life, trying to do what's best for our kids, get to work, make sure we have enough food on the table, and in solidarity of, trying to raise big families and things like this. And that has been my experience of Aurora. My kids are older now. They're all in high school or college. And as, my kids have dated kids who come from mixed status families, or that are now feeling some of the threats and the pressure, from the national level. And these are kids that I know and love. These are obviously kids that my kids know and love. And this is our everyday, normal experience of just living life in Aurora. And it is vibrant. It's a wonderful place to be. I am a grown-up. I can move anywhere I want, I suppose, and I live in Aurora, Colorado. I live in Northeast Aurora at that. And even though my kids are older, and obviously they don't go to the elementary school anymore, we live on a street where the elementary school is just down a little bit. So all the families, all the moms, all the dads, all the little kids, they are walking down the street on their way to school, and I see them every day, not so much here because I come earlier. But they are just people living their lives. They want the best for their kids. They have spent their morning looking for socks and matching shoes and making sure the backpacks are full and the homework is done. And they are walking their kids to school and making sure they get to work on time and making sure that someone is able to pick the kid up from school. They are living a regular life just like the rest of us. And so many of them have come from such challenge and worked so hard to be able to give their kids the opportunity for peace, for food, for safety. And I am so proud and happy for them that they are able to give their kids that in the city of Aurora. Many of you here know I'm a super thrifter. I got this dress at the thrift store this Saturday just to celebrate Aloha Day. I go every Saturday that I'm able to. And one of my favorite things about being at the thrift store, that's just a couple blocks from my house, is it is full of my community. It is full of new Americans. It is full of people here to build their life, and they are buying plates and silverware and pots and pans and pictures to hang on the wall and a couch to put in their living room and the clothes for their kids to start new at school. And it is one of my favorite things to see. And it happens in my city of Aurora. And I am not afraid of these people. I am excited for them. I am proud of them. I am happy for them. I am happy for the lives that they are able to create in what happens to be one of my favorite cities, Aurora, Colorado. It is a unique place. It is wonderful. It is a place where dreams are made of, where people have the opportunity to come and build the life that they want for themselves and their families. And I couldn't be more proud to live there, to represent this place. And I welcome anybody here. Come to Aurora. I will take you to some of the best restaurants. I will show you a slice of life that maybe you don't see all the time, but it is a wonderful place to live. The people there are just like the rest of us. They are human beings. They deserve civil rights. They don't deserve to have to live a life in fear. And I want to say the city of Aurora, the name has Latin roots. It means dawn. And so when I think of the place that I live, it is the dawn of like a new life for all these people who want all of the same things that we have and perhaps take for granted. And what I know is that these people work hard, they love their families, and they're just trying to make it through the end of the day like us all and give their children the best future possible. And because of this, I want to protect these people. This bill will do that. I'm a super yes on this, and I hope you all are too. Thank you.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually love the stories that we've heard through this bill, because we're products of our environments, we're products of our experiences, and the more that we know and listen to each other, the richer we become. We all have different experiences, all different lives, and our job, I see, in this building is to try to learn from each other and see other points of view. And that's for the benefit of all Coloradans, not just one side or the other. As you know, I've been an English language development teacher and principal of a school, and now I am a director of English language development. And so the piece talking about compassion for others really hits me, because I have taken care of lots and lots of kids through lots of ups and downs as immigration policy shifts and changes in my role as a teacher and as a principal. And so a lot of those stories, they do hit my heart. I also know that when we're absorbing so many kids, and it's not just kids from other countries, but kids from all over our own country, our education system and our hospitals are overburdened. And so I balance what can we do with the money that we have, and are we benefiting the Coloradans that we have now, and how far can we stretch those costs? So those are the questions that I wrestle with all the time. That said, I also have been getting some messages from people in my district that are like, what is this bill about? Because we're hearing lots of different pieces talking around the bill, but what are you really arguing about in this bill? And so I thought, for the viewing public, hello, Mom, and all the people in HD 65 and beyond. I thought I'd just kind of read some highlights, and this is from our fiscal note. I thought it was a really good summary of what's in this bill, so I'm just going to go through it quickly. So, state enforcement of civil immigration law detainer request. The bill stipulates that a jail or law enforcement officer may not delay a defendant's release because of a federal request for a civil immigration detainer. The continued detainment of an individual who has posted bond on the basis of a civil immigration detainer constitutes a new warrantless arrest. Further, law enforcement officers are prohibited from requesting a private citizen to assist in the arrest of an individual on the basis of a civil immigration detainer. Disclosure of personal identifying information. Current law prohibits a probation officer or employee from disclosing personal information about an individual to federal immigration authorities. This bill extends these provisions to pretrial officers and employees. Access to property. The bill prohibits a law enforcement officer or employee of a detention center from allowing federal immigration authorities access to part of the detention facility that is not accessible to the public without a warrant or order. Detention centers. Current law prohibits state and local governments from entering into or renewing contracts with the federal government regarding immigration detention facilities or collaborating with private entities that operate such centers. The bill makes all contracts subject to these provisions regardless of whether it involves payments. The bill also requires detention facilities to designate an exit point to use for the purpose of transferring an individual out of custody to a federal immigration authority. The delay of an individual's release from custody for the purpose of transferring to federal authorities constitutes a new warrantless arrest. Military forces entering Colorado. The bill prohibits a military force from another state, territory, or district from entering Colorado without the permission of the governor unless they're acting at the order of the federal government. Prohibition of civil arrest. Current law prohibits the civil arrest of a person at a courthouse. The bill expands this prohibition to behavioral health facilities, psychiatric hospitals, detention centers, and other facilities run by the Department of Human Services. Court petitions. Current law allows a non-citizen defendant to challenge an unconstitutionally entered guilty plea for certain Class 1 and 2 misdemeanors or municipal offenses under circumstances related to adverse immigration consequences. The bill expands the relief to Class 3 misdemeanors, traffic misdemeanors, and petty offenses. Affidavits. Current law requires a student seeking in-state tuition or an individual seeking an identification document who does not have lawful immigration status to submit an affidavit stating that they have applied or will apply for lawful presence. The bill repeals these affidavits and requires any previously collected data to be managed in accordance with a data privacy policy. For students participating in the College Opportunity Fund program, the bill directs the Department of Higher Education to adopt a data privacy policy for the management of any documentation related to a student's immigration status. Colorado Consumer Protection Act. The bill prohibits a controller from processing a consumer's geolocation data without consent. So I hope that gives you a little bit of a summary of what is actually the bill that we are debating. Hope that helps. Colorado, tune in, watch what we're doing. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up here in support of a no vote on this bill, but there are some things I do want to share with you. The message I get from people in my district is please vote no. And because they see the strain on the resources in Colorado and because they're living it. We've had years of unaddressed immigration surges, and many of our state systems are on the brink of failure. Local, county, state governments are already in debt. $500,000 in taxpayers' money is providing services. $300 million are going directly to K-12 education. But I want to say something for the people of Colorado. They do these things for anybody who walks through their doors. whether it be a clinic, a hospital, a school. They take and do the best for whoever is there, whether they are undocumented or they're a citizen of the state. So that's a big thank you for those. It's indefensible to put further burdens on Colorado taxpayers to support individuals who are not here legally. I want to say that thank you to the bill sponsors for making the modifications in this bill. But I feel that perhaps they are somewhat short-sighted because this bill doesn't do anything to alleviate the growing pressure on Colorado families. Now, we have at length talked about how this bill, what kind of effect it has on the people and the money of Colorado. But I'm from El Paso County, and I will share with you again an effect that will affect the entire state. It will first of all, it will affect El Paso, Colorado Springs, and that is the mandate of moving Space Command to Alabama. First of all, Alabama is not equipped to take on 1,400 active duty soldiers, airmen, because they don't have the infrastructure and we do. But that may be a decision that is made because of our situation here. So that is short-sightedness. I wish the people in this room, this chamber, to consider that. Not only are there 1,400 active duty people, there are an equal number of civilian employees that are affected by this move, and not all of them would move to Alabama. If they did, what happens to Colorado Springs, El Paso County, and the greater part of southern Colorado? Families need to be considered in this situation, and the loss of personnel in Colorado would be quite a devastating event, and I would like for people here to consider that as well when you are considering the merits of this bill. Money talks, and this could be a big hit to the state of Colorado. Please think about it. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L053 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be properly displayed. For those that may want to follow along at home, I'm in the re-engrossed version. All right. So, relatively simple amendment, very direct and forward as to what it's intending to do. But in the re-engrossed version, Section 21 establishes the Immigration Legal Assistance Fund. First couple of sentences. First, there is established in the state treasury the Immigration Legal Defense Fund. If you read down further, it's funded out of civil penalties where we're maybe penalizing local governments that violate something in this and using it to support indigent folks before federal immigration courts. But the part that bothers me is really this cuts against our responsibility as legislators. It's our job to appropriate. If you may have noticed over the last several months, the state is in a fairly tight fiscal position, and having language that allows continuous appropriations of any sort is something we should avoid. every dollar counts. Our ability to prioritize each year is critically important. And the more money that we just allow to be appropriated without any control from this chamber or the other, the less flexibility we have to address other priorities in the state. So I would ask that we strike this line and keep some modicum of control over the expenses in this state.
Is there any further discussion on L053? Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L053? Representative Richardson.
I think the people of Colorado would like to know why we're urging a no vote and allowing continuous appropriations to continue. Our roads are crumbling, our hospitals are failing, our schools are struggling with funding. Across this state, we're struggling with funding, and we're just setting money on autopilot. There might absolutely be another priority some year in this state, and we're not going to have the flexibility to do anything about it. So it would be nice to have something other than the urging of a no vote.
Any further discussion on L053? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L053. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Noes have it. L053 fails. Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L049 to SB 276 and ask that it be properly displayed on the Jumbotron.
To the amendment, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment basically just amends re-engrossed bill, page 6, line 17. After document, we want to insert that clearly indicates the lack of legal immigration status of the individual on driver's licenses. I find this important because, as we know, you have to be a U.S. citizen to access certain public funds or even voting. And this is something that's really, that we can actually do, since this bill is actually going to pay for, this bill allows for payment of driver's license to illegal immigrants that don't qualify for those services or even that right to vote at the moment until they go through the legal process of becoming a U.S. citizen, such as many of my fellow colleagues here on both sides of the aisle have gone through. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L049? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on this. There's nothing in this bill that is changing how our driver's licenses look or how they're issued, absolutely nothing. Our driver's licenses and our state IDs are already pretty clear with status and with those who are citizens or those who have a black bar. I think that we don't need to add more to that, so just please vote no.
Any further discussion on L049? Seeing none, members, the question before Representative Kelty, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I thought my colleague was going to come up, and thank you for letting me come up. So I really believe that we should be a yes vote on this amendment. As we know, in Colorado, there's been a lot of issues going, not issues, but, well, yeah, I'll just say issues going on with our voting system and the fact that a lot of things are unclear. Throughout the years, we've found many instances where throughout the state of Colorado, individuals who probably shouldn't have been voting have been voting. And by putting something on their driver's license, since they're going to be able to get a driver's license now through this bill anyways, that clearly indicates that they are not able to vote is very important to the process, due process in the state when it comes to our elections. Our elections are very important in Colorado. At least we should take them very seriously. And if we can make sure that we clarify who can and who cannot vote in the state of Colorado, I think we should do that. Clearly indicating on a driver's license that you're now going to allow illegals to get should be a no-brainer, in my opinion. To show who can and who cannot vote in the state of Colorado is very important. We need to take out any type of confusion that we can have when it comes to our elections. And this one simple step, if we can do that to clarify and keep things up and try to achieve that gold standard like we claim that we have, this should be something that we should all want. And this is a very good amendment, and I'm asking for an aye vote. Let's keep our elections secure.
Any further discussion on L049? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of L049. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L049 is lost. Back to the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my last amendment, I think. Mr. Chair, I move L063 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be properly displayed.
To the amendment, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it strikes out the portion on page 24. It's part of section 19, which says a military force from another state, territory, or district shall not enter the state without the permission of the governor, except that this subsection does not apply to a military force from another state, territory, or district that is on federal orders and acting as part of the armed forces. So I was talking with my colleagues here, and I'm looking at the bill title, and I don't understand how this falls within the bill title. I mean, if the concern is that, you know, the president's going to call up the forces and things like that, he can already do that. And the current bill, the section admits as much because it says it does not apply to a military force from another state, territory, or district that is on federal orders and acting as part of the armed forces. So if that's the concern that President Trump's going to use the military to address the immigration problem, that's already a thing that can happen, and this bill recognizes that. So I'm trying to figure out what the bill sponsors think is going to happen here. Is Kansas going to call up the National Guard and then invade into Colorado for immigration purposes? We still have not got a clear answer on that. Feels conspiratorial to me, but I am curious why this is a part of the bill and what the intentions of that of this section of the bill is. Would appreciate an explanation. Again, whether we get an explanation or not remains to be seen. This is going to cause serious problems with just basic military training and people from other states coming into our state for whatever purposes, for Army training, for the Air Forces from other states stopping in to refuel or have emergency landings. That I'm sure the governor does not want to have to sign off on every single individual who comes over here from a different National Guard. And so I think there's some serious consequences of this. I would like an explanation on why this is even in the bill. Again, I don't think Wyoming is calling up their National Guard and they're gonna march into Colorado to round people up. I think that's what the bill is basically getting at, is what they think will happen. I do not think it falls within the scope of the bill. So I definitely urge an aye vote on this.
Any further discussion on L063? Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in full support of this amendment. Certainly as you turn to page 24, lines 13 to 23, this is the part that made us scratch our heads. Because it talks about, as my good colleague talked about, creating a false sense of protection. The idea that all of a sudden, with the National Guard from one state, they're going to come rolling in, and that Colorado's going to be okay with them somehow enforcing federal immigration law within Colorado. The 50 states, each one of them are a sovereign entity, and they have their own National Guard. The National Guard can be federalized. The element about, say, Utah sending in the Utah National Guard to Colorado for some sort of immigration roundup is never going to happen. Utah has no power to enforce federal immigration law. So why would Utah be sending in their National Guard to Colorado? And if they did, I would think the immediate response would be the Colorado National Guard would immediately engage in some sort of conflict. So just kind of thinking about how this works, it's a logical fallacy to even have this provision here. And it creates a false sense of protection for those who may fear the immigration policies of the current White House. And that if they think somehow they're going to be protected by this, that's wrong. The reality is, if the President of the United States wanted to federalize National Guard to engage in enforcement of federal immigration law, they could do that already. And this section says nothing that would stop that from happening, which is why this creates a very dangerous sense of protection, a very dangerous sense of hope, and a very dangerous sense of this clause will somehow protect Colorado from our sister states invading Colorado. But what it does do is it creates a scenario where, let's say there's a forest fire on the Colorado-New Mexico border, and the New Mexico governor has called up the New Mexico National Guard to fight the forest fire. And the minute the New Mexico National Guard were to cross the border between New Mexico and Colorado, now they're in violation of this section, even though it's in support of firefighting suppression operations. The other danger is if you have the Wyoming National Guard training with the Colorado Air National Guard. I don't know if you knew this, but not every state has these same assets. So Colorado has the Air National Guard. And the other National Guards that don't have an air wing attached to them come to Colorado for training. And for example, we have the TOPS training out in western Colorado. It's very elite for high operation helicopter operations. And there's other states that, guess what, don't have high elevations. And Colorado is blessed with high elevations. So we have joint training operations that occur, and this section would also disrupt or interrupt that as well. The other thing that I fear is that coming from western Colorado, where we have lots of outdoor recreation, and there have been times in which it's actually faster for the Utah National Guard to respond via helicopter to rescue someone than for other emergency services to be able to rescue someone. And Colorado has actually engaged in this, and that should be okay. But if you're waiting to get a hold of the governor to okay this, what if the governor is on a flight to Washington, D.C., or in a meeting in which he cannot be disturbed? What would happen to that hiker that otherwise could have been rescued by another state's National Guard? This section just raises many questions, but the one that I want to drill home is that what we're preventing are actually things that should be negligible. But what this is saying is it's giving certain immigrants a false sense of protection. And I just want to go back to what I said at the beginning here in closing, which is the president could still federalize the National Guard for federal immigration purposes and enforcement, and this wouldn't have any meaning. So for those reasons, I would rather have words in statute that actually have meaning and mean something than something that gives an illusion or a veneer. And I think we ought to do things that really do help Coloradans rather than confuse the point. So I'll be a yes on the amendment and a no on the bill.
Any further discussion on L063? Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo the sentiments of my colleague from Delta. First and foremost, I live on the New Mexico-Colorado border, and we've had numerous firefighters where we use mutual aid. I think it's important to know when a wildfire hits, there's many people in this building that sponsor bills about wildfire. All it takes is a lightning strike. And when he says if the governor's previously detained on a trip, it doesn't take long with the wind blowing in southern and southeastern Colorado to push a fire really fast. So either way, if that fire starts in New Mexico and starts to run to Colorado, usually they try to meet in the middle and put that fire out. So I think that this is a huge mistake on that part. I don't think I don't think that we're coming up here and we're making up like out of like pocket wild circumstances. This stuff is already happening. So to just try to be mindful of that and say, hey, you're gonna run your bill, you're gonna get your bill passed, but these are things that the minority caucus sees as issues where we're from. I live on the New Mexico border. Not many of my colleagues do. This is something germane to my area. So I am up here telling you as the representative from House District 47 that we have numerous fires on the border where we need mutual aid. This could cause a mountain ranch to burn more than it should. There's circumstances, and we talk about the unintended consequences all the time in the bill, and we all have our debate and we all throw our jabs and our points, but what's frustrating is when you come up here with legitimate reasons, legitimate concerns, and they're just brushed off. This is a legitimate concern. And then I have Pinon Canyon in my district. There are groups that come and train constantly at Pinon Canyon. They infuse money into my economies. So I think there's unintended consequences once again. We come in here all the time and we lay these out. And believe it or not, some of this stuff actually comes to fruition. I think my first year I was here, we spent more time fixing bills than we did anything else. We spent a lot of time fixing bills my first year. I mean, even this year we've had to run some fixes. So we are speaking to you from, I guess we could say, our lived experiences, what we deal with in our areas. We represent those parts of the state. We are telling you that some of these issues will possibly unintendedly affect us. And I would just ask that you would hear those voices and you know, just take into consideration some of the problems that we see coming with this. This isn't about I gotcha moments or trying to put you in a hard spot. It's just, at the end of the day, if this is a possibility and it can happen, and that fire is burning, and we can't get any help, and it pushes into more property, I mean, maybe out of sight, out of mind, but not for my people. So I'd urge an aye on this vote, or this amendment.
Representative Armagas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, for me, is definitely my lane. I mean, 16 of my 22 years of service in the military were in the Colorado Army National Guard. This is something where in the National Guard, as one of the more deployable entities, being the military police and infantry, those were the two most deployable units out of the Colorado Army National Guard, we constantly, as a force of readiness, had to cross-train. We'd had field training exercises. We had joint force training exercises where we would have Air National Guard, Army National Guard from Colorado, from other states, meeting here and doing multi-unit training, not only for training, site security, and things like that. Like Assistant Minority Leader came up and said, there's the augmentation. They would come in and augment entities for security and otherwise on large-scale issues if there was a large-scale incident or plane crash or something like that. Those forces from out of state would come in. Obviously, stuff like that would be a natural declared emergency. But there's the readiness that we have to be prepared for those declared emergencies where we constantly come together. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to other states to train with their National Guard, their reserve members, even their active duty elements. This is something that, knowing what it is about the National Guard, what their readiness levels are, what they have to do to maintain levels of training, and just simply having some communication and having something like this in the bill for having that conversation with the National Guard Bureau, with the Adjutant General of Colorado, with the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs, somebody to provide their input. I guarantee this would not be in the bill. If it would, there would be a lot more outspoken members of those entities in Colorado coming forward and saying this is not something that is going to be good. This is going to be detrimental to our state, to our readiness of our National Guard, and otherwise. We have to cross-train with other states. We have to have other states come here. We have to go to other states and be prepared to augment those states should there be a declared emergency. It's just simple readiness, understanding that it's not something that you just jump into and go, we're ready. You have to constantly train in those areas, those spaces with those other units and other military occupational specialties. There's a lot of different things that need to happen for any military force to be ready for anything stateside or anything overseas. So this is definitely a good amendment. We need to get this language out of this bill. It's probably the most dangerous part of this bill, so I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the title of the bill is Protect Civil Rights Immigration Status, but yet with this amendment, we're showing you that it's much more than that. Now we're talking about actually whether we can deploy or cross-train with states' National Guards. That's where we're going with this bill. It's not just a single subject thing that's happening here. It's very convoluted, very, very mixed up, in my opinion. You know, we were asked earlier, again, they asked Republicans if we wanted to keep Colorado safe. And we said yes. I said yes before. We said yes on a previous amendment. We're saying yes on this amendment again. We are proposing an amendment to do just that. This is a fix or a cleanup amendment to a bill written by some who obviously don't have the knowledge of how certain things work. But when you have people who come in here and they have the knowledge, they have the experience, they have the expertise in certain areas, we're trying to help, in my opinion, a bad bill become better. We want it to be better. If it's going to pass, let's make it better somehow. It was mentioned that there are unintended consequences in this section that this amendment is trying to fix. And I agree with that. The amendment is to help fix the unintended consequence. And by ignoring it, by not allowing this amendment to go through, you've now been informed there is an unintended consequence that will happen. So by allowing it, and for how I see it, by not allowing this amendment to go through to actually fix the unintended consequence, that consequence now becomes intended. And we're trying to prevent that. We're trying to fix something, and we're asking you to listen. We're asking you to allow this amendment to go through, because without it, there's going to be consequences, intended or not. So I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Please. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L63? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we asked for a no vote on this amendment. Currently as stands, anytime that we have someone else's National Guard that wants to come into this state, agreements happen. The governor's office has asked for support in this area. We have seen buses come forward without any warning from Texas. Who's to say that Governor Abbott wouldn't just throw his National Guard straight into Colorado because they decided to do immigration enforcement here in Colorado? We are not in any way getting in the way if Trump decides to federalize National Guard. It's very clear right here. The title of the bill is actually concerning measures to prevent the violation of the civil rights of persons in Colorado based on immigration status and in connection therewith making an appropriations. If some other state sends their National Guard to our state to conduct ICE operations that violate people's civil rights and constitutional rights, that is what we're trying to protect from. This is up to the state to enforce. This language comes directly from Texas as well. It is imperative, as we heard earlier today, that it is the governor's job to secure the borders of this state. And one of the things that they are asking for in the governor's office is that they have the right to secure the borders of an invasion of some other state's military force. So there we go. Vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Richardson.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sponsor asked who could say if Governor Abbott wouldn't sneak forces in on a bus. I'll say it. He's not going to do it. This is ridiculous. It truly is. We struck Part 17 several hours ago. That was actually a substantial part of this bill that I'm sure you wanted in there, something that prevented folks from going into the non-public areas of detention facilities. That I didn't agree with being in the bill. I'm glad it's gone. But that was part of this bill. This is risking not only military readiness, but public safety, and we're risking it over a fever dream. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
This is getting so far away from truth now, it's laughable. Governor Abbott's going to invade Colorado. The statute, the constitutional statute that I discussed earlier, said that the governor of Colorado, it is his responsibility to protect Colorado from foreign. Read the statutes before you say silly things. It says
Representative
foreign.
Bottoms, please be respectful.
Foreign entities, not Governor Abbott, not Texans. This is so laughable. Let's stick with truth, Constitution, and statutes. Read it. Foreign. And by the way, it's still the job of the president to come to Colorado and stop our government from breaking the law and putting people in harm's way. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. We've got to start making sense in this room.
Any further discussion on L063? Seeing none, all those in favor of L063 say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L063 fails. Back to the bill. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was sent up here in January. I was sent up here to help protect Colorado. So yeah, Republicans want, 22 of us I know for sure, want to protect Colorado. And this bill does the opposite of that. I am a first-generation immigrant. I might not be brown, I might not be anything else, but I am a first-generation immigrant. Less than 10 years after World War II, my mother came here to America, legally, proud, so proud, she wouldn't even teach us German. She says, "You're American. You speak English," in her broken English. She was very proud to be American. She's very proud to do things the right way. We want to do what's best for Colorado. People who come to America, people who come to Colorado the right way, they want to follow the law. That includes federal law. We should be promoting legal immigration. But this bill promotes illegal immigration. With bills like this, it's why would anyone even bother coming here legally then? They would come illegally. We need to promote legal immigration. This is an insult to those who come here legally, who want to go through the process, who understand the pride, the hard work of becoming an American. For me, there's no greater thing to become an American and doing it the right way. Illegal immigration strains public resources and social services. It's proven to bring crime, drugs, human trafficking, property crime, in many instances, death. Death by illegals who have criminal records, who don't care about the law. And they show you that the minute they come across the border, not the right way. They do not pay taxes, unless you want to say a sales tax. is a tax, I guess. But when it comes to actually paying taxes that support the people and everyone in the state of Colorado, they do not. It's a hoodwink. It's a drain on housing and schools, social services, hospitals, prisons, court systems, taxpayers, and families. We're giving them, with this bill, more protections than actual Coloradans, citizens, legal citizens of the state. And for me, I see that as a shame. Our citizens of Colorado deserve much better. I mean, with this bill, even our Indian tribes have less provisions and rights. That's a slap in the face, in my opinion. That is an insult. When we talk about illegals and crime, how about we ask the families of Lake and Riley, or Rachel Morin, or Kayla Hamilton, or in Colorado, Melissa Powell, Riordan Powell, 16 years old, Sheriff Deputy Alexis Hynutz, Scott Miller, Joycelyn Nungare, 12 years old, all killed by illegals in Colorado. How about in December 2024, the gang who had kidnapped a couple, the Tren de Agua, kidnapped them in Aurora. January 10th, we had a 16-year-old shot in the face who later died in a home invasion in Aurora. We were supposed to make law that protect legal Coloradans, citizens, legal citizens, our constituents who put us here. They put us here to do so, to protect them, to make life better for them in this state. This bill does not do that. It doesn't make our lives better at all. We make law to improve their lives. We're supposed to. But day after day, I sit in here and I shake my head and I wonder, what are we doing? We're not making the lives of Coloradans better. Bill after bill, I have a front row seat watching our freedoms and our rights being stripped from us every single day. We're giving the rights and freedoms to the wrong ones. It should be to our own. We should take care of our own first. We should put Colorado and Coloradans, legal Coloradans, first. This bill will hurt Colorado economically, will hurt its safety, its statehood, its federal relationship, and for me, it's an insult to every legal migrant, every legal immigrant like my mother, who value law and who value doing things the right way and doing them right the first time. I will not insult my mother. I honor her. I'm asking for a no vote on this bill because we need to honor everyone else who are here legally and our citizens and all of our constituents. I'm asking for a no vote today. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 276 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing you have heard the motion, seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 130 as amended, 142, 273, 276 as amended, 285, 286 as amended, 292, 295, 308, and 311 passed on second reading or engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 310 laid over until May 3rd, 2025.
Who is my Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker? Members, you have heard the motion. I do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Johnson amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L14 to Senate Bill 130 to show that the said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 130 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, I move the first Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is striking person and substituting woman. Women are the ones who have babies, and we want to make sure we are matching also federal statute that's currently in place and not messing with the statute if we are going to align with what's already out there nationally. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Froelich. I'm sorry? Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A Colorado law uses the word person, so we are keeping in step with what we have in statute. We urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Bradley is excused. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L15 to Senate Bill 130 to show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 130 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I have rebranded this cow and asking for a yes vote as it adds the word fetus. If we're going to look at this holistically, we need to look at both patients and follow the Hippocratic Oath, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much. Again, we are modeling this after federal EMTALA. It's not in federal EMTALA, and therefore we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Johnson Amendment L18 to Senate Bill 130 to show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 130 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So wanting to get a yes on this, that way we can give consent to our patients or the patient's legal guardian if they're under 18, or the patient's emergency contact. As we recognize in emergency situations, sometimes the patient cannot speak for themselves, but this is giving back the health care to the patient and making sure that they know fully what's going to happen when it comes to abortion or sterilization. I urge a yes vote for patient rights.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we already have parental consent written into our current law, and we urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 41 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the Report of Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee not adopting the following Johnson Amendment L20 to Senate Bill 130. Should that said amendment pass, that Senate Bill 130 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fourth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one is making sure that we are following in federal because we already have directives, advanced directives, when a patient does not want to be brought back to life, or if they do not want a blood transfusion, because here in Colorado we are unique and we do have abortion by the will of the people, we should also have advanced directives. Gives the power back to the expecting mother if they want to, in any situation, put their baby's life before theirs, and this is clarifying that they are in power of their own health. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do already have rules around doctors following patient directives, and I have full faith in our doctors that they will work with patients and follow their direction. We urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the fourth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 40 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fifth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the Report of Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee not adopting the following Johnson Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 130. Should that said amendment pass, that Senate Bill 130 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fifth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This is saying that if any provision of this bill should result in the closure of one or more hospitals in Colorado, then this bill is no longer valid, and it means that we'd have to come back and relook at this as a committee. This is especially important to my rural areas when we're adding undue burdens and regulations upon them, and we need to make sure, because we have a lot of safety net providers that are going out, because a lot of rural hospitals especially are losing their OB units, I would hate for something else in this state to drive out more of our healthcare options for the people of Colorado, and this means that we'd have to come back and look at this if a hospital or more is ends up closing because of the extra regulations from this bill. I urge yes, this is good governance, and it will bring the conversation back here so we can look at other options.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Folks, all hospitals in Colorado, including rural hospitals, have been operating under EMTALA for 40 years. We're placing this into Colorado statute. We asked for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the fifth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 42 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the sixth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the part of Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee not adopting the following Johnson Amendment L24 to Senate Bill 130 to show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 130 as amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the sixth and final Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is adding to the legislative declaration. It is not affecting the statute, but it is saying it is not the intent of this bill to affect any of our health facilities that are physical structures. I'm sorry. It only affects facilities that are physical structures rooted in soil, and it does not apply to our ambulances, medical helicopters, or other mobile units. This is a belt and suspender, if this is what the bill is saying, but we know intent and impact in this body, especially when we're moving forward in the last days of session, sometimes don't make it through, especially when an agency is looking at it. We are just asking that we outline the intent a little broader so there is no confusion. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, facilities is already well defined in this bill and does not include ambulances or helicopters, and we've also laid that out very clearly on the record today. As such, this is not necessary, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the sixth Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 130.
Representative Winter moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee not adopting the following Winter Amendment L23 to Senate Bill 130 to show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 130 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
I urge an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The whole point is to be in alignment with federal law. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Leader, please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 3 excused, the Winter Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Caldwell moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee not adopting the following Armagost Amendment L58 to Senate Bill 276 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 276 is amended passed.
Representative Caldwell.
Madam Speaker, I move the first Caldwell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't think I could have timed this amendment any more perfectly. So as of about an hour and 15 minutes ago, there's breaking news. The United States Department of Justice has launched its first official legal action against the city of Denver and the state of Colorado, challenging so-called sanctuary policies. The Trump administration has asked a judge to overturn state and city policies restricting local cooperation with federal immigration officials. The lawsuit accuses the state and local leaders of
Representative Caldwell?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. We're speaking to the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. So the amendment is about federal funding. And if we're passing laws here that causes us to lose federal funding, then that bill is repealed. And the federal government seems to think that we have been passing laws that violate the policies they've enacted. And so the news story that I was reading indicates that just today, they're filing lawsuits over our sanctuary state policies. And we are running what I consider a sanctuary state expansion bill with Senate Bill 25-276. And so my amendment says if we lose federal funding over this, then this bill is repealed, which is just almost scary timing. So I certainly urge an aye vote because we have seen that this amendment is needed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't urge an aye vote any more than I could now. We've been talking about this numerous times on numerous pieces of legislation, and it's coming to fruition. I guess that $4 million is going to come in handy. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the news that you've heard, sure, it's concerning. What I will say is that a lawsuit coming from the federal government with respect is actually a lawsuit. It's not what the federal government, what this amendment is doing is it's addressing the fact that if we lose federal funding or they rescind funding, that is not what's happening right now with this lawsuit. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole Report. Committee of the Whole Report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley, can you hear us? Representative Bradley.
Yes.
Representative Bradley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bradley votes yes. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 41 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole Report, Senate Bill 276.
Representative Caldwell moved to amend the report of Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Caldwell Amendment, L63 to Senate Bill 276, to show that Senate Amendment passed and that Senate Bill 276 is amended passed.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Caldwell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what this amendment does, colleagues, is it strikes a section from the bill that myself and other members from my caucus who have military experience think is problematic. If I understand correctly, the intention of this, at least if you're going to run a section of the bill like this, you should make it specify that this is so governors from out of the state of Colorado can't send in military forces for immigration purposes. However, the section is very vague. A military force from another state shall not enter the state without the permission of the governor. As my colleagues and I, who served in the military, repeatedly said, it is very, very common for National Guard members from out of state to come to Colorado with as many military bases as we have here in Colorado to do training exercises. When we have Air Force jets flying across the country, especially fighter jets, they have to stop in other states and refuel, and they stop in Colorado. And what this section of the bill says is that if a military force from out of state is coming into the state of Colorado, doesn't specify a certain number or anything, it says that they have to get permission from the governor. I don't think the governor of Colorado wants to have to sign off on every single time a single individual comes here for military training, and I know that's not the intention, but it is so vague in this bill that I think it does qualify for that. So if your intention was to keep National Guard from different states out of here for immigration purposes, it should have been more clear than that. And again, even this section recognizes that if President Trump wanted to send military here, he wanted to call up a state National Guard and send them here for immigration purposes. As long as he puts them on Title 10 orders, he can do that. So it doesn't even stop that. So again, I think this is too broad. I am seriously concerned. I'm worried about what our military people are going to say about this, who are going to have to now get permission from the governor every single time someone from outside the state comes here. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to, first of all, thank our colleagues who have served in the military. Thank you for your service. We urge a no vote.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll just reiterate my concerns with this. Being in the National Guard for 16 of my 22 years, this is something that happens all the time. And it's not something that's happening under the guise of something else. And I don't understand why that simple part can't just be more clear in this bill, but it is so vague that it does imply that any of these training, the joint operations, joint readiness training, things like this, for these statewide emergencies would then have to get permission from the governor on every single one of these, which is going to hinder training and probably prevent training and any of this readiness training. I think it's being implied that there's going to be some sneaking of forces across state lines, some kind of a Trojan horse thing going on, but this is stuff that is happening in training all the time in the military through different versions of National Guard, reserve components, and otherwise. This is dangerous. We're crossing boundaries that we aren't familiar with, and I encourage and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You guys, this amendment is extremely important. Out of all, it's extremely important to the fact that we have military. Think of how many bases we have in Colorado. How many military we have in Colorado. This affects whether we have people coming in for not just training, but meetings and in and out. And I mean, if you spend any time around any of the military bases, we have people coming in from other states all the time, like daily. I think this is an oversight, and we're trying to help make something better. So if you're going to pass this bill, at least put something like this in there that helps make it better. This is going to be a huge impact. And we're going to be back here again, just like we did with the overflow device, or backflow device, or whatever it was called, with an unintended consequence. This amendment is extremely important. Please think about that before you push your button. I'm asking for an aye vote on this one. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Caldwell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Bradley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bradley votes yes. Please close the machine. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 39 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Richardson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 276.
Representative Richardson moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee not adopting the following Richardson Amendment L52 to Senate Bill 276 to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 276 as amended passed.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Richardson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and it is properly displayed.
It is. Please proceed.
Yes, at the risk of beating a dead Trojan horse, this is really important. I mean, I know we weren't willing to strike all the language in the bill, but the concern that was expressed by the sponsor that Governor Abbott would send folks in to retrieve people that he may have sent here previously, I think is highly unlikely. But this amendment would restrict folks coming in that, or at least add to the exemption of those coming in, those that are here to train and those that are here to help us and our citizens in a time of urgent need. This leaves open the ability for the governor to deny other governors coming in to do other nefarious things, but it does allow our military members to come and train on federal installations without getting direct approval like happens every single day. And it truly does happen all the time. And again, we don't want any delays in responses to natural disasters. So if we can't strike the whole section of the bill, then let's accept this amendment. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seriously urge an aye vote on this. I mean, what this does is it allows for training operations to go on like normal, and then if a governor from a different state wants to send in forces for immigration purposes, they'll have to get governor approval. But with this, it says, look, on your normal training operations day-to-day that we do all over the state of Colorado, I imagine on a daily basis, that's exempted. This is an extremely reasonable amendment. I can't urge this strongly enough. If we don't put some kind of carve out here for training purposes, and we say that the governor has to approve every single person that comes in the state from out of state that's in the military, I mean, if I was a governor, I'd be vetoing the bill over this alone. But if not, we will be back here next year fixing this bill on this issue alone. I'm telling you, this is a very serious amendment. It is going to cause a lot of problems with our military. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So with the previous amendment, I started looking at this section, and I'm just going to read it. It's not very long. General Provisions 10, a military force from another state, territory, or district shall not enter the state without the permission of the governor, except that this subsection 10 does not apply to a military force from another state, territory, or district that is on federal orders and acting as part of the armed forces. So as I'm looking at this amendment and with the explanation of why he's running this amendment, I really do believe this is an important amendment. If we want to not come back here next year to fix something that we say, oh, we should have done this last year and now we're here to fix it, so we're running a new bill to fix what we should have fixed last year. I really do think that this is something that we should consider. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote. I think we can't make an assumption that we're going to have to come back and fix this. We stake-held this. We got language that the governor wanted in this bill. We are not eliminating the right of other state militaries to come into our state. It just means that there has to be more explicit conversation and more explicit permission, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Richardson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Bradley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bradley votes yes. Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 39 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bradley, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bradley votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 20 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1209.
House Bill 1209 by Representatives Lindsted and Wilford, also Senators Gonzalez and Rodriguez, concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of marijuana licensees and in connection therewith reducing inappropriation.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1209 and request that a conference committee be formed and that it be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate changed our bill a bit, and we want to talk some more about it and see if we can fix some other things in the marijuana space. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1209, appoint a conference committee, and go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley, you are on mute. Representative Bradley is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, the motion to not concur is adopted. The conference committee appointments will be Representative Lindstedt as chair, Representative Wilford, and Representative Gonzalez. Mr. Schiebel, please. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1300 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1300 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives Jackson and Puglisi, also Senators Pelton B. and Snyder, concerning measures related to overdose prevention for students.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1293.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just a technical amendment that puts the cycle date in place so it's consistent with what's already there, and we would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1293. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 1 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1293 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1293 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 4 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1293, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader, I need for you to make an announcement. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrence with Senate amendments is suspended. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objections, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 36, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to the following bills: House Bill 1013, House Bill 1057, House Bill 1098, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1327, and House Bill 1330.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments for the bills listed by the Majority Leader. Guess we still have to do it? This. Okay, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representatives English and Bacon, also Senators Coleman and Exum, concerning social visitation rights for a person confined in a correctional facility.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1013.
Please proceed. AML Bacon.
Yes, members. The governor had some thoughts. Enter deep eye roll. However, we ask today that you concur with the Senate amendments.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1013. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Lindsay, please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1013 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1013 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1013 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Duran and Weinberg, also Senators Danielson and Simpson, concerning the creation of the American Indian Affairs Interim Committee.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1057.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, in the Senate, they did some technical cleanup amendments, so I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1057. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1057 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1057 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 5 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1057 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1098.
House Bill 1098 by Representative Stewart R. and Soper, also Senators Michelson, Janae, and Gonzalez, concerning establishing an automated protection order notification system in the Division of Criminal Justice.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1098.
There's the turkeys. Representative Soper, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was an amendment added in the Senate to actually not fix our bill, but to fix House Bill 1148. So if you're the sponsors, raise your hand. No, just we won't do that to you. But HB 1148 concerned protection orders as well and included changes to the form. The effective date was July 1st. And to make sure the added information to the form could actually be done and the computer programming changed so that law enforcement could actually see the information, the effective date in House Bill 1148 was changed to October 1st. The change improves public safety and protects both the protected and restrained parties within a protection order. HB 1098 originally had a petition clause, but because it's changing the effective dates and 1148 has been signed by the governor, it needs to be changed to a safety clause in order to beat the July 1st change date. So now there's a safety clause here to be able to beat that date to implement the date to kick out the date to October 1st.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1098. Mr. Schiebel, please open that machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1098 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1098 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1098 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1146 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1146 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Sirota and Puglisi, also Senators Weissman and Kirkmeyer, concerning vacancies in the General Assembly and in connection with making appropriation.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1315.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know some people will definitely remember, we struck the opt-out and to move it into a different section and then did not move it to that section. So we corrected that in the Senate and then have continued to work with the Secretary of State and the clerks on technical amendments, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1315. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Hartsook excused. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 2 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1315 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1315 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 8 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1315 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1319.
House Bill 1319 by Representatives Puglisi and Duran, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, concerning vacancies in the Office of County Commissioner and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with House Bill 1319. Concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1319.
Please proceed. Go ahead. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, they ran 2 amendments that added clarification to the bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be a no vote on concurrence, and the reason is because I think that this bill should go to conference because there is something that I believe is left undone, and that is the implementation date for this bill. I did not speak on thirds because I was told this would be worked on in the Senate, but it remains where it is, and there is still a disagreement as to the ability to implement this and the timeline that is set forth to be ready for a November 25 election. And there is a difference of opinion between the clerks and the Secretary of State and whether or not SCORE can be updated in time to actually have this done. The clerks have said they can do this outside of SCORE, and if that happens, I have concerns about our gold standard election system and ensuring that we keep that gold standard. We have that gold standard because of the way we do SCORE development, because of the way we run our system, and the safety clause, I am concerned, does not allow for the full scope of SCORE development that is to be done in anticipation of the 26th election and to get this done in time for the 2025 election. And for that reason, I am a no vote.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the good representative from Boulder for addressing your concerns. I do want to reiterate, these concerns were brought up in the Senate hearing. The clerks were there to address every single one of the concerns. They do believe this is implementable in 2025. The clerk that all of the major clerks who have been working with the system, who have helped develop this system, are very confident that this can happen in that time frame and that there will not be any issues with this election. I appreciate the Secretary of State bringing forward technical amendments. We have made every single one of the changes that she has asked for. We feel like we have been working collaboratively, and I trust our clerks. I trust our clerks to be able to know whether or not they can implement this. They have testified in writing and in person over and over again that they have conducted the testing and they are confident in their work, and I trust our clerks, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor on this bill. I would just add, members, that we worked really hard in collaboration on this bill, talking with our clerks, our Secretary of State, and really trying to make sure that what we're asking for here will work. And we've been assured, not only verbally, but in writing, that what we're asking for here will work. So I ask you for a yes vote today. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1319. No, it's not. It's it's that time of session, George. Members, the motion before you is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1319. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 21 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1319 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1319 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 14 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1319 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1327.
House Bill 1327 by Representatives Sirota and Froelich, also Senator Kipp, concerning modifications to processes for statewide ballot measures.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1327.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, they removed the extension for the rehearing after the last title board meeting. It ensures that violations of any provisions of the bill will not result in preventing something from going to the ballot, and also, they removed the 25% and 50% notification and stop of circulation reporting requirement for ballot measures. It does maintain the report for 75% of signatures when they are complete.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the one hand, I've had 10 Diet Cokes, so I'm pretty wired. On the other hand, I didn't write a poem because I'm too dang tired.
Ugh. Members, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1327. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1327 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1327 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Richardson. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 19 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1327 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1330 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1330 will be laid over until tomorrow. Huh. Members, announcements and introductions. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to lay over the balance of the calendar till Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, till 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, May 3rd at 9 a.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, since it is Saturday, it will be relaxed dress. But I'd like to add a note here, and this is actually from Representative Armagost. Our Colorado Avalanche they won last night in Game 6 of the first round of playoffs. Yeah. They play tomorrow night in Game 7, which will determine if they move to the next round of playoffs or end their postseason. You are welcome to wear your Avalanche gear tomorrow to show your support for our Colorado Avalanche. Woohoo! Okay. You can also wear your Nuggets gear.
All right. And Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One more quick announcement, members. You probably seen this red paper on your desk. Just a reminder that to remove all personal belongings from your desktop and file cabinet by the end of day tomorrow.
Yes. Ooh. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, we will be meeting tomorrow upon adjournment in room 107, and we will hear Senate Bill 288, Senate Bill 281, and Senate Bill 304.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in the Old State Library, House Appropriations will meet to hear Senate Bills 189, 27, 34, 75, 84, 272, 297, 302, 316, 319, 320, and any other bills that may have been referred to appropriations.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, here's an important announcement for all you. Smoke eaters and vote seekers. There's an event going on now. Join us to celebrate the end of an era. Friday, May 2nd, it's happening now at Stoney's Bar and Grill, 1111 Lincoln Street. CPFF lobbyist Jimmy Allen asked me to announce this for Steve Clapham and Dennis Euleberg. It's their official retirement party, and y'all are invited, so meet us at Stoney's.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance will be meeting tomorrow on adjournment to hear Senate Bill 309, Senate Bill 306, and any other bills referred to House Finance.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Health and Human Services will meet upon adjournment in 112 tomorrow. We will hear Senate Bill 17, Senate Bill 48, 124 for action only, and 71 for action only.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.